Hello, 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 and yes, Merry Christmas. It is Christmas Eve, isn't it? As Laura's reminded me as well. What does all this say? Does this just say Christmas? Oh, ultimate Christmas. I was like, what does that? I'm just seeing the writing on there. I'm like, what on earth does it even say? Ultimate Christmas. There we go. Do you know what I have realised though this morning is I've come out thinking, oh, it's cold, you know, it's windy, dress myself, and then I've got like my snow boots on. I don't know why I've done that because I always get so hot in here. So I'll probably give them half an hour before I'll just shrink a little bit as my shoes come off because I do not need snow boots on while I'm in here. Anyway, I hope that you are ready, or you are as ready as you could be maybe for Christmas. It's my last show today before Christmas, so we've got a really, really good one planned for you. I will give you a rundown of everything that's going to be coming up all the way until 9 o'clock. We are kicking off with the Crafty Witches. We have got the most amazing show lined up for you. I mean, there is so much. We have got exclusive with the brand new December medley. We've also got calendars we're about to bring to you, iris folding. We've got dimensional boxes. It's absolutely jam-packed, so we will get all of that on the website for you to have a look at. Then 2 o'clock, Carla's going to be joining me. We've got Kelly Creates Lettering Masterclass. Although Carla will come on and say, why does it say masterclass? She doesn't like that word, but she is an absolute master, as we said, at absolutely everything. At 3 o'clock, we then have PI with us. We've got Sharon joining us. We've got a coral reef collection, as well as loads more bits in that show as well. Then Ian will be back for the Crafty Witches at 4. 5 o'clock, you have got the brand new cut by hand quilling collections with Carla. That's all here. We know how quickly that sold out last time, so that'll be superb. 6 o'clock, we've got the We Are Makers jewellery press, so Carla will be staying with you. 7 o'clock, we have got the paper ethereal collection with PI. Oh, there we are. I was like 8 o'clock and nothing. Well, no, nothing. We're just finished an hour early. Lovely. Don't know why, but we are. And there's a few days where the hours are just switching around a little bit. So just have a look on our socials if you want to sort of see what our hours are over this Christmas period. I think we're just going to announce our winner straight away, actually, of the Christmas decoration competition. It's because I always forget. I get to the end of the hour and it goes into the second hour. I'm sorry, I've not mentioned it again. So we'll mention it right now. Me and Ian were just saying how amazing these decorations are and how amazing they've all been as well. So thank you so much, of course, for doing these, because they are absolutely splendid. So this one was done by Sarah Newton, and then we've got Helen Newton who did this one as well. So they're a little duo together. Both of you have won, and we'll get some crafty goodies that are sent through to you. Absolutely lovely to have the house, all that detailing with the gingerbread, and then our little gingerbread person there. Let's pop them on the Christmas tree, shall we? Have we got our final winner tomorrow? Is that then it, I imagine? So, gosh, it's gone, hasn't it? It's all flown by. Let's pop one just there, and then should we squeeze the little gingerbread up here for us to be able to have as well? Gorgeous. Thank you so much, and thanks to everybody who, of course, has got involved in these competitions as well. Ian, welcome. You got your amazing shirt on.
Oh, thank you.
I've had at least 6 chocolates you bought us. You know what you managed to do is you managed to buy me my favourite chocolate. You know the crunchy?
Oh, yeah.
That I love. I think that's my fave.
My favourite in there is the cream egg.
Is it the cream egg?
Even though that's not Easter yet.
No, it doesn't matter.
I love
it's
cream
in the Christmas
eggs all year
selection.
round.
Yeah, so Ian treated us some chocolates, which was lovely, jubbly as well. Now, we've got a lot in this show. I would say to everybody, go to the web so they can shop ahead, because there's loads of collections that we're about to bring, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. And these are great, you know, like to start off your new year.
Yeah.
New year crafts. These are absolutely fabulous things to be getting on with, yeah.
Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is the December medley. Now, this is completely exclusive to us here at Hobby Maker. Again, I'm looking at that price. Now, the price has come straight in at £9.99, okay? Now, it should have been £23.94, so we are doing a better than half price deal on this for you today. So it is an absolutely stunning price at £9.99. You might be sitting there thinking, right, so what do we get within it? Well, we get 6 collections within this. So we have got your Bake It, we have got your Dragonfly Flight, we've also got Flowers All Year, there is Sugar Blooms, we have Sweet Bouquet and Bewitching Season. So you've literally got 6 collections jam-packed with everything you could possibly need, which are just going to work perfectly for your whole year, okay, which is just absolutely fantastic. And what I always love, and I always sort of say this about the Crafty Witches and what they do digitally, is that you get so much. So we're talking like 72 sheets, 72 pages worth, which are jam-packed of so many different items as well. But it's so easy to navigate, and that's why I think whether you are a kind of, you know, really experienced digital crafter, great for you. If you're somebody who for the first time ever is going to go for digital crafting, then again, it is going to be the perfect way for you to start your digital crafting journey this year. Now, we will look through it, won't we? You've got the board just there to kind of really show what we're getting within each of these collections. But I just love that there's 6 collections that, for me, tick off all different occasions, people. It's just super.
That's what you know, do you know when I first saw this collection come through to us, that's what I thought. I thought this is covering. You can start your crafts and build your collections up all over the year. So you're ready-made cards ready to go. Like, you know, because we're in a bit of a downtime now at Christmas. I know these next couple of days are going to be a bit, you know, but as soon as the big day's gone, we want to get back to our crafting and doing, you know, little bits and pieces, don't we? Getting ready for those January birthdays, February. This is going to stretch all the way
And
across.
the great thing with this is being digital, it's going to come straight to your Hobby Maker account. So it's not even like you've got to sit there and think, I've got to wait for this. I'm not going to get it until the new year, for example. You actually can get this immediately as well, which is absolutely
They can be viewing it today, planning what they want to make
which is
over
lovely.
a brew. It'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so should we have a look at it?
Yeah. So the 6 collections, these are what we will call, like from the Crafty Witches, we call them our mini collections, but that means nothing because they are 12 collections, 6 collections with 72 pages across all 6.
Okay.
You've got Bake It, which again, I mean, you know, I've got a friend, Louise, she likes a baking and stuff. So these are going to be perfect for making her cards. And this is one of Rosie's cards that she's made. And you know, you can see with this one, just to point out, she's printed the backing paper and then not sort of stuck it on. She's printed it on the card, so she's made the card into the backing paper into the card. We've got the bewitching season. We couldn't be the Crafty Witches without it.
No, of course not. Exactly.
And let's face it, witches are very popular at the moment, aren't they? With a very popular film that's out there. So the kids are going to love anything witch related and stuff. So we've got these again. This one's made by our Sue. And again, this is a really autumnal card. So even if you've got people with birthdays later on in the year, you could be making these.
Yeah, you could start thinking about it.
And again, all the cards that we make, we share on our group.
Brilliant.
So that, again, it's for you to help. So it's inspiration for you to go back and help with. We've then got Dragonflight Dance.
Oh, this is one of the most beautiful.
Or the Dragonflight, Look at
that.
Look at the colours.
Yeah.
And every one of them, they're so vibrant, so beautiful. And again, this is just a topper that they've printed 2 or 3 times and resized. And that one was made by our Tracy.
Phenomenal.
Then we've got Flowers All Year, and this is my favourite kit.
Yeah.
And it's going to be my first demo as well. But the reason it's my favourite is because every month has got a different flower, and every topper is a different month.
Yes.
Which is great. And I've recently made a card for a friend's mom, and it was for December. I can't pronounce the name of the flower in December. As I said upstairs, I'm a bit with the flower names, but Nasa. No, we'll get to it when I do it. But I managed to buy the flowers as well to go with the present, so I could make the card and the flowers to go with it. So that was really pleasant. But we've got this one again from our Tracy, and it's the August card, and it's a gladioli, is it, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know either, so I'm just going to agree. But gladioli.
Gladioli, yeah. Then we've got our sugar blooms, and again, Linda always. They know I love blue, so the collections with blues in are my favourite. So I made a card like this using this collection for my mother-in-law for her birthday.
Really pretty.
But this one is from our Ros again. But I just love the simplicity of Rosie's cards as well, where it's just like a type. So she's not using loads of paper.
No, exactly.
But look how effective.
Beautiful, and it's nice to have that white space, I think, with cards with that sort of colour and detail as well, because it's so pretty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then we've got our sweet bouquet kit, and then we've got again. This is like your peaches, and so again, I see this, a lot of, back in the 80s, with a lot of weddings, wasn't it? And the 80s are coming back, aren't they? So that's another good positive thing. But this again, another one. This is from our Ros again as well, but she's just resized. And made
of course, we
really,
know how
really
popular
simple.
flowers always are for all occasions. So to have a few different collections with those flowers in is just fabulous.
Yeah, and I mean these collections, like you said, they're there for all year. But you've got 72 printable sheets across
Yes.
Across all the collections. Do you know what I mean? Like, where do you get that?
Yeah, especially for £9.99, which is where, you know, we are saying like this is better than half price from where it should be. It's a superb deal opportunity today that is completely exclusive to us here at Hobbymaker to get this amount and to get it, of course, for this price that you can actually see as well. By the way, as well, if you only today went for this, so you only went for something digital, you won't pay any P&P, that £4.95 won't be charged to you, and it will just come straight to your Hobbymaker account, so it's an instant purchase. So once you've downloaded those files, you can then start crafting with it immediately as well. Oh gosh, that's frozen me in a very excitable pose, hasn't it? But yeah, you can see just there you put purchase. So rather than add to basket, it just purchases immediately. And if it's the only thing you buy, then you wouldn't pay that P&P, of course, on this. Yeah, so we're going to look a bit further at it.
And I was going to say, I just wanted to say as well, don't forget you can make and sell with all of these as well.
Yeah.
So even now, getting prepared for your craft fairs, you know, we've got Valentine's coming up, we've got Mother's Day. You know, these are great kits to get yourself started and have them on your craft stand ready for January, February time.
Bless me, sorry. And I think the other thing that's super with digital crafting is you can size up, you can size down as well. So because the quality of these images, you know, if you do have an A3 printer like you have, you can go up in those sizes, you can go down in sizes and just make it perfect for what you're really aiming to do as well, which is brilliant. So we're going to have a look at the computer, are we?
Yeah,
look through kind of how these files work.
So so as always, I mean, when you download it, we've got a really good aftercare with the Crafty Witches. I mean, we you can obviously email it as Hobbymaker as well, but you can email us at hello@thecraftywitches.co.uk.
Okay, lovely.
If you've got any problems when you're downloading or anything. Again, if you join our Creative Friends group on Facebook, we do ask you a couple of questions. Linda always says she's a bit particular who joins, but it's just to keep you safe and us safe that we're already in the group. But there's loads and loads of content on there helping you.
Yeah, great to have that
our Kevin has set up, and we've got other people like Lisa that's done card demos and stuff. So it's all on there for you. So much content that'll help you use our kits and if you get stuck. But here's the computer. So this is our landing page.
Okay.
If you click enter, we've picked the flowers for all year. And the reason I said, like, if you click on the first one, you get 2 pages of toppers, and you can see just from that, you've got each month. So March, you've got a daffodil. April, you've got a daisy. So you can imagine, like, if you make a March card, a March birthday, you can go and get daffodils in March to go
really
with.
Nice,
or even if you make a card, you could just buy the bulbs and put them in a box, ready for them to plant themselves in their garden and stuff. But then you can resize those as well. So I'll show you in my demo how I've resized. You get an insert, which is really cool as well. So you get one of those, and this one's beautiful. It's got all the...
Even if you wanted to snip into that and just snip into the flowers or anything, you could do as well, couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. But it's just it's so fresh. It's so fresh really looking. Nice. But I mean, all your cards will have all the flowers in for the 12 months. It'll look really cool.
Yeah.
Then you've got your sentiments.
Yeah, and great to be able to snip into them with the amount you get in.
Then my first, whenever Becky sends me a file, the first place I land is in the decorative papers because she does such an amazing job. And again, look how beautiful that is. I mean, if you make that bigger, smaller, you can cut into it, so you can snapshot it and take a group of flowers if you like, and stuff like that.
Amazing.
You've then got 2 essential papers. So sometimes they're like dots. I think these ones are like, these are the dots.
Okay, yeah.
We have got some that look like raindrops as well and stuff like that. So they all change throughout the collections.
Yeah, great.
And then you have your 2 solid colours as well.
Yeah, and you can just see how it all correlates so well.
And as you saw when I was going through, I was following the cauldrons. Yes, the cauldrons tell me where to go and what to do. So if I go right back to the beginning, of that, you've also got a more information one up in the top corner. Again, click on that. That'll take you to anything, any questions, how-tos, contact us. All our information is there.
So that's just one of the collections that comes on the December mini medley. So that is your flowers all year that we've just seen. But remember that you also get your Bake It, you get your Dragonfly Flight that comes with this. You get your Sugar Blooms, Sweet Bouquet and Bewitching Season. And all of those, of course, as you can see on those images there, will have those lovely detailed papers. They'll have your essential papers. They'll have your solid papers. You've got your toppers, your inserts. You've got all of those amazing sentiments that come in each of them as well. So absolutely jam-packed, which is brilliant. And all of that today, I mean, we are doing a better than half price deal. This is an exclusive to us here at Hobbymaker in terms of what you can get and also the price. You can't even get this on the Crafty Witches website, and it's there at £9.99 to make it as affordable as possible. Demo time.
I was going to say, Sharon, if you've already owned a couple of those kits, you're still quids in by buying the
100%.
by buying the collection today. Like, you know what I mean? It's
exactly.
So we're going to do an A5 card, and again I've used that, like I said, that beautiful insert. Now again, I haven't put anything on there because what I wanted to show you is that either you can stick one of our sentiments on, or you can use your stamps if you know from other companies and stamp any sentiment that you want in there. Again, if you're clever on the computer, like, you know, I'm not going to proclaim to be a complete expert, but you can sometimes put in
like a photograph
verses or so anything in there.
Wanted,
So we'll use our dotty tape pen. Now the reason I use this is because I get more time with the wiggle time with it.
Yes. Okay.
But I was listening today, somebody says always put it on the front if you're putting an insert in. I like to do it on both sides.
Okay.
It's just personal preference. There is no right or wrong way of putting in your insert. And then I just always put a bit down, and then that just means when I open it,
it's there. Perfect.
It opens together.
Lovely.
I've then got some of the solid colour in the green, and I just thought that really matched well with the greens.
It does, doesn't it?
And that's what the girls are good at. They've always said, like, Linda likes to mix, match and harmonise. When they're picking the colours to build these collections, they are actually drawing from the artwork, so it does actually all
kind of correlate and work together.
And you've got no thinking about it. You haven't got to go out and
no, exactly.
And look for matching matching card if you like. It's all there for you, just ready to print.
Yeah.
And again, that's the other good thing with your printers. It's a basic office printer, you know, 50 quid. You don't need, I mean, you said I've got an A3. That I have, and that's really good. And you know, when moving forward, building into digital crafting, this is the way of the world, I think.
I think so too. And a lot of people haven't got the space either to store everything, whereas with this, you don't need that storage space because you can just print as you go. Yeah,
and also I bought recently, a hard drive thing, Hells calls it a terrapin, but it all fits everything on. I mean, I've still got loads and loads of space to put more, and I've got every collection from the Crafty Witches.
So it shows how much you can fit on it.
And I think I've still got about 900 something.
Yeah, so a good amount of space still. Yeah.
So that's my base card. What I brought last time when I was here, Sherilyn, I did with an envelope. I made like a pocket tag, and I've got loads of envelopes because I make cards, but I put them in boxes and things. So I want to use my envelopes up, but thinking of what I could use them for in different ways. So for my topper, what I decided to do was I resized one of the toppers on the pack to 150%.
Yes.
So that gives me the daisy, and I've picked April because it's my sister-in-law's birthday. So, and a daisy, I really like daisies as well. I always like that. I think that was spring and the beginning of summer, like it.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
But what the envelope's used for, I'm going to use this as a pocket.
Oh, I see.
On the back of my topper. All will come apparent. But I'm just going to stick this to the back of the topper.
Okay.
Because this is going to be a card with a present.
Oh, that's clever.
Inside it.
Yeah.
So I'll just pop some foam pads on.
Get that lifted.
Just so it gives it a bit of height.
Yeah. I'd have never thought to hide that behind.
Well, the reason this is, it's I'll say it's a present within a present. I always want to try and do something a bit quirky, a bit different, and I think this is this collection lends itself well to it.
Makes it more special as well, doesn't it?
You've then got, I'll come back to the envelope. I've then just got a bit of a sentiment.
Yeah.
And it just says, "Happy birthday, best friend."
Oh, lovely.
And I'm just going to pop a bit of glue on the edge. And just push that underneath. So it just sits under there, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Right, and then I did do a little bit of decoupage with this.
Okay, lovely.
Because I can.
Yeah, exactly. You can print it out as many times as you want.
That's correct. So, and if I want to make this card 100,000 times,
yeah, you could.
I can. So what I do with this first is I always just put some wet glue just to put the stem down, just so that the leaves lift up. But then underneath, I'm just going to pop in the centre bit of it a bit of 3D glue gel.
Okay.
So that the daisy sticks up a bit.
Yeah.
And then again, I've just cut it out again, and then I've just cut into a little bit of 3D glue gel for it to stick up.
Really lovely.
And then I've just done a little bow with some matching colours. So again, I've got this from a garden centre, and I've just, you know, picked it that sort of goes with it. And I'm just going to pop that across the bottom of the daisy. But what was the envelope for?
Yes, exactly.
I've bought the seeds, the daisies to go in it. I can then pop them.
But also just how nice and thoughtful is that you've got a card that's so special, that's so personalised, but then you've got those seeds that you can get out and then plant them a little gift as well. It's such a good idea. Beautiful. Wow. I love it, I really do. Now, I just want to show you a few more samples as well, because remember, that's a demo and that's a look through one of the 6 collections that you're actually getting for £9.99. I mean, it's what does it make it? Less than £2 a collection for you to be able to get today, like something like one, I don't know, 75, 76, something like that. Now, this is what you could maybe make from Bewitching if you wanted to, from Bewitching Season, because you can just see that you can make some absolutely gorgeous ones from that collection. Yeah, it could be New Home. You know, like we mentioned earlier, I don't know whether you've watched Wicked yet, but if you haven't, it's so good. I'm actually, you know what? I was gobsmacked by Ariana Grande, I have to say, because I know she's an amazing singer. I had no qualms about thinking she'd hit all the notes. She's a really good actress. I thought she stole the show. I was like, you know what? Fair play. So yes, but this is very, like Ian said, it sort of feels very current at the moment with that sort of being one of your top sellers. Then if we look at Flowers All Year, which we've just seen that gorgeous card being made by Ian, but you might want to do something like this, or you might be thinking, well, what about doing a daffodil for March? All of these as well can be such different sizes of cards, and I think that's what's so lovely about it. Then we have our third collection that you can see here as well. So we have got our opportunity to bake it, which I think is just beautiful. I love all the difference here, all the beautiful sort of foods that we're getting, and I just think everybody would adore that collection that we can see there. Then if we come across to these, which is your sugar blooms, where we're seeing those really different colours. I think to see the blues that come through just works so well, doesn't it? To be able to see those as well. And then how different are these? You know, when you look at those blues and then you come to something like this, where you're seeing your sweet bouquet, you know, the flowers, the kind of finishes of these cards are incredibly different across both of those collections. And then, of course, finally, we've got your Dragonfly Flight as well. So all of this, that is 6 collections with sentiments, with toppers, with amazing sort of essential papers. We have solid coloured papers. We also have your detailed papers. There's everything you'd want, and the imagery is just gorgeous. All of it today, better than half price, down to £9.99, brand new and exclusive to us here at Hobby Maker to be able to get it. Now, we have a lot more to introduce, and I want to come across next to the 2025 calendar, because I cannot take my eyes off of what I'm seeing here with these demonstrations and these finished products, because it's just gorgeous. I mean, the price, £6.99 for how much we're getting on this is just amazing, but also how much you can actually create with this collection.
Oh, absolutely. And do you know, Sherilyn, with this, last year when because I mean, we're still in our baby stages as a company, if you like, we're taking ideas from everybody, like all our people from creative friends messaging in and asking for different things. And I can remember last year saying it'd be great to have a calendar with some of this artwork on, not realising what Becky and Linda would come up with. I was like, this is amazing. And like, not just one calendar, but in the set, you've got 6.
Wow, I mean, that's so good, isn't it, to actually get 6 calendars kind of within this as well. And the imagery you see is beautiful. The fact that you can make it 3D if you want to, or you can kind of do it as a flat planner. It's really up to you how you want to create it. Should we look at the boards and see what we're getting with it?
So we're getting, like I said, we're getting 6 different calendars. So there's 2, like what we call flip calendars.
Yeah, brilliant.
And again, like these are, you know, your sideboard calendars, I would call these.
Yes.
Like, you know, like, so these, like, you know, for your gran or your mum and dad or whoever, like, you know, these would fit really, really well. And then we've got the dodecahedron calendar, which is the these beautiful shaped ones. We've made all these without stuffing in, but I was thinking on the drive here today, if we put some stuff in them, it'd have a bit of weight to it as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could almost have it as like a paperweight on your desk, couldn't you, as well as it being a calendar as well. If you just have a quick look at this one, then you can really see the shape of it, if that's possible to see just how that moves around. I mean, isn't that just so brilliant, so clever as well? I think to actually be able to create something like that, I think it's phenomenal. So absolutely gorgeous. And do you know what I was thinking as well, is there's no reason, if you absolutely love the shape of this, to not create it and then cover the calendars. You know, if you wanted it at a different year, a different kind of thing, there's no reason to not then use that whole same template, but create different things by just creating little toppers on top of it.
Well, that's the other great thing about the Crafty Witches. Everything that we do, which is like print to cut, you can create that as any. I mean, even just without the bottom, you could create that in a different style and have it as a sort of a plant holder type.
That's a really nice idea.
You know, just splitting it in half and everything, just using the shape and everything.
Amazing. So that's the second one that we can see.
And then we've got our cubes.
And the little one as well.
And again, again, like with those, because these are printable in A4 and A3. So good, but you can see one of the girls has made it even smaller. You know. And like the cubes, again, the same. You've got 6 different designs in both collections. But again, think about if you work in an office. What about taking these in the new year and giving everybody a calendar for the desk? Like, you know what I mean? It's
and I feel like half the time we don't know what day we're on, so it's really nice to have the calendar. You know, if you don't work kind of Monday to Friday 9 till 5, it often, you know, a Wednesday becomes a Thursday, and so to actually have that there on your desk to keep track of where you are is just super. And I think all of us as well would probably be drawn to a different one. Like you say, some people want those flat calendars. I'd want this sort of shape because I've just never seen anything like it. But other people would love the cube because they like that, you know, sort of.
Well, I like the thought of taking the ones, you know, with the L's on. Taking that into schools and, like, you know, for the kids, it's like, you know, to put on the teacher's desk and stuff, like, you know.
Yeah, lovely presents. Yeah, and then it's there, isn't it? For them to be able to, like, knock off one person each day, kind of knock off the dates when they're trying to learn it. And, Yeah, and super. And $6.99, I mean, such beautiful designs that we can see in it.
And again, I mean, how much is a calendar now?
Yeah, it's not generally $6.99, is it? And normally you need more than one, that's the thing as well. Like, I always have to have a couple because I need one downstairs, I need one upstairs, you know, to do different things. Could do with one in my bag, to be honest, so I could have one of the flat ones in my bag. So yeah, it's an absolutely superb price. We are going to be looking at this more in depth, aren't we, as well?
Yeah, we're going to build
a demonstration on this as well. So I just wanted to get that introduced to you, but we will be coming back to that before the end of the hour. But you can just see just there,
that was just showing you printed on A3.
And printed out as well, how you can change the sizes of them as well. Well done if you've managed to come through and get that. Now, I want to introduce next something that is the iris folding that we've got that is available. Now, this is new, of course, in terms of what I've seen from the Crafty Witches. And I know that Ian is thinking that, you were talking to us before and you said, you know, each new year you kind of go, right, new year, new craft, new hobby, and you're thinking of doing iris folding, which is so lovely to have this as a starting point.
Well, this is my starter kit, isn't it? This is the starting place for me. I haven't...
It's $4.99, Ian. I mean, it can be a starting place for everybody. I didn't expect that price.
No, that's really good, isn't it?
Really good, yeah.
And again, with this one, you know, with the iris folding, I mean, learning from my peers, if you like. So Linda Chapman, I was on the phone yesterday. I was saying I wondered what to print the sheets on for. The folding bits of paper, and she said that you're better to print those on 80 GSM, 100 GSM because it's easier to fold because you're actually building
course,
build the individual.
yeah.
So again, if you've got copy of paper, you're ready to go with that straight away. It is an SVG file for the cutout. So again, you can, if you've got an electronic cutting machine, you can do it with that. But also, again, if you're really good with a craft knife, because with the SVGs, you can print them. Onto it. You could, if you're good with a craft knife, you could cut the image out and build it up,
of course,
as well.
Yeah.
But that's my New Year's resolution to have a go at iris folding.
I think you should. And you've got on the next page actually the instructions that come with it, which shows you exactly how to actually do this and how to create it.
And that's right. And every one comes with a different set of instructions for each image. So I've just picked image 1. Yeah. You know, and I printed it on A3, not because I can't see, but just the camera's got a better chance.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously you can see that they're all numbered there and everything, so that you really are just following that and then adding those colours to it. And I mean, I before working here, I didn't know what iris folding was. You know, I say I'm not a crafter myself, and having seen with different brands, and we have some iris folding on the channel, I was amazed by how easy it actually is to build up. Whereas when I first saw finished samples of iris folding, I thought, no way could you do that. And actually, because of the instructions, which is what you've got there, it does, and it just has the most amazing finish because of the different levels and the textures. And I think for £4.99, like you say, whether you love iris folding, whether you're new to it, what a superb deal, and especially to be able to create things like butterflies like that are so beautiful.
What a great start to the new year as well, isn't it? Like, you know,
it's positivity, isn't it? Butterflies, new starts, represents everything like that as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Love it. So £4.99 if you would like to get that. I mean, that is absolutely superb. A few other kits to be able to introduce to you as well. So we do also have our Be Happy. This is our dimensional box kit that we've got here, again, all digital. And if you have a little look on Ian's desk, you can see how they have been created on there. They are magical. I mean, everybody loves bees. The honeycomb is always so popular to be able to see this. But I think the fact that you can make dimensional boxes, gift boxes like that, or move it into cards is just superb.
Exactly. But you know what's great about this collection? It's from our fabulous Sharon Curtis. Yeah. Right, and our Kilkenny cat. This isn't just an SVG package, it's a print to cut as well. So the ones we've made at the front have made with an SVG file, but you've also got the kits on there so that you can cut out. So
it doesn't matter if you've got a cutting machine or if you haven't, you've just got a printer.
I mean, you might aspire, when you get it and you're using the print to cut, that might think, oh, actually I'd quite like an electronic cutting machine to do all of this other work. But you can actually do this with a pair of scissors, which is amazing, isn't it? And that's what I think is great about the girls. They think of everybody, not just one genre. Like, you know, they think of everybody.
It's really good. So you can kind of create those boxes with that, or you can kind of take it into being the cards, like we can see there with that example as well.
Again, all of our kits, you can do whatever you want with this. If you're a card maker, predominantly, just use all the bits and pieces to create cards with it.
So lovely. And it's such lovely colours, I think, as well, that you're actually getting within this collection.
Well, that's, again, like... the colours that we've used, so like Tracy, is it Tracy? No, Wendy has used one of the yellow colours from Sharon's kit, but I've used the goldy yellow colour on the one with the bees flying above. But those papers are all there ready to print in the collection as well. So you've got absolutely everything.
Yes, which you can see there. I mean, such a mix of colours, isn't it, that you've actually got on there, which is superb. And then I like that you've got all of those extra little kind of elements and additions, like the flowers, the florals, you've got the ways to make the butterflies. So you've got lots of different kind of finishes to go with these as well.
And you've got, and again, you've got your sentiment. So it's a one-stop shop in that one kit.
It's so good. And again, it's only £9.99. You know, you probably thought to be able to make something like that, a box like that, I'd imagine you'd be thinking, well, I've got to get die sets. You know, you'd expect to need metal, wouldn't you, when you're looking at those being finished off? You don't, and you don't need to pay those prices for metal, those die cutting machines, because actually for £9.99 sent straight to you, and just for the printer that most of us got at home, you can actually do that.
Well, that one I was thinking this morning, I always like, you know, I make things, I look at them, what can I do after? I was thinking about the year of the flowers for the year. What a great to have that and to put the bulbs. You've built the box to put the bulbs in. Do you know what I mean? Like, because you haven't got to put a full pack of bulbs in. You can put a few, like, you know. And if that was on your craft stand with so you can use the box alongside all the other kits.
Definitely.
It all mix, matches and harmonises.
Doesn't it? Really, really good. So that one is £9.99. Now, two more just to introduce to you, a couple more to introduce to you. So we do have the floral aperture kit as well that is available on today's show. I did, yeah. Laura was like, "You love this when you saw this." I think it's beautiful. I think it's absolutely magical to be able to create an aperture like this. I think the finish is stunning. And again, look at that price. I mean, the highest price in the show today is £9.99. Such an amazing deal at £8.99. And with this, you are getting 4 different designs as well, which we can see, of course, on your board just there.
Yeah, well, you've got the 4 different types of design, but you've got your 4 different. Again, these are SVG, so for your cutting machine. Yeah. But you'll see you've got some cards over there as well. I've got one here. The girls have used the collection with the imagery to make the card, just a card. So it hasn't even been used for the aperture. No, they've just used it to create the card, and using a bit of the backing papers as well. In there you can see she's used the dots. I mean, what a fabulous way. So you don't even... what I'm trying to get at is even if you've not got an electronic cutting machine, you've got all these beautiful images and backing papers and sentiments that you can incorporate into the card making.
And I think when you look at, you know, the colours of the backing papers, but then those ones that are those sort of like cloud scenes almost that we're seeing there, or blended scenes. But then you've got those beautiful butterflies, you've got the bees, you've got the flowers, you've got, you know, so much that is included within this, and then 4 amazing aperture designs to go with them or to use separately. And I mean, a couple of lovely samples just in front of you near those bees with the apertures actually used as well. It's great shapes, isn't it? That actually.
And it's so unique. You know, it's you know, I've not seen it before.
No.
And I mean, we do other, but these are our collection today, and it's just
amazing, aren't they? I think they're fabulous. And again, it's £8.99. So if you love your florals, you love your apertures, you like to do different card shapes, then that will be the one for you. Another example that we can see just there on that one as well. Then we have the gatefold reveal cards that, of course, we can share with you as well. And we've got quite a few samples of these here as well. So you've just seen a couple of opportunities of how to use them, obviously, with your gatefolds, but we can also use them, like you said, completely flat if you want.
Yeah, that's the same collection. It's the...
Oh, sorry, that was the... Oh, right.
Yeah, so they've used those as the gate. Those are the gatefold. So that was the gatefold reveal.
Yeah, and then you can just use them exactly like this as well, can't you?
Yeah, so that's So Rosa, like I showed before, Rosa used them, but the girls have used them in different ways.
I think it's lovely to see such a mix of inspiration.
I mean, just look at that one you're holding up there now, Sharon. Isn't that just the Wizard of Oz?
Beautiful. It is, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't notice that until you've just held that there. I thought that just looks like the poppy fields and everything from the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, it does, definitely. So you can just see how with these you are going to be able to use them in very different ways as well, with your apertures and also with your gatefolds that we're seeing as well. So should we have a look at the boards of this one as well?
This is the cake.
So, this is the hexagons. We're on to the hexagon one now. So the gatefold reveals, if we just pop back across to that one, the difference of that one to the flower aperture. So which one was the flower?
Oh, so the flower aperture, I thought that was the last one. Sorry, that was the flower aperture.
Okay, so the gatefold one that we've got on your screen at the moment, so this is DB6345. So they were the ones that we've just had a little look at, and then there's a couple of other additional samples, of course, that we can see just here as well that are absolutely beautiful that you can see. So they're the gatefold ones. That is this code. And then if we come to the floral apertures next, if that's okay. Which I'll come back to that code. So this is your floral apertures that we can just share with you just here for £8.99. And you can see them just there, which is just lovely.
Again, this is something I've never delved into as such, but looking at these, how beautiful, and you can build the flowers up. So in the actual download, when you get it, you've got the flower in the aperture to build up, so it will be more 3D as well. But you've got a rose, you've got a daisy, and you've got these beautiful, like I think it's carnation type flower, and they're all unique flowers.
Because I feel like with flowers, depending on what colour you do them as well, they can become, because that one that you just pointed out, if you did that in sort of reds and greens, the one at the top, could suddenly be a poinsettia. You know, it's sort of everything can kind of change and transform, can't it? Which I think is is just so
But
lovely.
it's great that the aperture around it, it all cuts in as well with your SVG foil, and then you've got the bases and everything to build it up with your floral elements.
Really good, isn't it? Yeah, to be able to do that. And I think as well, like we always say, how much everybody loves their flowers. You can imagine receiving something like that. It's so special, isn't it?
Again, that special person. I mean, again, the rose. Think of Valentine's Day and a Mother's Day. Like, you know, they're going to be really special cards, aren't they?
They're absolutely superb. So that's that one, which is £8.99. Then we've got our final one to be able to show you, which we have this here, and we have had a little giggle about it because look, a couple of the candles, they've been blown out. So we think on the way here, as it's travelled, they've been blown out. But this is your hexagonal hidden treats box. You know, the fact that you would be able to create this from a digital file, I think is just brilliant. Shall I open it? Yeah, so you've got your bow around it, as you can see just there. And as you open that up, look how that just falls apart. And then suddenly you've got all of those little areas that if you wanted to, you could put your little treats in there. You could put anything that you wanted to inside each of those, so you've got all of those little hidden treat boxes, but then it comes back up into the most fabulous little cake that has been created in that way if you wanted it to.
And you know, thinking about it as well there, I mean, we've got on your special day, like, so there's 4 different colours, colourways in it, but you've got enjoy every moment, and you are so loved. On your special day, sending all my love, sending hugs and treats.
Yes.
I've got happy birthday on there because that's what comes in the pack, but there's nothing stopping you having another sentiment on the top. Not putting the candles on if you don't want the candles on, and just having that as a treat box. But the great thing about that, Sherilyn, is it's just been made with a pair of scissors, a metal ruler, and a metal scoring tool. I like to score with a metal score.
That's what you just wouldn't expect, would you? Because it just looks, again, it looks like you've used dies. You know, you'd expect, wouldn't you, for that kind of definition, that finish. And actually, everybody can do this. You don't need to have a die cutting machine, you know, because you're not buying dies. You're getting a digital file that you have today. And this could be, you know, a new baby box. It could be treats or favours on a wedding day. It could be Halloween. It could be Christmas, because you don't have to use exactly what's there, like you said, with the sentiments. It can just be whatever party you wanted it.
That's right. I mean, I've made that with 250 GSM card. So it's not so it's whatever goes through your printer.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, you also get with it mats and layers. Brilliant. I haven't used the mats and layers because for what I designed with it, I didn't need to. But if I wanted to build it up and strengthen it a bit more, I could add a mat and layer around the edge, and that would strengthen the box up. As well, you know. But when I sat there making that the other day, I just thought it was so unique, so cute.
And I think again, when we look at the colours that you've got, you know, from the blues to the pinks that you can see on there, you've almost got like the paisley, you've got like the florals that you can see, and then all of those extra embellishments as well is just super.
Well, when you've just said about baby treats and stuff, those fit really well. And then looking at the floral ones, like again, a Mother's Day treat box.
Definitely. Yeah, like you say, it can be birthdays, it can be anniversary, couldn't it? It could be just because with your friends. It's totally up to you. And then it comes with all your instructions.
Again, full instructions on how to do it. And I've just printed those off. Just so that you can see that, like, it does. It comes with all of those. So, and again, that's what's great. With the Crafty Witches, what we try to do is everything that's sort of remotely different, because there's going to be, like, you are going to have a brand new crafter, you're going to have an experienced crafter. Somebody like me, I'll just go off pictures and I'll just run with it as it goes. But some people will like to read step by step. We cover every element within our instructions.
Everyone is different. And that is there at £8.99 to be able to create something as amazing as that, the hexagonal box. Put your treats inside as well, but of course you've got lots of different papers to be able to do that with as well. Now we are going to come back across to the calendar, because we did say that we would have a bit more of an in-depth look at this. We'll have a look on the computer, we'll have a look at a bit of a demo on this as well. It has been so popular, which I'm not surprised about at all. It is just £6.99. Remember, you can make these flat calendars that you can see there. You can make the gorgeous sort of boxes, those lovely cubes if you wanted to. Or we have got the dodecahedron that we can see there as well, which is such an amazing shape. You can do these in all different sizes as well. So we're going to go to the computer.
Just at the computer, just to have a quick look, because what we had before, we had a landing page, didn't we, with all the information on. All of the things that come sort of SVG or print to cut, they come as sort of just a file-based system. So when you download it, you'll get it like that, and you can see you've got calendar index, so you can even look at what the different type of calendars look like. You've got the cube calendar.
Yeah.
So if you click into that, it then gives you the two different styles, and then it gives you an A3 version or an A4 version. So that's the other great thing. What Linda's been like this for years. Like, she likes to take out the thought.
Okay, which is better, isn't it?
Because like, you know, if we're trying to mix, match, and harmonise with everything ourselves, sometimes I've got lost with that. I've got halfway through and thought, oh, I can't be bothered.
Definitely.
Whereas you don't need to. You know, if you print this A4. You print it, cut it out, build it up, job's done.
Yeah, which is perfect. That's what we want. We want ease, don't we? We don't want to spend the time thinking about things we don't need to.
Yeah, but that's all I wanted to show. Just that the landing page is slightly different for our ones. Yeah. So I have got one of the cube calendars. Now, this is the A3, A3 size. And just to show you how to put the cube together, really. Brilliant. So you've got, when you've cut it out, it comes in 3 parts. So, and you'll see there's a part with like a tab on as well. And you've got a tab on the end of this one. What we're going to need to do is build that round. So, and you're going to look at how your plan matches. This is all in the instructions, so you haven't got to worry. You know, you can watch this back as well and see. But I like to use a tacky glue. You can use red liner tape and everything, but just a tacky glue to get me started. And then I just also always put a tiny bit on the other one, just so that it grabs.
Yes.
And then if I just pop that on there.
Yeah.
And I always just give it a wiggle.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to build this round. So again, just following the tacky glue. Don't need to do it on both sides of this one. I just always do it on the first one because top and bottom. But with this, it's going to be. And you can see it's coming together. And again, at this point, when you've got, I've had to score it. Obviously, I've pre-done this prior to seeing, because I didn't think anybody would want to watch me score all the lines in. But again, I've just used a metal ruler, and I like to use a metal scoring tool that I've got. But you can use the plastic ones. But if you haven't got a scoring tool with a metal ruler, I've said this before, but you can use a butter knife.
Yeah, of course.
Because they're blunt, so it'll still give you the same. But I mean, if you've got, you know,
we've had people saying tweezers as well. You know, if you use the back end of a tweezer.
Tweezer, anything that's sort of like a blunt.
Yeah.
That gives you a bit of a sharp edge. Right.
Yeah. It's really clever that it's just been done with the tabs. I mean, it's not hard at all, is it, to put this together?
No.
It looks so effective when it's finished.
That's what I think's so great about it as well. I mean, you know, like when I thought sort of last year when I was saying we should have a calendar. Yeah. Because I mean, I'm probably Linda's worst nightmare, to be fair, because I do email things and say, oh, what about this? Could we do this? What about this? And yeah, I know she loves it really, but it also gives me. You know, when I think, oh, you know, sitting at home, we could do that. We could do that digitally.
I think that's what's always so good is that when you have companies where it is crafters who collaborate together to come up with these ideas, you can see it because you can see it's what people want or what we're missing and haven't got yet. And I think that's why you come out with brilliant ideas like what we're seeing today.
Oh, do you know, I mean, I've probably said this, but I've followed Linda for years, like, you know, watching her craft and everything. And in another life, in another TV life, I messaged in because I wouldn't say I'm lazy, but I would say I was a lazy crafter and I was fed up of making my own boxes. And I messaged in to Linda and said, could on one of your things, could you do me boxes that I could cut out on my scan and cut? Yeah. And she sent me a message back saying, your wish is our command. And when they released their next thing, they've got box envelopes on.
Oh, I love that.
And that's followed us with the Crafty Witches. Like, so every time I've gone, oh, I'd like this. Linda's waved a magic wand and Well, and Becky as well. I have to say, Becky's... I'll probably put more pressure on Becky now than ever, but bless her.
Yeah.
And then I just do the double side, but just to glue the top on. I'd take longer over it, obviously, if I was at home. Again, like I was saying, I'd put some stuff in it to... you can just... That's my problem with that craft. I'm like that. I've probably got my tongue stuck out and everything. Like, you know, it's
like me putting on my mascara. It's always just like, it's the way you focus, isn't it? And the way that you actually, I think, you're focusing. So you're suddenly like, what pose am I pulling? Like, what am I actually doing here?
There you go.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely fab. So you can see that you can actually create all different types of calendars with this as well, which is absolutely superb. So £6.99. That's how easy it is to be able to put the cube together. And you can see that we've got here all different examples of sizes that you might want to do with the cube. We've then got your flat calendar. So if you want that on your wall, if you want that standing on your table, for example, then you can absolutely do that. And as you kind of, if I just flip this one off just for a second, then what you can actually see with this as well is the difference of those designs, the difference of the imagery, because of course you are getting totally different looks. You know, this is very, it's almost William Morris inspired, isn't it? It's very different to what we're seeing with the owls or what we see with the flowers that you can see, of course, across the other couple of collections as well. So that one is there. That one is there for you, which is your flat calendar. We also can see that you've got these sort of images if you wanted to do something more like this, which I think is just so lovely. If you know somebody who loves travelling, for example, you know, they're going to love this, aren't they, seeing the peaks that we can actually see within this. So you've got that one that we can see there. But of course, you do then have the other additional two shapes as well. So we've got the cubes and we have also got the dodecahedron that we can see here as well, which, I mean, you wouldn't expect, would you, to be able to create something as amazing as that shape-wise, and yet you absolutely can today. And all of that comes to you for £6.99, which is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I mean, you could, I mean, like if, Laura was just saying, could you put sort of like a tea light or fairy light? So yeah, if you didn't want to make it as a calendar, you could make that shape like we were saying before, just leave one of the sort of the base off, and then yeah, you could absolutely do something like that.
And that's what you could do with the dode, because that's a lot. The last, like I put the lid on there, you're putting a lid on top of the dodecahedron.
You don't have to if you
but
don't
I was just thinking again, like, you know, like the cinch, not the thermal cinch, but the one where it's got the spirals.
Yeah.
If you've got that and you get this calendar, you could make your calendar with a spiral.
Yeah, of course you could.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're going to get it today, so you could be putting
Straight
it in somebody's
account.
Christmas present.
Absolutely, yeah, there's no reason not to. Or it's a New Year present, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
Do that. Now back to the exclusive collection though that we've got today, which is the December mini medley that we've got. Remember, this has 6 different collections that builds this up, which is just amazing. For £9.99. Now we're looking at, this should have been well over £20. It is a better than half price deal for you to be able to get today, so down to £9.99. It does include the Bake It, Dragonfly Flight, Flowers All Year, Sugar Blooms, Sweet Bouquet and Bewitching Season. So we've got 6 different collections in this. You get your toppers, you get your sentiments, you get your backing papers, you get your beautiful sort of solid colours as well. You get your decorative sheets, your essential papers. There is so much that comes in this collection, and all of it is so easy, of course, to be able to navigate around online, as we saw earlier as well, for that superb price of £9.99. Did you want to squeeze in another demo?
Yeah, if we could, yeah.
Which one are you doing it from?
So I'm going to do it from the Sugared Blooms.
Oh yeah, you said you love the colours on this.
I do. Well, I love blue. Blue's my favourite. But what I wanted to show you is like a really simple, card, if you like.
Yeah.
I love Roz, who does some of our samples. Roz is a very clean, I always think clean and simple, but they look so effective. So I sort of took some inspiration from Roz for this one. I'm just using a 6x6 white card.
Nice.
And I've already just popped some pearls on just to give it a bit of effect.
Okay.
Then what I've done is I've cut just one of the toppers. So I'm not even using any of the backing papers as such at this point. Just one of the toppers, and because I've cut it with a die and cut it a bit smaller, I have just ink drowned it to give it that bit of a boost, because I wanted to pop it onto a white background.
Which is lovely.
There. And then what I've done is I've used a bit of acetate, construction acetate, and that is just to, I wanted the sentiment to jump out, but just so that I get it onto the card first rather than before I put my scalloped backing paper, I just sort of stick in the acetate down. And then I'm just popping that on. So this is a really simple, really quick, really effective, simple card. Just pop a bit of glue on the back. And we've got that there. Yeah. I've then just printed it 3 times and cut it out, so I've got the florals.
Lovely.
Just pop a bit of 3D glue gel on. Again, if you want to use foam pads, you can use foam pads as well. It's just I think you get more. It's a bit easier with 3D glue
You've got
gel.
the height, but you've got the movement, haven't you?
And then that just gives that a little bit of height.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'll just take the top off with this red liner tape. Oh. And then I've just done one of the sentiments that's on the same page, with love.
Yeah.
And then just pop that on. And it just angles.
Oh, that's really cool, yeah. And I mean, once you've printed it out, that's how quickly you can do it. It takes seconds, doesn't it?
That's it.
To create something like that. Amazing. So remember, there are 6 collections within this for £9.99. So we're looking at less than £2 a collection. Just to show you a sample from each of them. So this is your bewitching season. You might want to do something like this. It could be autumnal. It could be little girl's birthday. You know, we've been talking a bit about Wicked. It could be kind of inspired by that. We then have your flowers all year, which of course has different flower for each month that we can see. That's your April one with your daisy. Really, really pretty to be able to see. Plus there is your bake it. So if you know people who love baking, or it could be Mother's Day, again, it could be retirement, it could be birthdays. There's so much that this will cross over with. We also have your Dragonfly Flight, which I just love the colours in this. I think the imagery is absolutely dazzling. Then we've got a couple of other floral collections that comes with this. So we've got your Sugar Blooms, which you just thought Ian used in there, which is those really different colours for flowers, the blues, the pinks that kind of all come together. And then the final collection is your Sweet Bouquet that we've got just there as well, which has that really, really lovely colour that we can see on this as well. And that is all of that today, £9.99 for you to be able to get that, which is absolutely super. Love it, really do. I just think what value for money to be able to get that straight digitally sent to your Hobby Maker account, and then you're ready to craft immediately.
Crafting today if you've got time.
Yeah, super. You're back at 4, aren't you, with us? So we're going to get to see so much more. I know there's been a lot for us to introduce in this hour, because we have got, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different kits available on today's show. So do jump back onto the website, have a look at everything that is there. If you have any questions for the further show as well, please do send them through. We can always pass them on to Ian and talk about them in that hour. But yeah, don't go anywhere, because we have got so much more that is coming up for you. We've got Carla joining us next for another fabulous show where we're going to be seeing some hints and tips and techniques as well. And as I say, Ian will be back at 4, so please do tune in then. I'll see you in a moment with Carla.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app. Head over to the App Store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app.
On the 12th day of Christmas,
Hobby Maker gave to me 12 crafters crafting, 11 painters painting, 10 Andys cleaning, 9 ladies die cutting, 8 friends embossing, 7 stampers stamping, 6 quillers quilling, 5 guild ribbons, 4 card toppers, 3 fussy cutters, 2 tanglers tangling, and a Liam in a Christmas tree. We are on air at Hobby Maker on Christmas Day from 12 until 4 p.m. So tune in for a very Merry Christmas.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. I hope you have a wonderful time with your friends and family and a great new year as well. I know Crafters Companion have got lots planned for the new year, so I hope you'll join us and have a wonderful Merry Christmas.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hi there everyone, Nigel here, wishing you the happiest of Christmases. I hope you have a great festive season, whatever you are up to, whether you're spending it with friends, family, or maybe on your own. Whatever you do, have a fabulous one, and make sure you get a little bit of craft in here and there, of course. And I will see you here on Ho 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 Hobby Maker.
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Why are you frowning? I'm so confused.
It's too much Christmas.
I was like, come on, Carla. I was like, smile. It's Christmas.
Bar humbug.
No, you're not there even at all. Your hair looks so shiny, you know, on camera.
It's very ginger on the camera. It's not in real life.
No, it's more blonde, yeah.
But anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. I will stop being a bar humbug now if they stop playing the adverts.
Although I do like that 12-day countdown one. I hadn't seen that before.
Liam in a Christmas tree. It's where Liam should always be in a Christmas tree. Hi, guys.
And Laura did a lovely little bit in that as well. So, always good. It's good, Laura.
I was just playing in between.
Now, we have got a lot that is coming up in this show. So this is our Kelly Create show. I've never done a Kelly Create show.
Have you not?
Before. No, I haven't. I haven't seen any of this before. So I'm very excited to see it. I know. What we are going to do is we are going to pop everything onto the website for you so you can jump ahead, shop ahead as well, because there is a lot on this. So we've got loads of pens, we've got lots of stamp sets, we've got all of the amazing pads.
We've got Spanish stamps.
So we do have Spanish stamps, which we were just trying to kind of see. I mean, your Spanish accent was quite good. Mine is not. I never got an option to do Spanish at school.
Yeah. Well, I always thought I was
lied
speaking
to us.
Spanish because I was able to quote the beginning of a Nana Cherry song, but it turns out I think it's Swahili.
Excellent.
But I'm really good at it. I don't know what it means, though. I can just say it.
So maybe don't say it now, just in case, if we don't know what it means.
It might be a lot of Percy filth. I don't know.
We don't know, and it's also not Spanish, so...
It's got no relevance to this show at all.
No. Now, we are going to kick the show off with our pens, because we've got some amazing dual-tipped ones, haven't we?
So we've got the dual-tip ones from Kat. We've had this discussion before, but if it's the first time coming to us with brush lettering is really, really popular. But it's one of those things where I think a lot of us think, well, if my handwriting's not good, I'm not going to be able to do brush lettering. It's nothing to do with handwriting. That's the first thing. So let's break it right down into pieces that we can handle and things that make sense. Because I swear I spent the best part of 4 years trying to get the knack of brush lettering.
Really?
And everything I learned was so complex. And I couldn't do it, and I got really frustrated, really annoyed until I went off and did something else. But you know what? I really wanted to do brush lettering. I love brush lettering, and I love calligraphy. So I thought, right, I'm going to stop trying to learn it in different ways. And actually, I ended up demonstrating Kelly Creates, and that's actually what got me on the journey. It's really easy to understand, and I don't have time to read books about how to do something. I want to get on with it and have a go with it and work out how to improve it. Okay. And that's my only goal in life. And Kelly Creates is going to take you there. And we've got the dual tip brush pens, and they help mainly because they've got one with a great big fat nib on one side and a thin nib on the other. Now, some of you will find it easier to brush letter with a fat nib. Okay. And some of you will find it much easier to do it with a thinner nib, and it depends on what you want to do. And my thing is use these until they run out. Just practice until they run out. Playing, just play. And bring the fun back into just having a go. But have you ever... You know that weird period between Christmas and New Year where there's no actual days and no actual time?
You don't know where you are.
Nothing exists except for mince pies and feeling a little bit sick. That period there, right there, is when we start doing, and Twixes. That's when we, not Twixes.
No, Twixmas, they call it.
Oh, Twixmas. I was like, I don't want a Twix at that. I want to eat something more fancy.
Not just randomly having Twixes with Michael.
I don't want to eat Twixes between Christmas. Why? Anyway, if you spend that period of time, like I do, doing something, I always do a jigsaw, or I do a new diary, or I learn a new craft in that period. I always treat myself to that week to do something. Now, what that's led to in a lot of ways for me is when I've started something in that period, it's led to being the craft that year that I devote myself to in my spare time. So it's a really important time of the year because it's when we're most relaxed and we're not pressured usually, and we can just sit, and become at one with what we're doing. If you can get hold of these, I don't know if they'd get you. I don't know when they'll get to you if postage now, but I do know that we've got them in the warehouse. So they will be shipped, as soon as possible. Just play, have some fun, and enjoy it. And what I'll do for you today, as best I can, is break it right down for you.
Super. Yeah, that's great.
We'll make it easy. Yeah?
Yes, so we should be at £32.99 with these, but we have got amazing prices across everything, I have to say today. Some of these deals are absolutely silly, I have to say. So you are going to get a huge amount, of course, of pens here. You get a gorgeous mix of colours. And I have to say that everything with Kelly Creates as well is packaged so well. It looks so...
Oh, the quality's insane.
Like if you're gifting, you can really see that quality right from the start before you even use the pens, I think, as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And if any of you are wondering, Kelly Creates is one of those offshoots of American Crafts. So it's still from that home of quality. But Kelly Creates is probably one of the world's leaders in brush lettering. You can go and look her up. She's fantastic. She's got loads of online tutorials to help you through it, including using these pens. So you can be guided that way as well. So there's loads of resources for you when you've got them. Heck of a set of colours. Look at these.
These have
getting
been
2 in each colour.
On a higher price as well.
Yes.
They were $24.99 previously. Sold really, really well at that price. That was the launch price. We normally go up from that. But actually today we're doing the lowest price, £17.99 on them as well. And amazing to get that dual tip as well.
100%.
Should we have a little go with them?
Yeah, you've got double the pens there. So it's basically, okay, what I'll do is just take out a bright colour. So you've got here, I don't know if you can see it on the overhead, but you've got fat brush, thin brush, cardboard box, okay? Fat, thin, cardboard box. And also what I really like about it is the nib, the tips are done so that you can put that on there so you're not losing your ends because they drive me nuts. Excuse me. In terms of brushes, there we go. Can you see how much bigger that one is compared to this one? That means with the small one, I can do small lines.
Yeah. Nice.
And with the bigger end, I can do those beautiful thick. Okay, so we're getting that real difference in size, and that's with the same pen. So we like that. That makes life very, very easy. You've got this gorgeous set of colours. If we have time during the show, I'll swatch them out for you. Excuse me. In terms of actually writing with a brush lettering pen, what does it mean? Well, if I take my good old ruler, everyone else has got really nice fancy craft tools, haven't they? It's me with my T-square. Right, if I just do a line. If you take a line and a line, right, so you've got two nice set lines. Now, everybody, if you try and learn brush lettering, they're going to try and give you 5 lines. They're going to try and tell you you want an A-sender loop, a D-sender loop. They're going to tell you to overturn. They're going to tell you to loop in and out. They're going to tell you all of these things. You're going to sit there and go, no, I do not want to play your game.
Right.
Draw yourself 2 lines. Let's make it easy. Draw yourself 2 lines. If you find it easier, I'll do another one in between for those of you that do. You don't have to do this. It's entirely up to you. Mine are not going to be neat. So let's do 3 lines, right? And let's go back. Remember when you were at school? If I was to draw, let's do the letter H, right? If I was to draw the letter H, I would want my stick to come down, both lines, and I would want my loop to hit the second line. Yep. Brush lettering is no different to that. So what I'm going to do is take a brush. I'll take the thinner one just to show you for this. Yep. Same thing. But I'm going to want to bring myself into it. So the first thing that I'm going to do is a little line up. That's it, right? We can do that. Right, everyone in agreement? Yeah. So then I'm going to carry it on and I'm going to take it to the top line like we have done here, but instead of just a stick, I'm going to do a loop. I'm going to go very lightly up and I'm going to push down, coming down. That's it.
Okay.
So let's do it. Take it in principle. I'm going to join where I let go of that. Yeah. I'm going to come up, light, push down, heavy. All right?
And because of the pens, it's giving you that effect.
Yep. And then I'm going to take my loop up and I'm going to come down heavy. I'm going to come up, I'm going to go round, I'm going to come down heavy. I'm bringing myself in every time. Can you see this little line?
Yeah.
Up, down heavy. Up, down heavy. Into my O. Yeah. Now my O is slightly different. I'm going to start over here. Okay. I'm going to draw it up lightly, bring it down heavily.
And just join it up.
Join it up. And loop. Yes. Brush lettering 101. That's how we start. That's how you start. Now, why do we all know what that is? Because the fundamental part of brush lettering, one of the things that sort of hit me when I was learning it is, I already know how to do this. Not necessarily certain of the pressure, but I know how to do it. And the reason we know, for all of those who are my age, often a lot younger, we learnt cursive in primary school. So as soon as you learnt join up writing in high school, in primary school, you were already effectively doing what you're doing in brush lettering. And the only difference is that when you're doing those downstrokes, you come down heavier. You already know your cursive. We already did it when we were at primary school, and it's already built in here. And don't think for a minute, even if you go, well, I only use block letters now, that's still up here in muscle memory because our strongest memory is built when we were littlies. And so we still got it. We could still basically put together some cursive writing. And here's what then gets clever. Teach yourself brush lettering and then start doing it with a tiny fine liner pen, and suddenly you're doing copper plate calligraphy.
Oh, okay.
That's where it starts to get really beautiful, really clever, because suddenly we didn't just learn to brush lettering, but brush lettering's easier. It's easier because we can pull it through. And that makes things much nicer for us to do. So we're doing the fine liner set. These ones?
Yes, we've got the black fine liners available here. We've got them in the 6 different sizes as well. So you've got the 0050, 103, 0508 and the one that we can see there as well. And I mean, fine liners, even when we're thinking of tangling, for example, Sandra's on Christmas Day.
Yes.
These would be fantastic for that, I would imagine, as well as doing this.
We use fine liners all the time, and I use them for drawing. They're really great for doing pointillism, stuff like that, really nice sort of aspects, but also just for doing things like pulling in your letters and just creating that gorgeous little effect where we're just outlining on them so that we change up what we've done and just create those joyful little moments that make it something different to look at. So you've got all your fine liners. There's different sizes here as well. So they go from the very fine, which I'm using at the moment, which is your 0.005, I think.
That's right.
And then you'll work your way up to some thicker ones as well. I'll show you the thickest one when I've done this, because my brain's now on this and I can't come off because, you know, brain doesn't work very well. So just let me, just let me come down here and... So now that we've outlined that, if I want to go to my very thick one, let's have a look. I've got the 01, 05, 03. Will that be my thickest? 05 will be my thickest.
That's your thickest, the 10.
Is it? Hold on.
Goes 08 to 1.
Let's have a look. Let me just pull all my nibs off and then you can see what we've got. That's a right thick one, that one. So this one.
Oh yeah, see, totally different, can't you?
So then.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you start to see the difference between the two fine liners. Fine liners are always going to be important. Why? Because we can do so much with them. Like I say, pointillism we can do with them. We can do just outlining with them. They're great for writing, handwriting practice anyway. They're great for that. Great if you've got littlies that want to do handwriting practice. Lovely for tangling, as you say. There's loads of different uses for them. You always want them in different sizes. I've got a full drawer full of fine liners. I love them. I think they're really important. That also, you can do super tricks with fine liners with bleach. So if you use some cheap bleach and you do a little drawing of something and then you put bleach on top of it, it'll make it all kind of sepia looking. So you can do all these really cool tricks with fine liners. They're a great asset to you, not necessarily for writing, but for loads of stuff. So if, and I don't know what the prices are, if they're super cheap, buy them. Simple, because you're going to use them. Always buy the things that you're going to use again and again and again.
Yes, exactly. They are pretty much half price actually today, £12.99.
Yep, there you go. We like that.
Yeah. So really good price. I mean, everything today is going to lower prices. So we're talking lowest ever price on everything. So even lower than that first initial launch show that we did. And I think as well, the fact that you know that this, you know, are coming from We Are Makers, we know the quality is there,
always,
of course, as well. And the fact that you've got all 6 of those different sizes is amazing. Because we see fine lines being used across loads of different brands, but you know that you've got here.
It's just one of those things where we have them for loads of different reasons. You want that gorgeous pigment ink. You want it to have those really strong tones. And fine liners are just something... It's one of the staples we have in crafting, right? Exactly. So it's one of the staples we actually have in life. I love writing with a fine liner anyway. I always choose to write with a fine liner. So if I'm doing my journal, I always write with a fine liner. I love them. I think they make your handwriting very neat and tidy because it's so thin, so you can get those really gorgeous detailing without being in your face. And it's good practice to practice writing all the time with a fine liner because it makes you more kind of associative, if you like, with your handwriting. So we tend to go slower and neater. And then that helps us when we start drawing because we're starting to work out that foundation of speed. So these things really help us in everyday life. So your fine liners are going to be a big one for you to have.
Yeah, definitely. And especially that price of £12.99, which is absolutely super. Now, we do have one other variety of your brush.
I love these.
Here, and the set of 3 that we've got.
This is the little set, isn't it, of the 3. Just let me find them.
Yeah, they are very limited.
These sell really fast.
Yeah.
So, you know, I was doing the 3 lines. We were talking about doing like copper plate. These are too big to actually do copper plate. And I'm going to go into it with you in a minute. Just let me find them. Let me get the thinnest. These will fly. So if you want to grab them before I finish waffling, grab them.
£4.99 to get all 3 of them.
So if I just do another little line. I'm going to talk to you about copper plate during this because we're going to talk about that with brush lettering. But if I just put up in here, we can do these really fine little brush lettering pieces which turn it to a kind of a calligraphy. And that's your fine little brushes. So we're still brush lettering, but we're doing it much smaller. I can then use the biggest of the 3. There is one in between these, and I can get that to be much bigger. These are more kind of a Japanese brush on them, so much more lent to the idea of doing kind of that gorgeous Chinese calligraphy that we do as well. Look how fun it is. I love, love, love writing.
Wow, and to actually get them in a set as well, when you're seeing from the thinnest one to that thicker one.
The different sizes. It starts to tell you how important it is when we're learning brush lettering techniques and we're learning techniques for writing. But these ones will see you right the way through. And also great set to have, just to have a go.
Definitely.
If you're sitting at home and you're going, do you know what, I don't want to invest in a big thing because I don't know if I'm going to like it. I'd like to kind of have a go, but, you know, that'll do me. Or I just want to write some envelopes out every now and again to somebody. They're a great set.
Aren't they? It's
$4.99.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
We have got less than half the stock available now, so over half has been allocated
Well done,
already.
guys.
So massive opportunity at £4.99 for you to be able to jump in and get those if you wanted to. Now, we do have some great workbooks as well that are available. So we've got a few different varieties, haven't we, that we've actually got.
So one of the things that we've got, I've always got so much junk around.
I know.
Right, so we've got the difference between, you've got bouncy lettering.
Okay.
And you've got normal brush lettering. What's the difference? I'll go through it with you in a minute. I'll show you the difference.
Right, brilliant.
These books are a joy, right?
Yeah.
If you want to learn brush lettering, this is how I learned brush lettering. Okay. I hate being told what to do.
Right.
You may have all guessed this.
Yeah, I can see that.
I hate it. And so if somebody says to me, and you guys, there will be some of you at home that love a good instruction book that tells you exactly what to do, a little bit like putting IKEA furniture together. I hate it.
Yeah.
I don't want to read before I have a go. I'm a visual learner and I want to get going, okay? And I can find very quickly if I like something or not. Am I going to be able to keep practicing it? Yeah, I like it. That's my answer. Yeah. Brush lettering, these books taught me. So you've got the bouncy and you've got the normal, and I'm going to go through the difference between that. So this one, do you think we have this or not? That's for large brush lettering, and then I've got one for large brush tip pens. That's bouncy. You've got this one.
Oh,
do you have all four? This one we don't have for small brush tip. Right, okay, that's fine. I think we're getting to where we need to be. Okay, when you look at these two side by side, you'll see that bouncy has got this gorgeous flourish to it. It's flouncy. It's a flouncy set of writing. This is standard brush lettering, okay? So what this is, I'm going to give you a rule. It's not a hard, fast rule, but it's a rule. Is when you're doing bouncy brush lettering, you know when you've got your... move the what? I love it. They love it when I break the television things, the rules, and you're not supposed to say it. There's no point being subtle with me, Laura. So where you've got this, the general gist is if you're doing say you're doing a vowel. Let's put it that way. Let's make it real easy for you, right? Let's just say vowels. If I was doing an A, I'm going to bring the stick much further than that bottom line and bring it up. So when you first start bouncy lettering, just do it with your vowels. Don't worry about the rest of the letters. It'll start to come as you go on. Make life easy for yourself. Just start with your vowels and then you can work. So what are these for? Laura, I'm going to go with learn bouncy, or have you got the other one on the screen?
This one on screen
this
at the moment, if that's right.
So let's have a look at this one then. Right, what are these? These are a gorgeous, gorgeous set of books that put you straight in the firing line.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's learn our upstrokes and our downstrokes. So I'm going to want to learn how to go up, and this is, I've got loads of tracing paper, and there's about 5 for every single sheet. So you've got loads to practice with. And what it's going to do here is give me an arrow. It's telling you start at the dot and you work your way up. So you can't go wrong. So I'm just going to follow that line, nice and gently up, nice and thick down. Okay? And the reason they do it so many times is because they're called drills. So you want to really get into it.
I suppose it's just muscle memory then, isn't it?
Yeah. So once you've done it enough times, it's just drilled into you, and so on and so forth. And then what she does, and Kelly Crates is brilliant for this, is she goes, okay, let's work out things like your underturns. So you can have a go. Okay, I can go thick down, I'm going to come thin up. I can go thick down, I'm going to come thin up. thick down, thin up, okay? And you're just going to keep practicing until you know that. Now, the great thing about that is, if I look at this, it's part of my W, it's part of my V, it's part of my U, it's part of my Y, it's part of my G, it's part of a million things that I'm actually going to get onto. So I'm just learning that technique until I get to the most gorgeous letters. So she's saying, don't start with the whole letter, break it up. So here's this bit, I'm going to come down, I'm going to push, I'm going to pull up, and then I'm going to start up, pull down, pull up, and then suddenly, and you go, do you know what? This makes total sense to me. I can do this, right? All of your letters are there going through. So you've got everything. Sorry, I do have a cold. I do apologise. So these are all of your gorgeous letters sitting in here, and you can practice every single one. And what's great is you've got 5 sheets of tracing paper. By the time you've done each one of those letters 5 times, you've nailed it, right? You've nailed it. You are now a brush letterer. And it's thanks to these books that help me, because I'm going to be totally straight with you. Like I say, I don't want somebody explaining it to me. I'm not interested. Now, we learn differently. You may love that. And we all have different ways of learning. I haven't got the attention span to read it or to listen to somebody saying it. I just want to have a go with it. And that's what this gave me. And it gave me such a gorgeous sense of repetition and strength in what I'm doing that I can now kind of just do it.
Yeah, because it's just there. Now, we are going to do an amazing price on this. $17.99 is already superb. When you think 39 worksheets, 99 tracing sheets. $8.99 instead.
We like that.
I mean, that's a giftable price. That's a start me price, isn't it? That is, and I can remember my dad when he used to go to calligraphy lessons, right, when we were younger, and he wanted to learn how to just write beautifully. But he found it to be something that really kind of switched. You know, he had a high-powered job. He had a lot of pressures and stresses, bringing me up as well, and then he could just have time off by sort of doing things like this, which I think it's lovely to have that for yourself.
It's a really, listen, it's one of those skills. Handwriting's a dying art, and it's becoming more of a dying art because obviously digital. It's one of those things that it's got a higher and higher price point on. So if you're trying to get wedding invitations done, that kind of thing with calligraphy, you'll find they're getting more and more expensive because it is a dying art. But it's one of those things that is so fundamental for everything else we do. And here's the kick. If I can learn how to do fine lines up, thick lines down, that actually becomes the same when I'm drawing a tree. It becomes the same when I'm drawing a face. It becomes the same when I'm doing shading. I'm actually using the same techniques because you're carrying it across. And that's why, you know, writing and art are very similar brothers and sisters. They live within the same house because they're the same techniques. And the thing is, if you can master that, if you can master writing, for instance, you've got it. If you can master brush lettering, you're halfway to mastering copperplate calligraphy. Those tools, man, that's impressive and beautiful and honed and joyful. There's a moment that you switch and you go, I'm doing something that's so fundamentally beautiful and important. And every single person that you send a card, they'll go, your handwriting is insane. And you're like, thanks. It's not your handwriting, though. It's got nothing to do with handwriting. My handwriting looks like some 4-year-old threw up on a piece of paper and dragged it.
When you're seeing what you're doing here,
exactly, because you're learning technique. And I'll show you some techniques as we go through to make your life easier as well.
So that's the first one that is available. Loads of you coming through. Bit of a wait on the phone lines on that one as well, so just bear with us. But we have got a few others that are available as well in terms of our pads. So the bouncy, we were going to come across to next. Should we?
So you've got the large and the small for bouncy.
We have,
Okay, so let's get rid of that. So we've got large and small, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I've got learn brush lettering for small brush tip pens.
So we've just done the large one.
We've just done the large one. And then you've got bouncy for large or bouncy for small. Yep, so we've got the 2 bouncy. Now, I love bouncy. What I will say to you is if you're thinking of getting these books, you go, well, I can go to 3 of them. I can stretch to 3. I wish they'd actually done a bundle for 3. That would have been cool. But anyway, I can't have everything. Get yourself one of the straight ones, like the one we just looked at a second ago, and then get both bouncy. Because you're going to learn to do the big and you're going to get to do the small. I'm going to get into trouble I don't care. I get into trouble all the time. You don't need both of the straight ones. Just buy one of those.
Okay.
So these, well, I don't know if we've even got both
that one's
of them.
sold out. So that's
okay,
always
you've
a benefit,
sold out.
really,
Okay, there you go. In which case it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So my advice, just get that one of those and then get both of the bouncy. You don't need both of those.
Okay.
So for this, I'm going to go to the large bouncy first, then we'll go to the small. Small bouncy is my absolute favourite.
Okay.
But we are all different. Now, let's talk to you about your baseline. The M was actually a good one, so we're probably going to go back to that. Yeah. Let's go to here. So your M. When we're talking about bouncy, all we mean by bouncy is we're breaking the rules. You know I love to break some rules. So my first rule states the same. I've got my baseline, my line that goes across, but for this I'm going slightly above my ascender line, which is my top line. I'm just going a little bit over it, and for the bottom I'm just coming a little bit lower than it. I'm not going to do that on every single letter, otherwise it's going to look like a very bouncy flamingo threw up on a piece of paper. We don't want that. You just want to every now and again put it in. Okay. You put in a bouncy letter and it changes the look of it and it becomes very modern, very scroll worky, quite flourishy. One of the hardest things to do in brush letter is flourishes. Flourishes are hard. They're just hard, right? Okay, it's something that needs a lot of practice. And not all of us can do it. And I really struggle with flourishes, I'm not going to lie. But if you can do bouncy brush lettering, you kind of negate the idea of needing flourishes because it kind of does it just in the way it looks. Because you've got this gorgeous piece here. So I don't need loads of flourishes because my bouncy is taking care of it for me. So my advice to you guys at home, if you can stretch to it, get yourself the standard print one and get both of the bouncy. Yeah. That's my advice.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Lovely, yeah, definitely. And I mean, they're £8.99 again.
It's
matching
stupid.
that price, so really, really good price.
I know they're not that in the shops.
Half price, no. Well, £17.99 is where we should be. And I love that it's got all of the information for you to be able to learn loads of tips, loads of tricks, but then you've got those practice sheets. So this one, 43 worksheets in it and 105 tracing sheets, so even more than the first one that we saw. How gorgeous are these R's? It took me so long to learn how to do R's, and actually they're so easy, but it's foreign when we're working in normal lettering, isn't it? But here we go. You've got your small, your thin. Hey, that's not a brush pen. That won't help you, Bagshot. You've got your thin line going up, thick, down. And remember, with brush lettering, we're not trying to do it all in one go. You're not doing a full letter with one pen. That's something you really got to get out of the habit of quickly. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to go up. I'm going to stop. I take my pen away. I come back in. I do my loop up and my loop down. And then I stop and I take my pen away. And then I come down. We break those letters into smaller elements, okay? It's really important. It's how you learn the technique. And so what I'm doing is just jumping below my ascender, my descender loop, my line, and above my ascender. It's really, really simple stuff. Anyone can do it. But here's the key. Only the special ones do. Amazing. As soon as we look at nice handwriting, we're automatically drawn to it, aren't we? Yeah,
everybody
100%.
is. It's natural to be drawn to it. It's a skill.
So that's the one with the large brush, and then your favourite one you said is this one. Why do you prefer this?
Because I love small, because it almost reminds me of that copper plate, but with that bounce to it. I love small lettering. I think it's very beautiful. It's just, look at this. Look how beautiful these are. Like, it makes my little heart sing when I see these letters. They're so extraordinarily beautiful. Look at that H. Can I just find that without the tracing paper? Look at this. Hold on. Because, come on. Because when we start to see how we make this, and when you see that and you go, do you know what, I can bring that into my everyday handwriting. I don't need this to be something that I just use in brush lettering, but in actual fact, I can use this in my everyday. So I'll bring my loop and I'll just pull down, and then I'll come up and I'll pull down and I'll just come up again. And then I can break that into one letter. So I can pull down, I can go in, I can bounce that just off that line. Look how stunning they are. Just jump down, okay? Amazing. Anyone can do it, and everybody can do it, and it's joyful.
So many of you come in through for this one. £8.99 again to be able to get that. I mean, look at how much you're getting. 39 of your worksheets in there, 96 of your tracing sheets as well. So you're going to get so much practice to then be able to take this on. Now, we do also have the small brush pens that are available. The one of the sets of the black that has completely sold out now, but we have got these available where you have got that lovely mix of colours that we've seen you using. Yep. Which is perfect, isn't it?
I think I'm driving Laura insane today. There's so many things on the desk, and she's been very patient with me. I love these. So these are your small brush lettering pens. These are not dual-ended. These are single-ended. They're all small. Again, if you're getting like things like your small brush tip for your bouncy lettering, I know lots of you just went nuts for this, rightly so. So let's do this in one of the colours. Make sure I'm on a tracing paper. The great thing about this is you've got so many tracing papers, but you can buy your own tracing paper and bung some if you want to have some more practice with it. So I can just come around. Look at these colours and these small ones. And these are perfect for this workbook because they're so lovely and they're exactly the right size. We can all do that, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful?
Really lovely, isn't it?
These pens are lovely. It's a really nice little set. So the dual-ended, listen, you can never have enough brush letter pens. I love them so much. Yeah. These ones you can start to almost get a handwriting. So if you're thinking, you know, my biggest reason for wanting to learn brush lettering is because I want to do sentiments for cards that are really beautiful, or I want to write inside cards in a way that's really pretty. The really great thing about this is you can kind of work your way through it. These pens are kind of the right size for that, whereas your big brush lettering, and we'll have a look at those in a second if we've got time, is to do those flamboyant pieces. That's where we're making posters, we're making wall art. These are for your writing. Yeah. So Laura was just saying in my head, people are asking, if you're buying these workbooks, which pens would you buy? It depends which workbook you're using. Yeah. So if you're buying all three, listen, hobby maker people, don't watch me and don't listen. Switch off. If you're buying the books and you want just one set of pens, get these ones, which are your small ones.
These ones here,
Because do you know what? You're going to go on to make your home decor projects once you've got the hang of it. And the way you're going to get the hang of it is using the books, and the way you're going to do that is the smaller pens. Okay. I know I'm supposed to sit here and go, get them all. But listen, the truth of the matter is you need to learn what you're doing. Get the small pens.
And I suppose once you've got the techniques, you can then look at where you want to go next and things like that.
I know there's better, like, as we say, not the most professional demonstrator in the world. Listen, that's what I would do. I would get the small pens. They're manageable. And when it's the same with anything. If I turn around to you and give you a great big fat watercolor paintbrush, great big fat one, I say, draw me something beautiful, you are just going to have a breakdown because you're going to be sitting there going, I don't know where to start. It's not the right tool. If I give you a small watercolor brush and I go, can you paint me a tiny little leaf? You're going to work it out. Yeah. So sometimes when we've got the right tool and we can do the right things, that's how we become better at doing what we're doing, because we learned it and it was manageable. It's when things aren't manageable, it's frightening. Yeah. And so take that away and get yourself those perfect.
And they're at less than half price today as well, £14.99 for them all.
And it's a great price, so 15 quid, you've got 10 pens in there, so that's £1.50 a pen. Great price, thank you very much, and well worth it. And they're quite juicy, you get a lot of ink in them, and there's a lot of colours for you. If you manage to get those and the fine liners, you're going to create great things. You don't have to just do tiny, tiny things with these ones. So let me just find a clean sheet of paper. I haven't got any lines here, so I'm just going to write, but just to show that it doesn't have to be the tiny pieces. But what's really nice is I can get that really nice fine line, but if I then come down, I'm doing quite a nice fat line there. So if I wanted to do bigger home decor pieces, I still can. Shall I show you a little trick as well before I get into trouble?
Go on.
This. Yeah. You're probably better off using the bigger pens for this, but it's something I really love to do. If you want to do really cute little flowers, just press.
Yeah. Makes petals, doesn't it?
How cute are these? And they're so lovely on cards as little backgrounds.
Yeah. Almost like little daisies, aren't they?
So if you do those and then just go in with another colour, a little corresponding colour and pop a little dot just in between each one. You get these really cute little florals that you can use on cards and things. They're really sweet. So use them for different things as well. It doesn't just have to be for writing. No. You can do all sorts with them.
We do have a bit of a wait on the phone lines at the moment. Carol, you'll be next. Then it will be our new crafters after that. Jane, Amanda, Kate, Claire, Julie, Kim, new crafters. We've got Anne and Juliet. Loads of you there with it in your baskets as well. Do make sure if you want these, you're checking it out because a big amount of the stock has gone. So while it's available, jump in and get it while you can. Now we have a tracing pad just here, I think it is. Is that it? Yes. So we've got your tracing pad. So like you were saying, if you want to then do more and you want to practice more, it's always good to have more of your tracing that you've got here. And this is great because it's a travel size, isn't it? It's something you could very easily just pop into your bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. Tracing paper is really, really important. If you know me and you've seen me doing different shows before, you know I was bang on about tracing paper because there's no rules. It's okay to trace things, and we live in a world where we think everybody is the most talented artist in the world. The truth of the matter is they trace their outlines. It's what people do. We need those milestones, those little points that we can reach, and that helps. So when you've got this, if you've got the Kelly Create books, you can tear a page of this off and you can utilize it in those books to get further practice. Or you can do a piece that you really love, and then you can trace it, and then you can go on and repeat that design elsewhere as well. Just trace stuff. Tracing paper is so important. This is really good quality stuff. There is a difference with tracing paper. The microns make a difference as to how good the tracing paper is. Some of it's like that toilet roll you used to get in primary schools. Other it is like vellum. It depends. So you want a nice one that's in between, and this is a really good set.
50 sheets in this for you to be able to get, but we don't have much left, so we are limited now on this, and it's £4.99 today. So really, really good price to be able to get that. And it's a lovely little pad as well with your little Imagine on the front as well. Yeah. Kind of finished off gorgeously, so you'll be able to use that, practice more. Or
I love tracing paper.
You. Yeah, it's good for all sorts of stuff, isn't it? And not even just sort of brush lettering. I think when I was at art, like at school and I used to do my art, mine definitely looked a lot better because I used to be tracing like other people's bits of their work.
You learn, you know, you learn the idea of, well, if I can trace an outline, I can fill it the way I want to. We spend so long beating ourselves up because we can't make those outlines perfect because we're trying to do it ourselves. We're not all natural. Listen, and here's the secret. Nobody is. I've watched professional, and I mean professional artists who sell at the blooming Guggenheim. They still start with an outline, and that outline's usually traced. Like it's just one of those, it's a tool, the same as any other tool. The main thing is that you're using it and you're not trying to depend on it, but you're using it to go, right, I've got a little piece here and a little piece here. And then you know when you go in to do your artwork, you can go, okay, I recognise this bit from the drawing because I traced it, so I can work around that. Use your tracing paper, it's important.
Half the stock's gone on this. Well done to everybody who's multi-buying on it as well. It is, of course, that one-off postage and shipping and handling fee today between midnight and midnight, so do take advantage as much as you can. Now, we do have a couple of your watercolour papers. We've got the grid, we have also got the blanks. Shall we go to the grid first?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So these are your practice pads. Why would you want one that's gridded? Why would you want one that's plain? Both very different things, right? And you look at that and you go, well, that just looks like the maths paper I used to have when I was a kid. Why do I need that for when I'm doing brush lettering? A lot of you will find it easier to work on gridded paper. I love gridded paper. I love dotted paper. I tend to try and work with that when I can, when I'm practicing. I would never do a finished piece of brush lettering on one of those. I do it on plain paper. But when I'm learning, I'm going to use some kind of grid because I've got a point at which to focus on. And if I'm doing bounce lettering, it's really useful because I can use one of those 1/2 centimetre squares to just go down, bob down on my descender line, just that little bit, and it's going to be neat all the way across. So you're going to get those perfect lines every time. That's when I'd use my gridded. Is it watercolour in letter paper?
It is, yeah.
I mean, come on, watercolour grid paper. So it's not got the bleed on it. It's all really beautifully done. That's going to be a really big resource for you. And as far as practice is concerned, the other thing is, if I'm right in thinking it will take, I've not tried it, so I'm not going to lay my hat on it. I'll bet Sharon Curtis's house on it. That's cheaper than betting my own. If I can use that and with the brush lettering pens, I would think I could use it with ink. So if I wanted to practice calligraphy further on, I can take that journey there. If it's wrong, contact Sharon yourself.
It's all Sharon's fault.
She'll be fine. You can find her on social media and various other.
There you go. She's smiling away. She seems fine with that.
She's not.
It's $4.99 as well.
That's an amazing
to get that
price.
quality of it.
I'll grab a couple of those. Hey, listen, it's watercolour paper. It's gridded waterpaper. How often do you see gridded watercolour paper in the, in the industry? You don't.
I've not seen it on any shows before.
It's
not here.
It's just a great boon to have. Don't underestimate the power of good practice paper. And Kelly creates this really good quality. You know, she knows what she's doing. So you've got those pieces. It's a really, really lovely price.
Yeah. People multiplying again on that. Over half the stock's gone already. Julie, new crafters in London, Lillian, Penelope, everybody else that's in your basket. You've got to confirm if you want this. Now, we do also have the smooth that we've got here.
So this is where you move
watercolour
onto. Okay, why smooth? Why smooth watercolour paper over a normal watercolour, a cold press, for instance, or a, super hot press? The reason that we have the smooth when we're doing brush lettering is you don't want the fibres of the paper being picked up by the tip of the pen, otherwise you're going to get squishy lines all over the place. It will make a mess of your pen, so you want the smoothest of the smooth watercolour paper in order to do your finished pieces. This is where we jump from being someone who's just practicing to someone who's actually having a real go. And let me be really clear on that as well. Use a ruler still to do your lines and do it on your tracing paper and put it underneath so you can see through it. And then when you're doing your brush lettering pieces, just do it very lightly in pencil first. Rub out the pencil so you can just see the faintest line and then brush letter over it. That way you know you've got it perfect when you're using your good paper.
But also generally, I'm just thinking, this is a watercolour pad, right? This is 300 GSM, this is watercolour cardstock, and it's £4.99 for 15 sheets. I mean, I've never seen a watercolour pad for that
really
sort
good
of
quality
price.
as well. It's a thinner paper, if you like. It's not thick, heavyweight. It's a really great quality watercolour paper, and that's what you are looking at having.
Definitely. Most people multi-buying on this one as well. Dee getting 3, Sharon's got 2.
For watercolour paper, because you're not stupid.
No, exactly. I'm just literally sitting there thinking, even if you are wanting to do this to use with your watercolours that you've already got at home, then this is going to be absolutely fabulous. And it is at a price that I would never expect for a watercolour paper pad.
No, it's a really good price, and it's really beautiful to work with as well. And it's because of those, you know what I mean, I think, when you're at home. You know, if you're colouring in with a felt tip and it starts to, it loses its fluffy bits on the nib and it feels like you can chew it.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
And that's not going to do this. So superb price on that as well at £4.99. We've got the stamp sets. Did you want to introduce?
We've got Spanish ones.
Yeah, we have got a Spanish one. If you want to come to that one.
We've got Spanish ones really cheap because nobody wants them because they're in Spanish and we're in the UK. However, if you'd like to, if you want to send Sharon Curtis a card for Christmas, send her one in Spanish because she speaks Spanish.
Do you speak Spanish? Oh, so you could pronounce them for us because we don't know
tell us
how
what they
to.
mean.
Yeah.
So you've got these Spanish ones. So if you're at home or watching and you know what any of them mean, please do let us know.
Thank you.
We know thank you. That's as far as we've got. Something about don't balance your limits. Algeria. Balance. Yeah. Breathe. Mass respira has to be breathe. Yeah. Is that right, Sharon?
It is.
What's Hondo?
El cielo is the limit. It's the sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit. Oh,
sky's
that's
the limit.
Yeah.
What's the Viva? Live life to the maximum.
Yes, that must be.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Live life to the max. Yeah. So they're really beautiful. You can also just Google them and just
I think, you know what, for one, if you're just going to do the Gracia, I think that's really nice on any card. I just think it's really sweet.
Yeah.
On any card, you know, you're going to use it for those things. So they're a nice set of stamps, but they are in Spanish. Yeah. However, we do also have the English. Oh,
we do, but we're just going to go lower because do you know what? What? Did she mention
$1.99. It's worth it just for the Gracia. Gracias. And if you know anyone in Spain, it's worth it anyway, because obviously then it'll make sense.
Sky's the limit. I mean, brilliant. Okay, so it's £1.99 today. So if you want to get them, then you can do. That's
Also,
£1.99.
You know those people that you send cards to and they never respond to the fact that you've sent a card? It's
Maybe
me. I'm that person. Now they're going to message you and go, what was it saying? And you'll be like, thanks for ringing. Can I have that £5 back I lent you a year ago? And they'll be like, bye.
Yeah, exactly. It's another one. Is that have we not got that one? Oh, not playing that one. Okay. Now, we do also have this, though, which is amazing. Beautiful
How beautiful
day.
is that?
I love this one. You're
really
awesome.
pretty.
You do have got the other Spanish one. Okay, come back to that.
You can never have enough Spanish ones.
Exactly. So we've got this one for you just here, if you want to get this. So that's your large sentiments.
Esperanado, niño.
I mean, that's house, isn't it? That must be. Is that welcome to your
welcome?
House?
Yeah, bienvenue, because bienvenue is bienvenue is
house,
welcome in French.
So this, are we doing a deal price on this as well? Let's just go straight down. Let's get the price straight down for you to there at £1.99.
What's that one, Sharon? El Mejor Dia.
The best day of our lives.
Oh, Sharon, thanks.
Now, we can come across to this one now, which is absolutely beautiful. And this I really love as well, on the back, how it's got your kind of instructions of how to actually trace over.
Yeah, the idea of these
your brush lettering again.
The idea of these is not just that they're for your sentiments, it is, of course, for you to practice. And it's for you to practice full words. So instead of you just practicing the letters and trying to put those together, these are showing you how to do that. So you stamp them out, and then, of course, using the tracing paper that you bought, you can then go over them and you can start to practice your own stuff as well. Really great idea. It means you've got longevity of learning, and it does mean you can do various different
We're
things.
over allocated.
It also does mean when you're doing cards for friends, things like thinking of you, you can learn how to do that in your own handwriting, which is lovely.
Amazing. £2.99 though for awesome, beautiful day. Thinking of you. Welcome home, baby girl, boy. They're about to sell out. We've got triple the amount of you looking at them compared to availability. So good luck. One other set though that we have here as well, which is absolutely lovely.
Practice your bouncy words. Holidays, thinking of you is just so beautiful, isn't it?
I
Congratulations.
love you as well. It's written so nice.
I love you. Welcome home. I mean, I love you, especially we're coming up to Valentine's. Congratulations, all the best. There's so much gorgeous stuff here. So again, stamping out and having a go. We've got some flourishes on your W there as well, so you can start to learn a couple of flourishes. It's all sitting there for you. Aren't they delicious?
You
They're
never
really
get
pretty.
full large stamp sets for £2.99. I mean,
No, that's
the
a
amount
really
of
good
sentiments you've got is just unbelievable.
Well,
Getting it for that deal.
As somebody who now knows the things, you can't get them made for that price either. So that's cheaper than you can get them manufactured for.
Which makes 0 sense, but you've got them there for you today, which is absolutely super. Now, just I'm conscious of time, I'm going to move on to the watercolour inks that we've got here. So how would we use these?
I love these. I love these. I love these. I love these. Go onto the Amazons and
the monochrome.
Type in watercolour ink and go and look for the most expensive ones. It's by a guy. I'm not going to say the whole name because I'll get myself shot. But it's, if you go, I think, is it PH?
Okay.
Is the first initials. You know what I mean. Look at Sharon's face.
Right.
And they're like 85 quid for like 5 bottles. And so I've got those at home and I tested them. I said this last time. I tested them pigment-wise against these. There is no difference. Also, remember with these, yes, they are watercolour inks and yes, they are beautiful for doing watercolours with, but here's the kicker. You know those gorgeous calligraphy pens and they've got the, there you go. I'm not allowed to say it, Laura, you can. They've got like a sucker for filling up your own, you know how in the school we used to have the little cartridges and you used to click it and the little ball bearing went. Well, when you get the grown-up versions of those, they've got like a little sucker and you fill up your own chamber and you can fill them with those and do watercolour calligraphy on a normal calligraphy pen. They are delicious and you can use your nibs if you've got nib pens for doing this, which I love as well. You've got to shake the bottle to wake the ink.
Okay.
So you really do have to shake it, otherwise the sediment will sit at the bottom. That's the same for any watercolour ink that you buy anywhere. That pigment is going to sink. It's heavier than the water it floats in.
Super. Now this is your black, your white and your iridescent that you've got just there. We are going to get the price right down for you. £21.99 should be your price, isn't going to be your price today. I mean, they're good size bottles. When you've said elsewhere you can kind of pay the amount you were saying, £60 to £80. These already at amazing price.
Yeah, £21.99 is really good for 3 bottles. Like Sharon was nodding. The other ones that I was saying, the pH ones, you are looking about 85 quid for 5 bottles. It's just expensive stuff, watercolouring, because you're working on pure pigment, so they are expensive. That's the nature of watercolouring. And then getting the pigment in it, that's then the difference, because the cheaper ones will have less pigment in them. These are
$7.99.
They're strongly pigmented. $7.99. Thank you very much for 3. And they're not little bottles either.
No, not at all. And I love that you've got the iridescent in this one, as well as the black and the white, to be able to catch that.
Is that my white and that's my iridescent here? So if I show you this,
they're really decent,
so see my iridescent? Can you get close to that? Can you see all my pigment has settled?
Yes.
Okay, because it's just been sitting in my car. Can you see? You're going to have to really shake that to wake that, okay? You've just got to mix that sediment back in with it. However, when I say that these are really good size, let me find something you can compare it to. Well, the pen. They're whacking great big bottles. These are not little bottles.
No.
They're huge. And you're going to use small amounts. They've got the tiny little pipette at the bottom of it. You're just going to need to shake that up, and that will get all that pigment to flourish and just go through it. It just takes a while. So if it's settled really heavily, if you haven't used these for a year, you're just going to sit for 5 minutes and just shake them up, and then they'll be fine again. Same with your white, same thing. The other colours should be fine, but I always shake all bottles before I use them. Make sure the lid's on. You don't want that flying everywhere. They're a joy to use. Really beautiful colours.
Absolutely. So $7.99 for that set. If you do want the sets of 5, then you have got these ones here, which has your poppy, your orange, your deep yellow, your rose, and your black.
Can I be really rude?
Yeah, of course.
Look at that. They're so rich.
Aren't they? Yeah, lovely mix of colours that we can see there.
Really beautiful. Big bottles.
Yeah, again, so 150.
You can paint with these. You can do all kinds of stuff with them. They remind me of, you know, those delicious colours that you get with food colouring.
Oh, yes.
Just so heavily pigmented. It's a similar thing. The green I don't think is in the kit that you're showing at the minute. This one probably
the next
is.
one,
All mine are loose, but they're so beautifully done. Really heavy pigment on these. Now, what's great about them is you can reinvigorate them. So one of the things that I've got is my daisy little pot here. So all the colours that are dried up in there, all I need to do is spritz that with water, and that will instantly evoke it back to life again. I haven't used those for months, but if I was to put some water on there, I could just start it again and just sort of make that wake up, and I can use those paints straight away.
Brilliant. So we've got all 5 of those there for you. We are again going to a low price. Would you like all 5 of them for under a tenner?
We would.
Yes, absolutely.
£2 a bottle.
Yeah. So you said 5 elsewhere, you could be paying over £80. 5 here today, £2 a one.
That's
£2 each.
nuts.
Yep, under £10. We do have the other set that does have the green in, like you were showing there a moment ago.
That
We've got violet, cobalt, blue, emerald, and teal.
Look
at
those.
See all of those. We can match that price again at £9.99 for you to be able to get all of those, which is absolutely super as well. And then we do have that palette that you just showed as well.
I love that.
Just here. So it comes with the palette that you've got there. Also comes with the pipettes as well to actually work with this. And it's a lovely little, pretty little palette, isn't it?
I love it. I use it for all sorts. They're really important, those palettes where you can separate out, and they're quite deep wells because you can obviously fill them with different variants. They clean out really easily. Great for all different types of painting that you're doing. They're brilliant. Yeah,
for kids or anything really at that.
You want to be grabbing a couple of those because they're great for loads of stuff.
Nearly sold out. Of course they have. I'm not surprised at that price. Almost gone. And then the final thing we have available is your brushes to be able to use as well. You've got 4 different sizes on your ends there as well, which is super.
Yeah, but they're all tiny, so they're great for brush lettering. Do I love doing brush lettering with paintbrushes? No. Will you? Maybe. I don't like doing it with a paintbrush. In fact, let me be actually more truthful than that. I'm rubbish at doing it with a paintbrush. So do I take the time to do it? No. I don't. I use it with pens.
For $1.99.
I use the brushes and the watercolour inks for much more fun projects, such as painting great big paintings and doing all splatters and doing all of those things, because I think of them as being an art thing, whereas I want to sit and focus and do things with my brush lettering pens. That's a different art form. Is it supposed to be for lettering? Yes. Am I the right person to teach you it? Not even for a minute. No, I can't do it.
No, but you can use these for intricate details if you want to, with how tiny they are. So it's totally up to you how you use them, but they're $1.99, which is absolutely superb.
Can I tell you something before you go? Because this hour has gone quicker than a quick thing on a quick day, and I haven't had a lot of time to demo. So one of the tips I'll give you really, really quickly for when you're doing any kind of form of calligraphy or any form of brush lettering, and it's the best friend. So the first thing to remember, and if you ever watch this back, you start from the end and go backwards. You won't know that, because then it'd be like Doctor, Back to the Future, Doctor Who. No. So always have your paper. If I'm writing and I want my writing to be this way, okay, la 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 la, turn your paper that way and write. You're doing it this way. Okay, now obviously you're going to do brush lettering. I have my paper almost flat that way every time I'm doing it, and that is going to sort the angles and the degree to which I need to write out for myself, so I don't have to worry about it, because you're going to want your writing to be at roughly a 40 to 45 degree angle. This does it for you. Just by turning your page. And then once you turn it straight, you'll have that gorgeous angle on your writing. Sorry about the speed of that, but that is the best tip I can give you.
If you do want those small brush pens as well, they are on your screen at the moment. That's SM4647.
They're the ones.
Yeah, they're super. The mix of colours you've got, but also, as you sort of mentioned before, if you do get a book to go with them as well, they're going to work really perfectly to get you started.
Great present for somebody.
Isn't it? Definitely. And I think for the new year as well, if you're wanting to give somebody mindfulness as well, that would be fabulous.
Self-mindfulness.
Yeah, good idea. Absolutely. So we've got them there, and everything today is at the lowest prices that we have done. So it is a perfect way to kind of be able to treat yourself going into the new year. Well, thank you so much. Now you're back at 5, aren't you? We've got Cut by Hand coming up at 5 o'clock. So the brand new launch from Carla with her collection. It's very exciting. I'd love to say, do you know what I'd love to say, Carla? I'd love to say, let's put on pre-order now. You can get it. There'd be nothing left, so we absolutely cannot, because I think you'd be coming on and going, it's all sold out, but here we are.
Don't, because I'm really scared, so I'm not talking about it. I'm not doing anything. I want to go and be sick, so I'm going to go do that.
Go and be sick and then be excited, because we're excited. So do come back at 5 to make sure that you watch that with Dave and Carla. But coming up next, we have got PI. We've got loads of new bits. We've got loads of great storage options as well. So Sharon's up next for that. I'll see you in a moment.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Hiya, just thought I'd pop in to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas from me and mine. Thank you for tuning in this year. It's been a fantastic year at Hobby Maker, and I'm sure 2025 is going to be even better. Have a great Christmas. Lots of love.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hey everyone, it's Anne-Marie at Hunky Dory Crafts. I just wanted to wish a very Merry Christmas to all the amazing Hobby Maker customers, and we'll be seeing you again soon in 2025 for loads of new Hunky Dory launches.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
I'm really happy that I'm going to be joining you this year on Christmas Day. I've got 2 Sizzix shows, and we're going to be bringing you a really nice mix of things. We've got the scoreboard and trimmer, which I know lots of you might have on your wish list for a little Christmas prezi. We've got some sort of everyday essentials, I'll call them. We've got some nesting dies, things like that. We've got some really nice embossing folders, and we've even snuck in a few Christmas dies in case you want to get ahead for next year. So I hope you can join me on Christmas Day for my Sizzix shows.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, it's Pete here at Sizzix. I just want to say a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all of you guys out there in Hobby Maker land. Thank you so much for making this such a great year for us at Hobby Maker. We've had so much fun. And if you think we all look relaxed, it's because we are. It's the best place to work. So much hard work goes on, both in front of the camera, but especially behind the scenes. So thank you to the entire team, and I will see you in the new year.
I'm really sneezy today, and I don't know why. And I literally thought it's going to go live any second. I mean, as soon as, I'm not sure what's going on in the studio today, but something is like, you know, just making you sneeze. And I'm like, it's like a reaction to something. But yeah, luckily I managed to sort of swallow it. You know, you're like, and it didn't go choo as we came back. So there we are. Now, we have got an absolutely fabulous hour for you here with PI. We've got Ciao Bella. We've got some fabulous storage that's coming up as well. We've got brand new bits to us here at Hobby Maker. Now, I do just need to let you know that everything on this show, with us being so close to Christmas, is going to be an extended dispatch from, it's the 6th, is it? Yes, the 6th of January. So that's just to let you know that everything that is coming up will have that slight extended dispatch. People are closing for Christmas. People have got to have a Christmas
they let the warehouse
holiday,
have a few days holiday.
Which I actually think is nice. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's always a difficult one because worked in obviously TV and shopping for so long, and it's very hard to give people a day off. And
it is.
You know, the amount of times that I'm desperately asking people, you know, to do your Christmas days and stuff. So I think it's actually a nice little thing. But it does just mean you've got that little bit of additional time to wait for these to be delivered. The other thing I must mention is the limited quantities, unfortunately, on today's show, because when we've just had a look, for example, can I just give a little sneak peek at this? This will be coming up in a few moments, but I have to give you a sneak peek because this is one of my favourite things I think I've ever seen in terms of these papers.
The colours are so rich.
Phenomenal. So this is the speciality paper if you want to jump ahead and get it, because my only sadness is that I wish I could be saying we've got hundreds of these. We don't. I think we've got less than 20 chances, for example. So that puts into context how limited a lot of the things are in today's show, okay? So shop ahead whilst you can.
Yes.
Now, we are going to kick off first with the new Coral Reef paper collection that we have. All of the bits that we show you are going to be available individually as well. So if you're thinking, well, I want extras of this or I just want part of it, you can jump on the website and get it. But of course, the very best way and the best deal will always be to get it all. So we'll show you it like this first. Rightio, should we chat through what we've got?
Yeah, let's start with the 12 by 12 paper pad.
Lovely.
I'll let you do the flicking through.
Yeah,
you're
no
better
problems.
at it than me. I will mention Ciao Bella. Their papers are gorgeous.
They are, aren't they?
They are printed in Italy. Ciao Bella is an Italian company, as you can probably tell from the name. They're all acid and lignin free, so that means that you can use them in all your sort of journals, your scrapbooks, things you want to keep, all your keepsakes, basically.
Yeah, lovely.
The colours in this collection are just stunning. You've got the coral reef theme, but it's got a bit of a steampunk edge to it.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah.
You've got really rich colours.
Amazing sort of textures where you feel like it shouldn't be flat, but it actually is flat.
It actually looks like it's textured, doesn't it?
Yeah. Great to get your toppers as well and things like that all included.
And I love the fact that throughout the different sizes of papers, you get repeats of some of the designs, so you can kind of...
Oh, that's nice.
You've got the right scale for what you're doing.
Yeah, so it all kind of works together.
if you're doing 12 by 12 scrapbook pages, you're going to want these larger sheets. But if you're a card maker like me, the smaller ones are going to be, you know, I use these for my backgrounds and then the smaller elements.
Definitely. Lovely to have all of those sort of elements
All
as
those
well, just to be able to
fussy
fussy
cut
cut out.
Yes.
You know, it's a fabulous pad that we've got here. So you've got 12 double-sided papers that you're seeing with this. There are 23 different designs as well as that additional design cover. And we always say with these, don't let anything go to waste because, of course, when I just sort of come back in a second to that design cover, look how many additional toppers there are on that, for example.
Just on the packaging,
you know, if
really.
you wanted to cut those out as well. So that's your 12 by 12 pad that we've got just there. So that's the first part, of course, of this collection that we can see.
Then we've got there's another 12 by 12. This one's your patterns. So this one has some toppers, but it's mostly your background patterns.
Okay. Yeah, super.
And again, it's the choice because, of course, on the set we just looked at, there were a lot of die cut elements and toppers.
Great to have all your alphabet in that as well.
Yeah, I love.
We're just talking about brush lettering. You've kind of got your fancy
You've got it
lettering
there,
haven't you?
For you.
Yeah. So this is 8 double-sided papers that we've actually got within this one. And yeah, like you say, the colours are just fabulous. Loads of tags as well.
Beautiful and rich. You've got all those tags. The
you, me and the sea. I like that. Around the world, yeah. There's nothing I prefer, you know, about than travelling or being on a beach. And it's just like my happy sort of place and seeing different parts of the world.
I like the way that these work for so many things because the rich colours would definitely work for scrapbooking holiday photos.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
The steampunk edge to it means they're going to be great for masculine projects, which are always tricky. And then the colours are just going to work for everything because I love the colours in this collection.
Yeah, I think so. So that's your second 12 by 12 paper pad that you've got, but there's a lot more that comes in this collection.
Then you get an A4 pad.
Lovely.
And again, this is a good mix of background papers, your toppers, fussy cut elements, and in a different scale. So your toppers here are probably more suited to cards or smaller journals.
Yeah, like
so,
6x6s, they look nice, for example.
You've got the choice here.
Yeah, it's gorgeous though, isn't it?
And of course, by having repeats of the designs of the toppers, you're not forced to choose if you like the paper on the other side.
Very true, which is nice.
You've got multiples of everything.
Yeah, so you've got 9 double-sided of your sheets that you can see here as well. And I do like that choice because it could be that you would just want it in the background papers. It could be you want to use all the toppers, but you've got the option and the choice there with you having them on those double-sided sheets that we can see, which are absolutely beautiful. And they're very much, to me, very different as well to a lot of things we see being inspired by the sea. So it's going to make your cards stand out.
Yeah, a lot of seaside things are very nautical and
blue
and red. I really like the rusty sort of texture and contrast you've got with these collections.
Yeah, I think so as well. So that's the third part that we can have.
That's the third part, the A4. Now we've got an 8x8 pad. Nice. So again, it's all about the scale for what projects you want.
And again, if you wanted to with an 8x8, you could literally just stick that straight onto an 8x8 card base, couldn't you? And
you
be
could.
Ready to go
those are background straight away if you want to.
Yeah, look at him there. Little octopus with his sea hat on.
They're fun, aren't they? And all the layers, you know, it's all done for you. You don't have to. You don't have to get your stamps out.
I love that one. I thought that in the larger 12 by 12s, you know, we were seeing that sort of steampunk kind of finish with the clocks that we've got as well. Oh, turtles. One of my favourite memories ever is I was in Thailand and they suddenly just said, jump off the boat, jump off the boat. And we're like, what are we jumping off the boat for in the middle of the ocean? Just jump off the boat. So you do, don't you? You know, I was 22. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll jump off the boat. And all of the turtles were just swimming with us and we were just swimming on top of them. And it was one of those, I mean, I just love it when you're away because there's no care in the world from those people like, is it safe? I don't know. But, you know, it was just wonderful and they were just literally below, you know, and it's just,
lovely.
I just think some of those things, you know, you'd see an image, say, on this and you'd think, yeah, like that takes you back to that moment.
Back
or,
and for that sort of, you know, if you're scrapbooking.
Oh, yeah.
How perfect.
So nice. Wow, that's really cool, isn't it, as well?
That one's very steampunky, isn't it? I love that.
So gorgeous, gorgeous imagery that we can see. And so that's your 8x8 that you've got just there on that. So you've got 12 double-sided papers that was in that one. And then finally...
And then you get a 6x6 fussy cut. So this
great
is
to have the fussy
all
cut
your
pad,
elements. And they're not just fussy cut, because on the back of each of these, you've obviously got another pattern.
Yeah,
so
which is great again,
if you want a smaller scale for that, you can pick and choose, because you get multiples of each design.
Yeah, which is really nice, so 3 each of these.
So you're not forced to choose if you particularly want to use the background paper
Yeah, which
instead,
you probably will want
you're
to
not
have the
losing
mix, won't you?
all your fussy cut elements.
No, exactly. That one's really lovely, isn't it?
Love that, isn't it? And look at that
another
background.
pretty sort of background
And
that
you've
we
got
can
your
see
coral,
on it.
those lovely
Beautiful
little
colours.
port windows are lovely, aren't they?
Yeah,
The
great.
little portholes.
It's almost like the ocean that we can see. All of those extra elements there, lots of nice sort of
Yeah,
words
all
that
your
we've got as well.
sentiments.
Yeah. And then look at those. You wouldn't expect
And
this in it, but
you
all the
know,
keys and cogs.
These are going to work with so many different things because
Yeah,
they're very sort
definitely.
of steampunk, vintage.
Aren't they? Yeah, definitely. And then we can see all of these additional elements as well that will come with this. So a really, really beautiful set. £53.20 is the price point that we should be at for all of this. But it's not what we're going to do today. Now, some of you have already got this, well done, because it just means that you pay the low price, but you've guaranteed getting it. And I would say in this hour, more than any other show really today, you need to be in when you want something because of the fact that so much of it is so limited.
Yeah,
so,
we don't have tons of stock today.
No, and it's so disappointing. I think if you see something, you love it, you put it in your basket, and you think, I'll just watch the show and enjoy it. You get to the end of the show and you think, oh,
I've missed it.
Yeah. 20% of the stock of this has now gone, has now been allocated already, and we've not even gone down on the price. Instead, £44.99 if you want to go for all of it. As I say, there are the individual elements. We'll run them through like that, but the very best way to get it with the biggest saving is to go for it all, which is £44.99. Did you want to set up for a demo?
Shall we have a look?
Yes, definitely. Because I'll just introduce speciality papers and then we'll come across to the demo. Do ensure you're checking out on that. Dee, Stephen, Julie, Alice and everybody else with this in their baskets. This is maybe my favourite thing I've ever seen. Honestly, Sharon, I'm blown away by it.
The colours are so rich, aren't they? They really are.
And it's just the material as well. It's just everything about it. This deluxe paper is just amazing.
I love this paper that Ciao Bella do because I haven't seen
good.
anything like it.
I haven't.
As you say, it's got a
Texture,
beautiful
you can sort of
texture
see that
to
texture
it.
if you look on the back. You can
Yeah,
kind of see that, can't you,
it's
coming
got a
through?
lovely texture to it. The colours are always really vibrant and rich.
Yeah. It's phenomenal. So this is 120 GSM. I would never have thought that by feeling it. It feels a lot thicker actually than that because of that special
The way
finish
it's
that
kinda
you've got
coated, yeah.
on the A4. £15.99 for you to be able to jump in and get that. You are getting 5 sheets of this as well. Gorgeous patterns that we can see as well. You know, you can embellish your project. You could use big chunks of this, card making, scrapbooking, anything like that. I just think these are going to really make your project pop because they are absolutely beautiful. And it's almost seeing that gold that's coming out of this when you get this home. I think you're going to be amazed by.
Yeah.
So that is there straight away at the price. We have one other option that we can see as well, where you are getting another 5 of these copper sheets, and you can see that we've got the 6x6s here, so we've got that in that slightly smaller size that we can see, and they're £6.99. I mean, if you've never had sheets like this before, I would go for this at that try it price.
Yeah, definitely. They're such a... Well, they're so different.
They are.
And of course, you're going to get value out of these because they are so vibrant and full of colour and rich.
Absolutely.
You're probably not going to use a whole sheet of these.
No, I don't think so.
Because it would be too much. You're going to, just be using elements of this, smaller. You're probably going to tear a piece off and just have
Could
it
you die
as a
cut
little
in
element.
these as well?
You could, yes. Yeah.
Lovely. I think you're just going to be able to create something absolutely amazing with those. Beautiful, beautiful with the colours that we're seeing. And they are at a brilliant price of £6.99. Another thing that will go well with this as well is the vellum that we have. So you can see that you've got 6 sheets on this. You are getting 5 different designs and then you're getting a clear sheet as well. But you can just see again how the colours of this, the designs on this, it just perfectly crosses over, doesn't it?
It does. They're beautiful. You'll recognise some of the patterns from the papers.
Yeah.
So, of course, they're going to go with them.
Absolutely.
A4 sheets, and again with the vellum, you're very unlikely to be using a whole sheet of these.
Yeah.
I'm going to use a piece in the demo actually.
Oh, okay.
And I tend to just
Love
tear a
this
little
one.
piece off as an accent. Look at that one with the
It's
ocean.
great, isn't it, with the
Really
ocean that
beautiful.
we can see. And then you've got your sort of sea starfish and your...
They're beautiful.
lovely,
And
aren't
of
they, the
course,
anchors?
because they're vellum, you can see through them.
Yes.
So that gives you a really nice sort of different thing to your
it's fab.
project. You can also put them in, like a glass frame where you can actually put a light behind or something like
it's
that.
really nice, and a little lantern or something, and then you've got your clear one as well that will be coming with it. So all of that today, if you want some fancy vellum, £7.99 for you to be able to jump in and get. We've also got new to us today a selection of your inks that have been put together as the perfect colours to go with this. So again, we've actually got less than 10 chances on these now, so well done for jumping in ahead and taking taken advantage of them, because you have got the specific colours here to go with this collection. You've got your Nocturne Shade, your Barn Door and your Riviera Paradise that we can see. If I just bring, if I can get in, this is always the... I'm never very good at opening pots. I'm like, there we go. So you can just see, obviously, as they come out, you've got a lovely little size there. You know, you've got great shapes that we can see as well. But all three of these colours are going to work absolutely perfectly. £15.99 for you to be able to jump straight in and get them. But I think we're down to about the final 5 chances now if you do want to get those colours. So well done if you can get them.
Yeah, they work perfectly with
They do, don't
the
they?
collection. And they're water-based, but they're fast drying, which is a bit of a contradiction in terms, because you can actually, they will dry, and then you can go in with your watercolours and it won't move the ink, which is quite unique.
Yeah, you wouldn't really expect that, but that's pretty good.
You can also ink blend with them. They have been designed colour-wise to go with this collection as well, so you'll see how well they go.
Fabulous at £15.99. Right, what would you like to create?
Well, what I've done is I've already covered, this is one of my Eileen Hull journals, and that's the beauty of having the 12 by 12 sheets, because for projects like these, you know, these are about 6 inches long for each cover. Of course, the 12 by 12 papers are perfect for this, and I've got all this texture done for me. You know, if I'd been using plain cardstock and wanted to add this, I'd be adding inks and layers of stamping. It's all done for me, and the colours are just beautiful. So this is a kind of folio journal that folds in, and what we're going to do today is just decorate the cover.
Okay.
But my plan eventually is to fill this with pages and pages of all those lovely turtles and all the images. So I've got my cover all done for me with the 12 by 12 pages. And then I'm going to bring in some of that lovely vellum. Now, I don't want to cover that whole sheet, and I'm going to have a little think, because if you look at this, you've got some quite dark spots. And I think I prefer the more light, so you can see through it a little bit more. And what I'm going to do is tear a section off, like so I can have it just as a bit of added texture, really. And I'm going to do something to this before I stick it on. And that is to use some embossing powders. You'll find these on the brand pages for Personal Impressions. It's their own brand of embossing powder, and I've got Kettle Copper, because of course copper just goes really well with this colourway. So I've just got a bit of scrap card here, and what I'm going to use is a Versamark ink pad. I've got a little one, and I'm just going to go along that torn edge with a little bit of ink, and then I can pop some embossing powder on it. And it's all about adding more and more texture. So this with the vellum is going to look beautiful. Now, when you're heat embossing on vellum, it melts like in a second. It goes really fast. Just going to pop that back in there. So the first tip I'll give you is make sure your heat gun is hot before you bring it near the vellum. Because you don't want the vellum to warp, and you're only going to be on it a couple of seconds. So I'm just holding that way and letting it get hot before I bring it in. And then we'll let that melt, and you can see that vibrant copper.
It's lovely, isn't it, that transformation?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that goes really fast. Love that. It kind of looks almost scorched. So there, that's going to give me some lovely texture. So what I'm going to do, because I'm going to add layers on here, I'm not worried about my adhesive showing. The other thing is this vellum isn't sort of, you know, it's got quite a lot of pattern on it, so you can get away without needing a special glue or anything. I'm just using double-sided tape, and I don't think it'll show. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to pop that there.
Amazing.
And I've already got a lovely textured background there now. So the next thing I'm going to do is I have, from the fussy cut pages, I've cut out some little things. So the first thing is one of those portholes. And something else we've got on the show is the paper glaze. And what I'm going to do is pop this all over the glass. So it's going to give it that glaze. I can feel that's got a little bit.
Clever. I don't think I've seen this before.
It's really good. It dries clear. You do want to put this aside for, it usually takes, well, depending on how thick you put it on. I tend to just leave it overnight, but it's probably going to take a couple of hours if you go on thick. And it's got this really good nozzle, so you can just cover that. Now, I have got one that I've done earlier, so that it's dry.
Lovely.
You don't want to watch that drying for an hour now, do we? So I just wanted to show you how you pop it on. but I've got one that's already dry that I did the other day.
Oh, yeah.
And it just gives a lovely realism to that. And also, because it sort of domes a little bit,
yeah, it's really
again,
good.
it gives it more texture and height. So that's going to be my first sort of starting point for the design. So I'm going to pop that on just with some glue. So we'll just pop some glue on the back of that. And because I'm going to overlap the vellum, that's going to help stick this side of the vellum down, because of course I didn't put any tape on that side. So that's going to be my sort of centre point to put all my elements around and tuck in. And then I fussy cut some more little bits and bobs. Now I might not use all of them. First one I've got is this lovely fish. Now I'm going to use the ink pads just to soften up the edges, because when you fussy cut you quite often can see a white edge.
Yeah.
So in this collection we've got this barn door, which is a lovely sort of reddish brown, which goes really well with that copper tone we've got. Okay. So I'm just going to ink the edges of my fish. I love these images.
We have got a board here as well, just so you can see the 3 colours that's actually coming to you. So if you have a look closely with this, you can see the barn door that is just there. You will also be getting your nocturne shade that's just at the bottom, just there. And also you'll get your Riviera Paradise. So you can see it's that one, and it's that one just there. So just so you can see all of those colours kind of swatched out as well in terms of what you're getting for $15.99.
Yeah, beautiful rich colours.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
And again, they go so beautifully with the collection. I've got this lovely little lamp. So everything I'm popping on, I'm just going to go around the edges with the ink.
Yeah.
And that really ties it all in together. And I'm just popping these on with a bit of gel glue.
Okay.
So I think this one's going to tuck in here, like so. And I've got a sentiment, Sailor Club. Love this. And again, you can see I've got really white edges on this that I want to disguise. And this colour, this is the barn door. You can see how well it blends in with the colour that's already on the edge of that. It kind of matches. And it gives it all a really nice distressed look.
That's great.
So we'll go in just with some tacky glue with that one. And I'm going to pop that at the bottom here, just underneath my fish. And then from here on, I'm just going to do a couple of little tuck-ins. So I've got this really nice coral, which I think would look quite nice in the top corner. I'm just thinking about kind of filling the space. I don't want to cover up everything. I want to see that copper, so I'm not going to put any more this side. But I think this space here would look quite nice. And don't be afraid to snip into things. If I find this is a bit too big, I might trim off the bottom. So I can just lift it up, and because I've used a wet glue, it gives me the wiggle room. Yeah, I can just pop that under far enough, and that looks good. And I haven't glued the top. I want it to have a little bit of movement. And then I've got a beautiful starfish. Again, a little bit of ink around the edges, just to get rid of the white edge. And then that might go, oh yeah, that's going to look nice in that corner, tucked in. I'll tuck it under the sentiment. Now, if things don't tuck in as far as you want them to, don't be afraid to just snip them to make it work. Okay. So I'm just going to snip off that one.
Yeah,
so
good
that
idea.
I can get it tucked in nicely, like so. There we go. And I have got some shells, but I think I'll overdo it. It's knowing when to stop, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But I think that's really a nice little assemblage. And if you put too much, your eye's going everywhere.
Yes, yeah,
whereas I think that you can see all the elements and see that copper.
It's amazing. So if you do want to go for the full collection, then of course you can get everything at £44.99. If you would like them individually though, we have got everything available individually for you. So to give you a reminder of what's in it. So if you want this, then you can absolutely go for this today. Now you are going to be getting an amazing 3 of each of these 8 double-sided papers that we can see. This is your fussy cut pad, but remember you've got one side fussy cut in, you've then got the other side that has those gorgeous background papers that we can see as well. So there's loads of elements. Brilliant price, of course, at £7.50 for you to be able to jump in and get these. So that is the first part. We then have your paper pad, which is your 8x8. So a very, very popular size here, whether you're wanting to trim into it, whether you're wanting to stick this directly onto your 8x8s. £10.49 on this one. And again, it's the colours, it's the way this whole collection absolutely works together as well, from the greens to the rusty tones, those kind of atlas sort of looks that we're seeing on this as well, which is absolutely fabulous. So we've got that one there for you at £10.49. We can then come across next to our A4 creative pad. You're getting 9 double-sided papers. You're getting one of each on these, matching that price of £10.49. And nice kind of going up in those sizes as well. You know, whether you're thinking, well, I'd just like to pop maybe a sentiment on this, put it in a frame, or of course you've got lots, again, of fussy cut elements. You've got some lovely sentiments within this, as well as beautiful background papers in this one as well. So that is again at £10.49. We then have a couple of opportunities for your 12x12 pads. So we've got your patterns pad that we can see here. So going to be really lovely for your background papers in terms of what we can see here. But I love, of course, it comes with all your letters. So if you are wanting to personalise something, then you absolutely can do by using those. £9.99 as well. I mean, it's a really good price, isn't it? Follow your dreams, adventure around the world. You've got You, Me and the Sea that we can see. So there's lots of different things that, again, could just go in a frame. Couldn't it look gorgeous in a bathroom, for example? Or you might want to have it in, say, a conservatory. So there's lots and lots of different elements within this for you to be able to snip into at £9.99. One other 12x12 pad that we have as well. So this is 12 double-sided papers that we're seeing on this one. And again, it will work over so well with all of the others, whether you're wanting to put it with the other 12x12, the 8x8s, whether you're thinking, well, I want it with the A4, it's just absolutely lovely. And I think the texture, the detailing, the fact that this really doesn't look as though it is flat, and yet it actually is. That's what's so clever with how it's been created.
Yeah, it's hard. When you look at it, you think it's going to be textured.
You do, don't you? Yeah. I mean, like this one particularly, like there, I'm thinking that's got to be cracked, but no, it's just your paper. So another beautiful opportunity. But again, remember, the best way and the best price to get it is at the full price of all of it, because we have given you that brilliant discount where we've taken it down to £44.99 for you to get everything. We've got quite a lot of you with this in your basket, approaching 40% of the stock of this having been allocated as well. So do jump in whilst you can. Just to give you a quick reminder as well about these amazing papers that do come with it also. Lots of you coming through and taking advantage, because we have got your copper sheets that we can see here. I've just never seen anything quite like it. I can't wait for you to get this home, for you to actually see the finish, the gold on this, the texture.
So luxurious.
It's magical, isn't it?
It's hard to describe because it's kind of a mix between pearlescent and metallic.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
It has got a texture to it, and it's got that lovely shine.
Super. It really is. It's just brilliant. Honestly, I think it's one of the best things I've seen. So you've got that there at £15.99. We do also have the other size, the slightly smaller size, if you wanted to get this, which is 6x6s. Again, you can just snip into this. You can just use this for embellishments if you want to, whether it's on cards, scrapbooking. Look at that. I mean, the colours are just glorious, aren't they? And I just think it's just going to take your, whatever your project is, up by a lot because of how amazing it looks.
Definitely. And I think, you know, these sort of papers are the things that you can use on special projects where you really want something extra.
Yeah, special occasions,
you know,
isn't
if you're
it?
using them on journal covers, scrapbooking.
Absolutely, I think so. So that is £6.99, so a great little starter price as well if you haven't ever used papers quite like that or seen them. And then, of course, there is the vellum as well that's available. We have got your clear vellum. We've also got lots of different patterns, of course, that you can see with these as well. So whether it's your clocks that you're thinking of, whether it's the lovely kind of under the sea that we see, you've got your beautiful oceans. We've also got the opportunities to be able to get your keys, and then we've got that fabulous copper look, and all of that today for £7.99. did you want to come over while we talk about storage? Do you want to come and join me for a moment?
Mine's filled.
Yeah, of course. Bring yours over. Shall we start with this one? Is that okay with you? Because a lot of you have already noticed this and you've been shopping ahead, which I'm not surprised about at all.
I love
it's a great one, this, isn't it? Your paper folios.
Fabulous, because it's large enough for your 12 by 12.
Lovely.
Got the carry handles.
Yeah.
You've got a little piece in the bottom to keep the bottom flat for you.
Yep, super.
I just think this is such a handy idea because I have a lot of 12 by 12 papers, but they're all in the other types of storage we're going to look at. And it is quite handy, you know, like when I'm coming here, to have this kind of storage.
Because you can reach
with the
straight in
handles.
and kind of get exactly
what you
what
can see
you want.
exactly what you've got. It's really strong and sturdy. The handles are really strong. They're kind of reinforced here.
Super.
And I haven't seen anything like this.
No.
It's really a bit different. And you're going to get a lot in there.
Yeah, which is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Because I'm thinking you'd be able to get a lot of 12 by 12s in. But also, it's like a really fancy little shopping bag, isn't it?
It
You know,
is.
in terms of how it feels, how it looks, great that you can see through it. And I'm thinking as well, say if like you were going away or anything like that, or even, you know, Christmas, you go to relatives or on any of your sort of bank holidays, you could always just put your projects in here of what you're going to do.
It doesn't have to
everything
be
you
12
need,
by
isn't
12s, but great for paper generally. So
It
if
is.
you are going off to a craft or a workshop,
Definitely.
pop all your papers in here. You know, they're not going to get creased or damaged.
No, that's the thing, they'll be safe, won't
Because
they?
you don't, I know if I'm going somewhere with a tote bag or whatever, you're really careful with your papers.
Yeah.
So this is just so nifty.
Look at that, we've got another collection that's coming up shortly. Should we just pop them in? Because you can just see just how easily that fits in. And that's one collection. It's took up barely any of the space. You can see how much space you've still actually got in there.
Well, we've got 4 collections today.
Yeah.
And while I was working at home, my craft room is a bit of a mess.
Right.
And I had all 4 collections in here.
I bet you easily had them in
because
there,
I thought
yeah.
this is great. I can have it next to my desk and I can just fish in, grab the one I want.
Yes,
and I'm not causing more chaos.
No, exactly.
Because with 4 different collections, with all of these 12 by 12s, 8 by 8s, I was very easily able to sort of just flip through them in here and grab what I needed.
And it looks really nice. Look how I've put mine in there. And suddenly I'm like, oh, it looks fancy,
Doesn't it
doesn't
look
it?
lovely?
I'm like, yeah, what is my project that I'm going to do today? Now, we've not even brought the price in, and yet we already have weights on the phone line. So many of you have managed to jump in already. I am gobsmacked, I have to say, at the price. £7.99 to be able to get your 12 by 12s. I'd have looked at this and thought £14.99, you know, from when we normally see storage.
Yes. It's a shame you can't feel it at home.
No,
because
the reinforced
it's
nature,
great
the quality of
because
it.
you can see through it, but this is really thick.
Yeah, it's thick,
very
isn't it?
durable,
strong.
And even if you just want it for storing, say, your plain coloured cardstock, it would be great for that because you could have several of these.
Yes,
you know, and they'd look lovely in your craft room.
Exactly, because you could just step them next to each other, couldn't you? Like
other
that,
in a row,
and they're
with
all
your
lined
different-
up. Yeah.
You know, you could have all your reds in one. You know,
couldn't
colour
you?
code them,
Yes,
whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Or your different brands or anything like that, if you wanted to as well, so you know exactly sort of where you are. If you aren't going there to like your craft groups, for example, or you lead craft groups, imagine sort of having everything that you need for people as well, kind of popped into these.
Yes.
It'd be nice at like a little treat, wouldn't it? Like you've got 12 people, you've got 12 of these, they've got everything in it and they need it and they could have that as a little
it's
goodie
great for that. And I have to say, I'm thinking of maybe getting some of these for when I do my
because it's
card
a really
classes.
good idea, yeah.
Because at the moment, all my cardstock's in a big box, but it is getting a bit crumpled some of it. And
Well, we
these
have
are
a lot of
perfect.
people, don't we? Often, I'm thinking American Crafts, for example, card, and everybody loves it, doesn't want to use it. Problem is, they then come to use it, and it's curled at the end because it's not being kept flat or, you know, in the right sort of way. With this, you know that you're storing it correctly, and if you wanted, it could just be laid flat and then popped under your bed, couldn't it?
It could,
Wouldn't matter.
yeah, it really could.
You know, it's up to you how you kind of
and
want
if
to
you
do
had
that.
a few of these that you didn't need yet, the piece comes out the bottom.
Flat it back down.
And then it does go completely flat. So
yes,
as you say, if you were putting things under the bed,
of course,
that's how it is when it comes. So it doesn't take up any room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Laura's ready to get one for a shopping bag. I agree.
Yes.
Because it's all well and good, these paper bags, but what about when it rains? It's awful. I mean, I have to be really honest because guess what happened to me? The bottom fell out. So like the corner got so wet because it was raining as I'm walking around doing my shopping.
Everything fell out the bottom.
Yeah. My boots, all my makeup was on the floor and I was like picking up all my No, you know, from Boots, and like, you know, and I was literally, no, I mean, if it was Boots, that would be smashed, wouldn't it? Luckily, my makeup I could just pick back up. But yeah, and you know, they're a great idea, great for the environment, but it's something where it's not always suitable.
No, and something like this would be fabulous because it is that sturdy.
And you're going to constantly keep using it for different things as well.
Yes.
So then you are once again kind of, you know, looking out for that as well. Wow. I mean, Angela's gone for 2, Sheena's gone for 3, Janet's gone for 2, Veronica and Linda have gone for 2, Janice has gone for 3, Christine's gone for 2, we've got a crafter going for 4 there. I think they are absolutely superb for in the 12 by 12.
I mean, you know me, storage is my thing. I'm obsessed with anything to do with keeping my supplies neat.
Yes.
And I really like these.
I do, and you can just see there just how perfectly that's fitted in. What's really clever with it as well is the 12 by 12 comes to below the handle.
It does. It's nowhere near the handle. So when you're holding it, you're not going to crease your cardstock.
No, exactly. You're not going to damage it or anything like that, are you? Yeah, it's made brilliantly. I can't wait for you to get that home. Love that it's reinforced, of course, around the handle as well, because we know that 12 by 12s, if you get in a few pads,
yeah, if you're
there,
filling
could
this,
be waiting.
you know, as I say, I had 4 whole collections in here while I was working.
Yeah, but what a great idea.
It was so handy, and I am going to keep this by my desk for that reason.
Yeah.
Generally, when I am doing Ciao Bella shows, I've usually got a few collections on the go, and they're kind of in piles, and then I've got no space left on my desk.
Exactly.
So this has worked really well for that.
We've got a bit of a wait on the phone lines. You will be answered next, Carol. It'll be you, Cynthia, just after that. Jennifer, Siobhan, Cheryl and Sandra and Karen, Julie, Mary, Jill, everybody else. You're almost there. You've got to make sure you're checking out your baskets, though, if you want to get this, because what a brilliant addition to be able to get to fit your 12 by 12s. It looks lovely with the pink, with the design. Love that you can see your papers through it. So, of course, it is transparent as well. So you're not going to be thinking, oh, what's in that one? You can see exactly what's there. But also reinforced as well. I mean, we've got a massive stock of this, but already over 20% has gone, approaching a quarter of the stock, so well done if you've got that. Now, we've got a few other storage options that I want to introduce to you as well. Now, this one is a more limited stock. As I've said, a few things are limited today, and yet you get a couple of boxes, don't you, within this?
I use these a lot. This is actually one of mine from home. I label.
These are brand new to us.
I label mine with my brother cube label maker that we have here.
Oh, you meant your brother, like your brother's
My
name.
brother,
Just
no.
you've got a brother and you just label it with his name. It's lovely. It's good.
And these I like for paper collections like we've got today, because once you start doing your fussy cutting, you end up with lots of sort of half sheets, little bits, all you know. And you don't want those getting creased and crumpled.
No.
So, and I like to keep a whole collection together. So when I have got, you know, some collections give you rub-ons, all my bits from the collection will go in here. I can label it and I can stack them. These fit perfectly in those cube storage systems that we've all got.
Okay, super.
So they're perfect for that. And this is exactly how I store mine at home, and I label them, and then I know
exactly where
when I go to that collection, all the bits are in one container.
Yes.
So that's the 12 by 12.
Yeah, so super, we've got 12 by 12, and then it comes with the A4 as well.
You get an A4, and is this one in this?
Just 2.
Just the 2.
Yeah, 12 by 12 and the A4.
So
you get 3. Well, that wasn't written on my nose, even better.
Yeah, this is about an 8 by 8.
Oh, lovely.
So yes, you've got the different sizes. So again, I would use the A4. I've got a lot of All and Create rub-ons. They fit perfectly in this one. So that's what this is going to be used for in my room. This one I think is great for storing all your little bits. You know, when you go out and you're fussy cutting, I quite often, when I'm sitting in the green room here, I'll bring some of my Ciao Bella bits and I'll sit and fussy cut. This is like a good project size one to put all your bits as you're fussy cutting.
And then you know they're safe, they're not going to get lost because you spent that time doing it. So really, really super to be able to get, of course, all of those as well. We don't have a huge stock of this. That is the only thing that is disappointing. So get in quick whilst you can, because they are such a brilliant opportunity to be able to take advantage, especially in those 3 sizes, which, like you say, you can do different projects in them. It could be you want your 12 by 12s, your A4s, or your 8 by 8s in them, but it could just be that you want to make sure everything is stored perfectly that you're working on.
Yeah, exactly.
And just label them. They're see-through, you can see exactly what's there, and of course you can give them a little label if you want to as well. We have one other to talk through to you as well. Now, I haven't seen these before, but these are your waterproof storage wallets that we've got.
These are fabulous. You might have seen similar zip wallets. I've got a lot at home, and actually my demos, I'm just going to grab one, Sherilyn, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please do.
Because you've probably seen these ones.
Gosh, they're $7.99 for 2 as well, which is really good.
I know lots of you have got this type,
yes.
and these are what I bring my demos in.
Yeah.
These are totally different quality. These are much thicker. They feel almost like sort of a wetsuit.
Yeah, they do,
They're
right.
very much waterproof.
They're
a lot thicker than these kind of ones that we've all got.
Okay.
And I've got to say, I've got a couple of these in the back of my car that I keep extra card blanks and things in. And over time, they do kind of get quite tatty.
Okay.
Whereas these are a totally different level altogether. So you've got an A4 one. I really love the colours as well.
Yeah, I do, yeah. The colours, the feel of them.
It's got a zip fastening. And so this is going to fit your A4 papers, which is fabulous.
Yeah.
And then you've got a 12 by 12 as well.
Yeah.
Now I've got a whole paper collection in here. This is a collection we've got coming up later.
Okay, lovely.
And I've got the whole collection in here.
Brilliant.
So I think these are great for sort of projects. Whatever you're working on, you could put the whole project in here. If you've got paper collections and you don't want to use the other type of boxes, these would be great for that, because actually if you had a load of these, you could stack them.
Yes.
You could have them again in those
And also
cube storage.
great that they're waterproof, because it depends as well where you craft. I mean, some people have like garage rooms, don't they, for example? And if you are, even conservatories, they can sometimes get a bit damp.
Papers
do you know
can
what I
get a
mean?
little
And the
bit
papers
damp,
can start looking a little creased or crumpled just from the different environments. Whereas with that, it's going to protect it at the same time when maybe you're not working on it until you get that project back out.
Very much so. And I think if you are someone that likes to take your projects, you know, I've got a caravan, I quite often will take a collection.
Oh yeah, that's so nice.
You can just grab it and go. And of course, the space this takes up is nothing really.
No, not at all.
If you are using like that cube storage,
Yeah.
you'd get a lot of these in one cube,
wouldn't you? And again, you can see through them, so you could just put your little tag on, but you can see
label
really
them
what
if you
you've
want
got
to, but
within
you
it,
can-
can't you?
you can see what's in there.
And great for $7.99 to be getting your 12 by 12 as well as your
both.
A4. Yeah, both of them. And you really can. I mean, when you get that home, I'm quite looking forward to you feeling that quality that you're
going to
talking
be
about.
surprised, because I know you'll be thinking of that other type.
Yeah, it's not the same at all, is it?
I mean, those other ones I've always thought were brilliant. This is like next level, because these are even thicker.
It is.
And they have got that, they are like a wetsuit.
I mean, I would actually say, you know, you mentioned your caravan, so my parents have a camper, and you know, when we go away, and it's really good to take your toiletries in, I would say as well, because I mean, they've got, you just know it's all there,
with the
it's all
kids'
safe.
wet swimsuits and things like that.
Oh my gosh, yes,
for that, wouldn't they?
definitely, yeah. So you could use it for other things as well. They're £7.99 for you to be able to get that. Now, let's come across to the Enigma collection next as well and talk through that. You've just got so much on the show today that we're wanting to make sure that we can we can show you. Now, I had put, of course, don't forget about this because this has been so popular, and I had put my Enigma into there, which I thought was a great little idea, part of it. Now, we, again, I think, do we have these individually as well as? Yeah, we do, so we're together. But as always, the best way to go for it will be to go for the big collection. 20% of the main collection is gone before we've even come to this. Now, this is your 12 by 12. This is your paper pad. You're getting 12 double-sided sheets that we've got in this. So different to the initial collection we've just shown, isn't it?
Very different. So this collection is obviously themed on the Enigma, so it's got very much World War II theme to it, top secret, MI5, code breaking, all of that, you know, the amazing story of the women at Bletchley and all the code breaking. So it's got a very much vintage feel. It's going to work for so many things. The images are beautiful, and you've got so many elements that are just lovely for any sort of vintage project. Like you've got the cameras, you've got the lovely old telephones.
I love some of these quotes as well. That one, friend helps you keep your own secrets. There's the other one, the world's best secrets are hidden in plain sight. It gets you thinking as well, doesn't it?
It does. I know this collection was really popular when it came out.
I'm surprised.
And we don't have tons of stock because
we are limited
we've just managed to get what we could that was left.
I mean, we're lucky to have that extended dispatch at all because, like you say, we could have just not managed to get any more back into stock. So, lucky to actually have some of this available today. So gorgeous, gorgeous 12 by 12. Lovely. You've got them extra elements as well if you kind of want to fussy cut any of those out. Great background papers.
Great,
as well as
real sort of grungy vintage feel.
Yeah, isn't there? So that's your 12 by 12 that we can see just there. Now we do also have your fussy cut pad, which of course will come with
these
this.
are all the
Loads of
elements. And when you look at these, you will see how these are going to work for so many different projects. Not necessarily World War II related.
No, it doesn't need to be at all,
but you know, elements that I just think, oh, they're going to be so good for journals and so many different things.
And I think, you know, that you can build scenes with these as well. It could be, you know, it's fabulous.
It's just vintage ephemera, really, which we all love.
And you've got all of your numbers, your letters that you can see there. It's really cool. Loads of sentiments on this, where you've got, again, that a friend helps you keep secrets, the world's worth knowing are hiding in plain sight, top secret. You know, it's quite cool. I went to, I can't think what it was actually called, but it's like a, you know when they have those sort of theatre experience type thing?
Yes.
And you went and you had to put like your orange suits on, and you were sort of in prison, and you took like a bottle of drink with you, and they made you secret cocktails, which was the soup because you're in prison. And I'm thinking, if you were doing some immersive experience and you were inviting people, how cool would they be as invites? Or murder mystery party like that you have at home?
Yeah, great for anything like that. And again, you know, as with the last collection, you've got some really good things here for masculine cards.
Yes, definitely. Retirement would be good as well, wouldn't they, with these?
Yes.
So that's your fuzzy cut pad. We've then got your 8x8. You've got 12 double-sided papers that you can see in this one. Again, a lot to be able to snip out, and a lot of toppers that you could kind of create, I think, with this.
Yes, love all of these. And again, you've got the different sizes, so the scale's going to work for sort of different size projects.
Really good, isn't it?
And you've got the choice of the sort of imagery or the more patterned paper.
Yeah, that's
that
nice,
one. That'd be lovely for a background on a card, wouldn't it?
Definitely. You like being drawn right into the centre, aren't
yes.
you, with that?
And then all these elements that are, you know, lovely vintage things.
So you've got that one, that comes with it, your 8x8. We've then got your A4 pad that you can see here again, works perfectly with everything that we've seen so far.
This one, you've got your patterned backgrounds, but you've got a lot of toppers, fussy cut elements in here.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that whole page of sort of postage stamp style elements.
Lovely then that you've got these really interesting background papers, of course, on the other side, I think, as well.
So many cards you can make with this, with all the toppers. And then you've got more of those little sort of vintage ephemera.
Yeah, super, isn't it?
Really cool, aren't they? And then there's a whole page of toppers there.
Yeah, I like them a lot. They're really
good,
nice, aren't they?
A lot of these would be great for tucking into sort of pockets in journals and things like that.
Definitely.
Especially these little file cards.
Yeah, they're so good. And then finally, we've got that as well. So that comes with it. And then there is one final 12 by 12 pad that we can come to with this as well. So all of these additional
these
elements.
Are your patterns, your backgrounds, but on a 12 by 12 scale. Again, you've got your alphabet there.
Yeah, more down the side of this with your fingerprints, which is pretty cool.
Snip away those borders.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like part of the FBI now or something.
I know.
I got all those fingerprints. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it, that one?
I really like that. I mean, that would work for anyone. I mean, I trained as a secretary and I learned to type on a manual typewriter. So that one instantly I love.
I love that too. And then this is really cool, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, this is lovely. My dad used to have a desk like...
Was 16th of July?
Oh, was that when they broke the code?
Was it?
Maybe, I'm guessing. It must be significant.
Do you know what? I wish I'd have listened more in history. You know, it's one of them I'm really interested in now, but don't you find, and I don't know whether you think back on school,
you're not interested.
It's on your teacher, isn't it? Like, we had some amazing teachers, and I always think about the way I ended up sort of going, because I went off to performing arts school at 16 and went down the acting route and did that. But had my teachers have not have changed, because I sort of then fell into journalism, and obviously I do this now, but if my teachers hadn't have changed, I always think, because my English teacher was amazing, then I got a terrible one, I'd have probably gone into journalism much earlier. You just don't know where you'd end up with good teachers.
No, it's funny, isn't it?
And if I'd have had a good history teacher, I think I'd have probably... Do you know what my history teacher, who was also my RE teacher, so I also didn't listen in that, did to me? They told me I was so immature because I answered back about something which I still think I was correct with. I won't go into the full story, but I still think I was right with what they were telling me to do, and I refused to do it. And they said if I was that immature, I should sit under the table. Bearing in mind I was in year 8, and I was like, sorry? And they were like, yes, if you're that immature, go and sit under the table. So I was like, fine, I'm not doing it. So I had to sit under the table. They were like, if anybody else is the same, they can sit with us. So obviously my best friend came, and a few of the naughtier kids kind of came along. We just sat under this table for so long, like lessons. Well then, I'm never going to listen, am I? It's like...
No, that's not going to help.
And it was something about freedom of speech, and I had some freedom of speech didn't agree with, so then I was under a table. So it was like, well, what's this lesson about?
You're about freedom of speech, is it?
No, so yeah, I didn't learn. So now I look at things, and I think I wish I'd have learned more.
Yeah.
It could spark your interest, couldn't it?
And I think also when you are young, history seems a bit boring. It's only as you get older you kind of appreciate, particularly things like World War II.
Definitely.
Quite what, only a couple of generations before went
100%,
through.
It is where we are now. And it's $44.99, this whole collection as well.
It's a great collection. I can just think of so many uses for it because it's got that vintage
feel to it. Love the colours through it, like we say, the images and just everything you get because there is so much. If you do want any individual elements from this, then you can, of course, jump on the website and get the individuals. They're all there. They'll all be down at the lowest price point for us to be able to bring to it. We do also have a collection of ink pads that go with this one, don't we? So
yeah, we've picked some colours that really go with the vintage sort of feel. These are going to be great for any vintage project. You've got some really lovely muted tones here.
Afternoon tea, you've got your oak moss that we can see there. You've also got your Madeira. And let me just get that swatch sheet there as well, just so you can have a little look at those. So you can see your Madeira is just there that we've got. You've then got your oak moss that you can see just across there. And then the final one was your afternoon tea. So you can see those three colours.
And that afternoon tea is a lovely sort of grey brown.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
It's just perfect for vintage things.
Definitely. So really lovely mix of colours, and they're £15.99, but again, very limited on availability on the ink pads. But they'll work perfectly with the collections, but they'll also just work perfectly.
They're just really, really good colours.
Yes, which is nice. So you'll be using that across all of your collections as well. So that is there at that superb price tag for you. Bit of a wait again on the phone lines. You will be answering in a moment, Ruth, and to everybody else waiting. They're doing their best. It's very busy, of course, when you are at these superb prices, and it's a free phone number, so it doesn't matter anyway, does it? Now, lots and lots of you coming across. We've got about 7 minutes left, so would you like to...
Yeah, should we have a look at the Enigma?
Yeah, that would be nice.
We can do a quick card, shall we?
And we'll get all the individuals there for you to be able to jump in and get as well, so they will all be there at the very lowest prices also. Okie dokes.
So I'm going to go very much with the vintage feel and the lovely sort of muted tones. So I've got a craft card blank.
Okay.
And then I've cut one of the papers down to be just, slightly smaller. And it's got all this lovely sort of MI5 classified stuff on it, which is really cool. And of course, I've got my 3 ink pads, and I'm going to use that afternoon tea, which is that lovely sort of muted browny grey, and I'm just going to go around the edges with that just to give it, and you can see how instantly that's just
really nice.
Perfect. Gives that, it looks like old newspaper, doesn't it? Just really perfect. So I'm just rubbing this around the edges like so. So that instantly kind of just make sure, because you don't want white edges. When you've got something that really looks old,
you want it to
completely spoil it if you can see a really bright white edge. So I'm going to pop that onto the front like so, just with some double-sided tape, and that's going to give me the perfect backdrop. And I like, with all of these sets, not just this collection, you always get a good mix of patterns, because sometimes you want something really bold and strong. Sometimes your backgrounds, you want to be the backgrounds, and you don't want something too kind of complicated. This is perfect because there's, when you look at the details, there's lots of little things you can look at, lots of interest, but it's not too overpowering. It's quite subtle. So that's the perfect backdrop. And then I've picked another one of the papers. I've gone with one that's got more of a green tone, so it sort of stands out against the brown. And then I'm just going to rub some of the oak moss. I think because you've got so much choice.
You
do, and actually both sides of this are lovely. Nice. I like the way they've kind of put imagery slightly greyed out, so it's not too bold. So this is the lovely green. So that works perfectly on that one. So we'll just pop that on with a bit of glue.
Yeah.
Because I'm out the corner of my eye looking at the time.
I know, it seems to just be flying.
So that's going to give me a perfect backdrop. And then I've got a whole pile of little fussy cut elements here. So the first thing I've got is one of those file sort of tab, those like a file divider. So that's going to be lovely. Give me a good sort of starting point. And that's going to be really good for tucking. So I've got some of the circular elements. I'm just going to go around with a bit of the afternoon tea on all of these, just to get rid of the white edges. We can tuck that in there, and it's just layering now. So my main focal point is going to be this fantastic typewriter. So I'm going to have that there, and I think we'll pop that with a bit of gel so that it's got a little bit of height. A little bit on there. And then I've got other elements. This one I think is a bit too big. You've got loads of these, which I love. I've got an old pine cabinet at home that's got one of these on, and I just love these. I die cut these I used a circle die. Yeah. Because there's nothing harder to cut with scissors than a circle. It's really hard, even when you're just cutting around something, to get a perfect circle.
Yeah, so true.
And then I've got all of these little tickets that I can tuck in here and there, and these are just going to draw your eye in.
Looks amazing.
Does, doesn't it? And you've got so many of these in the kit.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You know, endless supply really of all these little pieces that'll just pop in. So let's tuck that under there, and then we'll just pop one in this corner, and then I'm going to leave it there so that, again, it's that knowing when to stop. Now this one looks a bit similar to that one, so I'm going to have this going that way. Just there. And look at that.
Wow,
just with a few fussy cut elements, I've got a really nice...
That's just incredible. It really is. And again, that could be for so many different occasions, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's just got a vintage feel to it, really. You don't have to think about it as being World War II.
So there is a lot, of course, on the show today. Don't forget this, because so many of you have come through for this as well. It will work perfectly, of course, if you get your collections, because it will fit your 12 by 12s in as well, which is absolutely super. You've got that transparency, of course, with it, and it has got that lovely super strong that we can actually see in terms of the handle also. So it's a great one to add on, of course, with it being that one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight. So I don't want you to miss out on that. That is BAPQ32 if you want to jump through and get that as well. You're back later, are you?
I am back at 7.
I can't remember what time. 7 o'clock. Lovely.
With 2 different collections, paper collections, so more new things to look at.
Totally different show. So do join Sharon at 7 o'clock. I'll be back for my final hour in a moment. We're back with the Crafty Witches. Ian is here, and we'll be seeing so much more from that. We'll see you in a second.
On the 12th day of Christmas,
Hobby Maker gave to me 12 crafters crafting, 11 painters painting, 10 Andys cleaning, 9 ladies die cutting, 8 friends embossing, 7 stampers stamping, 6 quillers quilling, 5 guild ribbons, 4 card toppers, 3 fussy cutters, 2 tanglers tangling, and a Liam in a Christmas tree.
We are on air at Hobby Maker on Christmas Day from 12 until 4 p.m. So tune in for a very Merry Christmas.
Hi, it's Nat from Hunky Dory. Just wanted to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Can't wait to be back in 2025 for more amazing shows. See you then.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
I'm really happy that I'm going to be joining you this year on Christmas Day. I've got 2 Cizik shows, and we're going to be bringing you a really nice mix of things. We've got the scoreboard and trimmer, which I know lots of you might have on your wish list for a little Christmas prezi. We've got some sort of everyday essentials, I'll call them. We've got some nesting dies, things like that. We've got some really nice embossing folders, and we've even snuck in a few Christmas dies in case you want to get ahead for next year. So I hope you can join me on Christmas Day for my Sizzix shows.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hiya, just thought I'd pop in to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas from me and mine. Thank you for tuning in this year. It's been a fantastic year at Hobbymaker, and I'm sure 2025 is going to be even better. Have a great Christmas. Lots of love.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet, and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there is something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. I hope you have a wonderful time with your friends and family and a great new year as well. I know Crafters Companion have got lots planned for the new year, so I hope you'll join us and have a wonderful Merry Christmas.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hello, rightio. Gosh, last hour before my Christmas break, your Christmas break.
That's correct.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we have got a superb hour. I'm not sure if you joined us at 1 o'clock where you got to see everything that was available in this show. We're going to be doing even more demonstrations, demoing from different bits as well. If you want to jump ahead on the website, then you can see everything that is there, because we have got 7 amazing different collections that are available today. All of them, of course, here, first time for us here at Hobbymaker as well. And there's such a lovely mix, you know, from construction to the most gorgeous aperture cards to beautiful full collections as well. So do just have a little look at everything that is there. Now, first, I want to talk through our December mini medley, which of course is an exclusive to us here at Hobbymaker. And we've got this at £9.99 today. Now, we should be looking at around £24 for this, but instead it is better than half price, which is even better. And it does have 6 mini collections in it. So we are talking Bake It, we have got your Dragonfly Flight, we've got Flowers All Year, we have Sugar Blooms, we have Sweet Bouquet, and we have the Bewitching Season as well. So all 6 of these that are there as digital downloads as well. And what I love so much is everyone is completely different, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and it builds into the whole year worth of craft, like, you know. And what's great about it is like there's 72 printable pages. Like that's mad, isn't it? Like, you know, when you think about it. And again, like looking at what all the collections are. Like, so I mean, first up we've got Bake It, which, I mean, I've got a friend who, she's all into a cooking and a baking and stuff. So this is going to be perfect for her collections. And we can see here from Roz. Roz has made this using the collection. And really simply, like, what she's done is she's printed the backing paper onto a card.
I think that's
like,
really clever.
So then at least, you know, she's making her own card, blank.
Exactly.
Where can you do that? Like, you know, you'd have to buy that, and then you'd have to buy 12 of those, where you can actually just do one at a time, which is really cool. Then we've got Bewitching Season, and I said earlier, we have got the big film out at the moment.
Have you watched it?
Not yet. No, not yet. Really trying to find the time, but it's one of my, I love The Wizard of Oz, that's my favourite film ever, but Wicked is truly. I've seen it at the theatre, but it's truly amazing.
Yeah.
But all the little girls, everything are going mad for witches at the moment, aren't they? And these, look how cute this one is as well.
Sweet,
and again, I think this one's from Sue, and just using the backing papers and the simple scalloped. You know, so bringing all your other crafty tools into using with it. Then we've got the Dragonfly Fright, which is so beautiful and it's so bright and cheerful. And I mean, this is one, again, this is from Tracy. And
stunning image.
Yeah, and it's got, I mean, just so...
A nice to be able to decoupage that and give that dimension if you want to as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see what she's done is she's increased one of the toppers and then she's like decreased it. So she's actually built it all up from just one topper. That's one page, really. Wow.
Okay.
And then we've got Flowers Oil, which is one of my favourites, if not my favourite, because again, like I said before, it's got every flower for every month. So
and I think it feels personal as well. If somebody sort of gives you it and says August, like my birthday's in August, and then it's got the flower on, that's the August flower, it just feels like really thoughtful.
And then you can buy the flowers to go with it. And
like you showed in your first demo.
That's right. And do you know, that's you know, you struggle sometimes, don't you? What am I going to get somebody, you know? And even if it's not a really close person to you, but you just always want to buy a gift, a lovely card with the month and the flower on, and then get the flower to go with it. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Then I love blues. Blues is my favourite colour. So Sugar Blooms, and this has got some really beautiful roses, pinks and blues into it. And again, this is Roz again, and you can see she's just used a tad of the decorative paper,
just a strip at the bottom,
and just one of the toppers, but then she's used one of her beautiful dies just to really simple, really clean and beautiful card. And then the final one is Sweet Bouquet. And again, this is another one of Ross's. I mean, not that I've just picked all of Ross's out, but it is just to show you that like she's reduced the size of the insert paper, and then she's used a topper again. So it's just two elements.
And look how beautiful the cards it's not often the sort of colours that we see actually in many collections. I don't know why, but we don't seem to, and yet I really like it.
And when I can remember going to a wedding once, and all the bridesmaids were in peach dresses. So like, you know, like when you're thinking about making wedding cards and stuff, you know, I mean, I'm not saying everybody wears peach, but the 80s are coming back, and that was when the wedding was. So you never know, you might see.
There's a lovely sort of delicate colour, isn't it, that you've kind of got there. So
that's fantastic. With like I say, 72 printable sheets. You get two
for $9.99.
Yeah, two topper sheets in each collection. You get 4 decorative papers, you get a sentiment sheet, you get an insert, and you get like a essential paper, as we call them, 2 of those, and 2 solid papers.
It's amazing, isn't it? And every single one, and all of it, as you can see, just works so well together as well, because it's all been colour matched. It all kind of has been thought out as well to be able to really build up those cards and those scenes. And we're going to have a look at the computer and then a demonstration of this collection first, aren't we?
So we're just going to have a look at Dragonfly Flight.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Let's get my. We've always got our landing page, which you click enter to go in, and then it brings up, like I said, your 2 topper sheets.
Lovely,
and then you click on, and you see.
It's now, that detailing and the colour. I mean, that one with the rainbow behind is just stunning.
Oh, isn't it just? I really like that one as well. That's just like, I mean, you think of the kiddies and stuff with those cards, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
But you've got like the 6 toppers on there.
Yeah.
Sorry, is it 6 or 8? I think it's 6. But you've got another set of toppers as well. Yeah. You've then got that insert with the beautiful dragonfly
really
on.
Pretty.
The sentiments, as I said.
Yeah.
And then I always say this, and I mean everybody that knows me now knows, I always check the decorative papers first. Because if you're printing this onto 250 GSM, you could be making the box to match.
Yeah, which is
you can't. And again, because we've got all the it's digital and we can do actually what we want. Yeah. We can print that with a colour and then the reverse with a solid colour. So your box now becomes even more luxurious. Yeah. If you're doing it at craft fairs and stuff, you're adding an extra price on to have a
And it's nice how you can actually cross it all over. It could be your box, your envelope, it could be your card blank, you could do a bag. So all of that suddenly can correlate with each other as well, which is just looks lovely, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and then like I said, you've got two of the essential papers and then the 2 solid papers. Super. As you've watched me go through, you've watched me hit the cauldrons. That's what tells us where to go and what to do. If we go back, you'll see you've got your more information. In there, that tells you T's and C's, frequently asked questions, contact us, leave us feedback, because that's the other good thing. We're a small company, but we're growing very quickly, if you like. So all the ideas that come through, it's always great because we are crafters essentially.
Yes.
So to hear from other crafters what they would like to see, Linda's like really happy to see all of that kind of thing.
And remember that is just one of 6 collections. So you get that, or what Ian's just spoke through, but essentially you get that another 5 times as well in totally different collections because your Bake It, your Bewitching Season, your Dragonfly Flight, your Flowers All Year and your Sugar Blooms alongside that Sweet Bouquet are all in this collection today.
So I did print the sheet off because my first demonstration is I've picked the, I think it's this one here, I've picked the bottom one, but I've increased it to 150%.
Which is fab that you can do that in digital crafting, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's obviously then you think you've got this size, but I can keep growing and growing and growing. And because I've got an A3 printer, I can go up to 450, 500%.
Yeah, if you want to.
So I did do it at 150. So you can see the difference, but none of the imagery has changed. And then, because in this demo, I'm going to use some vellum as well, I've printed it onto vellum. So if I just flip that over and printed it at 150%, but that really creates a different feel.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And you can just see by actually upsizing this, the quality stays the same because of the actual quality of the pixels. It's not like going blurry or anything like that. It's just staying exactly as it is.
This is what we would send to the printers if we were going to do paper kits. Like, and these are the imageries that we'd use all of the time. Like, do you know what I mean? So I'm going to do a 7x7 card. I'm using some of that lilac-y solid paper and some of the patterned paper, which is really cute. So I think all those little dragonflies, albeit if anybody that knows me, I'm terrified of anything that flies and anything that scuttles across the floor. So.
You wouldn't like the butterfly farm then?
Well, I was saying earlier, I was watching a dinosaur film last night,
right,
and there was locusts, and they all flew about the thing. I nearly had a heart failure. It was. There we go. And again, I only ever go down in 1/4 of an inch in all my mats and layers. And again, you know, this. I mean, I use an all-purpose glue, but I mean, any adhesive that you like to use is perfect. And it's just because it gives me a bit of what they like to say is wiggle time.
Yes, exactly.
Right. And then I've got my topper. I've already done the top side of it. Just take my pads off.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be quicker at that, actually.
I think sometimes in the studio, it's like they get more stuck with the
I think it's a bit, for the first time, it's a bit cooler in here, isn't it? So it's
not boiling.
So just pop that in the middle. Now, you can actually, if you wanted to, pop a bit between, like just so something to land it on, but I quite liked it with just a little border of the dragonfly. And then what I've done is I've just got some of the vellum and I've cut it out and then just shaped it with my fingers. So I think I've just heard Sharon talking earlier about when you heat emboss and how it heats really quickly. So even with your fingers, vellum moves and shapes really quickly.
Yeah, which is great.
Just with your fingers. You don't need to have any special tools. Now on the original one I made, I did cut the wings separately, but just for convenience on the show, I've just kept them together. But just pop the little...
Super.
And then we've got another set of wings, just to give it a double up. Yeah. Always work in threes, as they say.
Oh, that looks awesome.
And then I've just done a little sentiment, best wishes.
Really pretty.
Just pop that on.
Yeah. Super.
And there you go.
Look at that. Isn't that just absolutely lovely? It really is. And that's, you know, just again from one of the collections. So let's just look through a couple more samples from each of these collections, because we do have the Bake It collection, and you can see what you might be inspired to do with this. It could be something like that. Or how different is this imagery that you can see just there with that gorgeous cake that we're seeing as well, and that's on your special day. We also have your Bewitching Season, so you might want to make a really large card like this, and I love that you've got the little ghost that's just flying. Or you might go to a smaller size and you might be thinking, well, actually I'll do a DL, and you could create that. Now the dragonflies we just saw Ian working with, but there's a couple more here. There's one from Roz that we can see just there. Or really, really another one that's very pretty that Roz has done. So you can see how different they are as well. We then have the further collection, which you can see just here. Now, this was obviously made a bit earlier, and that was where we could see that you've actually got that hidden little pocket, and you've got your daisy seeds, haven't you, actually behind it as well. So it's a lovely gift that we can actually get just there. Or you might want to be doing something like this, and this is both from Flowers All Year, so you can see a February one that we've got. We then have these beautiful colours that you can see in this collection, where you get your blues, you get your pinks that we can see as well. So these are your sugar blooms, a couple of examples from that. And then finally, we do have your sweet bouquet, which is where you see those sort of pinks, those peaches, lovely full flowers that we can see as well, but also really have that kind of elegance, I think, to them. So 6 collections, absolutely jam-packed with toppers, with your sentiments, with so many different papers, from your solids to your beautiful detail that we've got as well. It's absolutely gorgeous what you get, your insert that comes with this. So it is so much. And today, for that amazing limited price of £9.99.
Isn't it just? And even if you've already got 1 or 2 of the collections, it's quids in to get it for just under a tenner.
I know, for all of them. I mean, you're looking at, I don't even know how much it is per collection, but well under £2 per collection for you to be able to get. So do jump in and take advantage. Now, we also have, which has proven to be very popular, which I'm not surprised about, the calendar. Now, this is your 2025 calendar, where you're getting multiple projects in it. You might be wanting to create your wall calendar or your stand-up sort of calendar. You could have that, your tabletop calendar. It might be that you're wanting the most amazing shape, which has to be my favourite, which is your dodecahedron that we've got there, which you can then turn around onto each side to see the different months. Or you might be doing your cube, and you can see there's different examples there of the cube in different sizes. So it's just superb for how much you can make out of this collection as well. It's not just one calendar.
No, and that's what's great about it, isn't it? And I was saying earlier, like, you know, if you're going like back making for the office, what a fantastic, like, you know, to come back in January after your break and you've made everybody a calendar.
Everyone's got a cube like on their desk.
Yeah, cube or one of these dodecahedron. I can't say it, but you know, but one of those on the desk. How cool would that look? And it's £6.99, yeah.
Such a good price, isn't it?
How much are calendars when you go out into the stores and buy them? And you could have 20 calendars if you wanted. You could have one in every room if you wanted to.
So you print them out, and that's all you need to do. And I think it's when you actually look at the projects on your board as well, that's where you see that you've got such different imagery as well. You know, because when we think of, say, the owls, they look really young compared to us looking at the flowers, or we've got them beautiful sort of snow landscape scenes that we're seeing, or we've got those people, those sort of vintage people. So it's just great, the mix of designs I think you've got.
I know, and that's what I think is right about it. I think, and don't just think of it as a calendar, because the imagery with our snapshot tool on PDF, like on Adobe Reader, we can pick these images out and make cards with them as well. So it's not just going to be, oh, well, I've got a calendar and then that's it, it's finished. You've got so much more. I mean, you've got 12 different L's on there, and the flowers again, 12 different flowers throughout the month. How fab is that? And
yeah, if you want to take them, you can do. And you can watch back our earlier show as well, because we did have a show at 1 o'clock where you actually put one of the cube ones together and showed us how easy it is. I mean, literally, once you've scored it, the tabs are there, you just glue them together and it's formed and it's created.
That's it, yeah. And all I would say probably for the desk, I mean, we've just made ours empty for the show, but I would probably just put a bit of like stuffing in it or whatever, you know, like just to wait, or a bit of rice or something, you know, whatever, just to get a bit of weight to it. But it was all printed on 250 GSM card.
And they're really holding, as you can see there, their constructions that you've got there. I just think that would be brilliant. £6.99 for you to be able to get that today. And everybody loves a calendar, don't they? Because of the fact that, if not, we barely know where we are half the time when we're working, trying to keep up on everything else as well. You can really see the imagery close up there as well.
And that's it. And that's just to see how, you know, you're printing out, you can have it on A4. And that's what's great in the thing. We haven't resized this to be A3, or we haven't downsized it to be A4. On our download, you're getting print it on A4, print it on A3. So we've already took that trouble out for you, like, you know what I mean. So you haven't got to even think, have I made it the right size or whatever. It's done for you.
Also easy always is, I have to say, with Crafty Witches that we can see. Now, next, what you can see here is iris folding. I mean, it could be that you're thinking, I want to do something different. I want to do something new in the new year. Maybe it's iris folding. That's going to be what Ian's going to be doing.
That's right.
And it's just $4.99. I mean, that's the other thing that is so amazing. If it's the first time you wanted to try digital crafting, it's a try it price. If it's the first time you want to try iris folding, it's a try it price. And you can just see all of the difference of the colours, of course, that we've got there. But to be able to make these beautiful images of these butterflies is just fabulous.
And the great thing about it is it comes with full instructions.
Yes.
So, and that's like every kit that we do, 3D, it's got the full set of instructions with it to help you and guide you through. And again, I heard Carla earlier say that she's a visual learner.
Yes, everyone's different.
The instructions are visual and written. So we've covered every base, really, like, you know.
Definitely, it crosses over.
One of the things when I was chatting with Linda, we talked about was the printing of the papers for iris folding, because I'd never done it before myself, and it was like, what would you print it on, really? She recommended 80 to 100 GSM paper to print the papers on, because it's about the folding and stuff. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be using my printer paper to get me some.
Print it off.
But again, you can see it's got the lines in, so it's all there, how you've got to cut it and everything. So we've got the bold colours for you. But it's already there for you to say, you know how much to cut. So you get your paper trimmer, your scissors, whatever, and you're good to go.
Snip it, bit of sellotape, really stick it on.
And there's the instructions, like I said. I have printed them on A3 just for the TV, but this just shows you've got your written and you've got your guide at the top.
And it's so simple. I mean, you can see the sort of numbering and the system that we've got there in terms of where you're using those different papers, the colours as well. And the fact that then it's all written down with the instructions, you actually can't go wrong. And you know, like I said to you, when I've seen iris folding being done in the past on other shows, I find it mesmerising, because you go from an aperture to suddenly this amazing kind of dimension being built up with all these colours, and just from literally folding your papers and sticking them down and taping it, and that's all you need to do. It's like anybody could actually do this, which is brilliant at $4.99.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well when you said about it being for just $4.99.
Yeah.
I've seen iris folding on channels and various things, and you've got to buy the die and you've got to buy all the papers. And you know, if you'd like me, I was a bit nervous about it. You know, I didn't want to dip my toe or anything.
Exactly.
This,
it's total try it price.
a $5, it's a cup of coffee, isn't it? Or less than a cup of coffee.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And you can have a go yourself at it, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's superb. So that is there at £4.99. Now, we then have a completely different project. This is your construction project that you've got here. I love it, I have to say. I mean, I'm just going to actually just grab one of these, because these are your Be Happy boxes. And you can see the detail, of course, in these that we have the whole way around this, which is absolutely brilliant. Of course, this can be your birthdays, it could be your Christmas presents, it could be your just becauses, because it opens up, as you can see, into an absolutely fabulous gift box where all of your details, of course, have been done for you. Yeah, really good size in that one. This one's made by Wendy, which is super. And I just love as well, it comes with all these extras. So when you see the sort of foliage, the flowers or the butterflies, it's got all of those with it.
Everything's with it, yeah. You've got, I mean, Sharon, who's our Kilkenny cat, Sharon Curtis. This is designed by her, and she's thought of absolutely everything. She's thought of, she does SVG files, and she does them really, really well. This is a fantastic project to complete, but she also does the print to cut. So you don't have to have cutting machine. You can do it with a pair of scissors. You've got it in different colours. You've got the flowers in different colours. She's also given you all the solid paper, so even if you want to print both sides, so that you know if you're doing your print to cut and then you think, well, that's orange and I want a green background, you can print the back so it's green. The world's your oyster. She also does it in 12 by 12 and A4, so you've got
on
both.
What size you actually want.
Yeah, and that's the same in the print to cut, A4 and 12 by 12. So if you've got an A3 printer, the 12 by 12 will go through. If you've got an A4 printer, the A4 will go through. So your quid's in.
Yeah, 100%. And it's there at £9.99. And we're going to have a little look, aren't we, at putting one of these together.
Yeah,
super. So you've got all your bits there. So if you do want to be able to create something as dimensional as this, then it is at £9.99. It's QW6309. And again, it's all digital. It's all there, of course, in your files. Then you can download it, you can get it printed. And if you buy this, it literally comes to your Hobby Maker account. It's there. As soon as you've already got it, you can download it and you can start working.
You could be making this today, couldn't you? That's the...
If you got it in the earlier show, you might be crafting along, might have already printed it out. Who
Yeah,
knows?
it might have already printed out, or you might have already built it up. So I have already done some in advance, but we'll do the bottom half of the box to start with. So I've used the scan and cut for this one, and what's great with the digital cutting machines, it puts all the score lines in for you and everything. So I mean, again, I always say, new year, new craft. If you're looking for something, I know digital cutting machines are a considered purchase, but if you're looking to do something different next year, it's well worth, because there's so much more to come, not just from us, but from everywhere, really. So this time, I'm just going to use the red line tape, and I'll just take all of them off to start with.
Okay.
And obviously this is just a hexagon, so we've got one on each side. You can use your wet glue. I just thought about time on the telly, like we're trying to get it to stick up. I have already attached. This comes in 2 pieces, and I've already attached it together, so you've got like a little tab. So I've attached it together already. So all you're doing is you're lining it up.
Yeah. I've had a couple of questions asking with the SVG files. Can you use it just on the scan and cut or on different cutting machines?
You can use it with any digital cutting machine that accepts SVG files. So your Silhouette, your Cricut.
Yeah.
I think there's another one. I'm not too sure.
But anything that has a SVG.
Anything that accepts SVG files, you can use it on there. Again, I mean, it's like I said, it is a considered purchase, but what a fantastic tool to have in the new year to do something like this. Right, so I've just made them. So that was really quick, wasn't it? Put together. I'm just going to use the wet glue on the side, just to pop the side together. And there you say you've got your hexagon box.
Great shape, and it's very difficult actually, a hexagon, to be able to create. So the fact that this does it for you to get that perfect hexagon is just brilliant.
Well, like I said earlier, we give you all the papers in this collection, so you're all there. But if you've got any of our other collections, you've got a box that you can make up.
Yes.
It gives you the mats and layers to cut out. It's perfect for...
Isn't it? And then you can put anything you want, obviously, inside it as well. So what a lovely little gift, whether you want to put your perfumes in there, you want to do sweets, you want to do toiletries. It's a really good size, this box.
And I was saying earlier, like with the flowers, like I've put seeds in that card. You could make this with the flower for years, and then you could put bulbs in.
Yeah.
So you've actually got a little box ready to go with that as well. Again, I've already put all the mats and layers onto the lid, but again, they all cut perfectly. I used my wet glue, all-purpose, to stick them on, but with putting the honeycomb on, I used my dotty tape.
Oh, dotty tape, of course,
you can use wet glue.
It's intricate, isn't it? So you want it to stick on where you actually want it to.
Yeah, so you just pop your... I popped my lid on. So when I made it, my one, I popped my lid on. Let's just get it on. I'm making a meal out of that. Right, so you can see where you're going to pop your other mats,
Mats and layers.
So again, like I said, I use my dotty tape pen. You can use wet glue, but again, dotty tape pen, it's just
so clever, isn't it? It just clings on to where you want it to cling and nowhere else.
That's it. And then you're sort of good to go with that, and then it's just popping that on.
Yeah, fab.
And then I know you would probably think that they would stand like that, but they actually go on. Oh, let me show on the side. So we'll just use my all-purpose again, and we just pop them round the sides. This is such a great project. I think like we've got a few things from Sharon Curtis, and everything sort of, it's so luxurious.
100%. And I think like it feels like an accomplishment when you've done it as well.
Well, I mean, we've got other things to show later, but I always think when I've done something 3D, I do love 3D work, but I always think that's amazing. When it's ended, like you've cut it all out and everything. I think, did I really make that? Like, you know, and everybody will go, I don't know why you always doubt yourself. And I go,
but you still
I know,
feel
but
like I've done really well.
that was so easy, and like, and I mean that with the best will in the world. It
Yes,
is so easy, like
Yeah, because the work's been done for you, and then you're just putting it together, aren't you?
And that's what's great. That's what's great about Linda and Becky and Sharon. To be fair, they think of absolutely everything. So us crafters don't have to.
No, exactly, which is even better.
And you're just popping those round. I love this. It's such a. I would take more time, obviously, being when I'm at home. Like, so I've always, like, you know, make sure you're taking your time with the. It's not a rush project. It's not a competition to get to the end first, is it? It's.
Yeah.
So then you've got your box, all decorated.
It's great, isn't it? It's fantastic.
Oh, and then, like you said, it comes with all the embellishments and things. So I've just got. I've made a tag and I've cut it twice.
Okay.
And I've done the wording, because there's a sentiment in there, be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to pop that on.
Okay.
On the top. And then what I've done is I've got some acetate, because what I wanted to do is I wanted to have my bees floating.
Oh, that's lovely.
Above
That's
the
really
top of
fun.
it. So,
Yeah.
and the easiest way to do this is to just have your vellum and just score it. I mean, there's no particular size. I've just cut a few strips and just so I could pop it down. And again, I'm just attaching that with a bit of wet glue.
Okay.
Before I put my bees on, I've done some of the flowers. Just popped a little gem inside, so you can pop it round. Pop it round the side of the tag, which, I mean, again, as you know, I know that, you know, on some cutting machines you've already got tags there, but to have a tag, and particularly like at this time of the year, is really cool. It's just some of the foliage.
Yeah, lovely.
And you can, if you want to, you know, that you can reshape your foliage as well. You haven't got a.
Elaine's asked if you can resize the boxes. Are you able to do that?
Yeah,
It's the same way, or?
Yeah, on any cutting machine that you can.
Yeah.
I mean, this, because it's a 12 by 12,
Yeah.
you'll probably find that this will fit your mat. So if you're then trying to resize all the other elements, you would need perhaps like with the scan and cut, you can have a 12 by 24 mat.
Right.
You know, so you could probably get it bigger then.
Yeah.
But I don't know with all the others if they do have bigger mats or
But you
anything.
could probably move it smaller. Would be doable, would it?
You could do it smaller, but like it's already there for you in A4, so you can go smaller than A4 if you want to. But larger than A3, I think you've probably 12 by 12. You'd probably
gets a little bit trickier.
Here we go.
Oh, that is so lovely. Look at that.
And the little bees.
Wow.
Floating around.
It's just amazing. When you think for £9.99 as well, you can make it in those mixer sizes, but also, you know, think about if you wanted to sell on, for example, or you're just making even for your friends, because you can easily pay a £5 for a box in a shop. So suddenly you make 2 of these, you've made your money back.
Oh, yeah. I think, and you know, I always think, I did a craft fair at the beginning of the month.
Okay, yeah.
And things like this were selling really, really well.
Yeah,
like,
I bet.
because it's so different.
Yes.
You've got it on your craft store, and all these boxes that are made, they were just like, oh God, I'll have that for my Secret Santa. I can pop that in. It was, they were just really cool.
Yeah, because they look different. Like you say, they're a talking point, but also they look expensive.
Yeah, I've made it today with the honeycomb and everything,
Yes.
but I'd made it with Christmas.
Yeah, 'cause you can just change it, can't you?
Yeah,
Just change
so
it around.
I just went into my kits. What have I got? What can I use for the mats and layers? And I just mat and laid it
Change it now, because once you've got the shape there, you can do whatever you want with
Absolutely,
it. Absolutely,
yeah.
So a really, really superb project, and look at that, how that has come together as well for £9.99 to get that perfect dimensional box that we're seeing there with that hexagonal shape as well. It really, really, absolutely lovely. Now, there's a lot more to be able to introduce to you as well within this show, because we do have the floral apertures that are available as well. And I think the mix of flowers with this, the design that we've got, but also that large kind of aperture that comes out with that is just superb.
Oh, this project, when I mean, we haven't got any samples of it, unfortunately, but looking at the imagery here, the flowers build up, so they are like a decoupage as well. So you've got your beautiful dome and which is all cut into.
Yeah.
And again, you can back that on, so you could have that cut out in white, and then you could have your red roses, and you could even paper piece into the,
that'd be
you know, the leaves into the green. But then you can build all these up, so the actual flower grows. In the aperture, so they all look really, really rich and expensive. I mean, again, you pop your own sentiment on there.
Yeah, of course you can. And I think as well with something like this, it's the kind of card you're going to give somebody, and then people are going to put it in a box frame, and they're going to just want to keep that because they're going to think this is not a card I have up just for my birthday and then pop that away. It's one that you'd want to keep and save.
And that's like a lovely. I mean, the rose. Well, all the flowers really. But a lovely Mother's Day type of card.
Oh, definitely.
And again, like I know it's like March time, and we're like you know just at the end of December. But you know, getting these projects now, you can start working on what's to come in the future.
Exactly. I mean, we've got Valentine's coming soon. Like you say, we've got Mother's Day coming soon. You've got Easter. That's not far off. So you can use flowers as well. So yeah, it's really sort of starting that crafting journey for next year, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And that is, again, a brilliant price, £8.99 for all 4 of those projects that you can see there. Now, we then have the reveal, the shutter card reveals that we've got here as well, the gatefolds. These are just superb, I have to say. The difference of the designs in it, but also the difference of the sort of reveal kind of element with it.
Oh, yeah, and it's because all the reveal, I mean, they are SVG files, the reveal part of it. But you know, I mean, they've got different shapes, different patterns within the reel. We've got one just there, I think, and I've put one in the box over there for you to show. I mean, look how beautiful that is.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that,
and you
the
can
dimension that we've got.
Add whatever sentiment you want. This one again, I think this is Trace. Is it Trace? No, Wendy.
Yeah,
and she's inked the sides as well, to you know, to draw the eye into the original.
Lovely, isn't it? It really is absolutely super. But then, of course, it is nice that on top of that, we have got the cards that have been created where they've not used that kind of card shape, and you can just use them as toppers if you want to, and you can create some beautiful, beautiful cards like this if you'd prefer to. I mean, look at that one that Roz has had. I think these are just beautiful with the dandelions and those sort of deeper, darker colours that we've got. This one that you can see just there. I mean, how expensive does that look with the bow that we've got? And then you open it up, and then you've got inside that, which is just really, really special. So there's just so much you can actually do with this.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, even if you haven't got an electronic cutting machine to have the SVGs, you can still use all the imagery.
Yeah.
You've got sentiments, you've got these. I mean, you said earlier about these backing papers
gorgeous,
that are like the what are the lights? Like the northern lights, isn't it? But like, you know, all the different colours in the sky.
Yeah.
When I was looking at those, because you get so much, and I'm going through it all the time, I was thinking of rainbow, like unicorns and things and everything. So you can so you can mix it and mash it into all of your other crafts as well.
Definitely.
But you get
the flowers, the bees,
imagery.
the fact that you're getting those lovely dandelions.
The 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, so I used to
I
call
love
them.
them. I still do that with my little boy. Come on, blow 1, 2.
And the bees are so. I mean, and that's a really popular.
Oh, it's such a popular image, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're so rustic. The bees are such a beautiful.
Yeah, it's a stunning collection, isn't it? It really is. And I mean, in terms of, you know, just how much you're actually going to do from that as well. And then when we think about those really exceptional kind of card shapes and card bases that you've got with those shutter reveals, you know, they're just so lovely. As you can see, they'll close, they'll then open up, and you'll be able to see what is
that trellis one. I mean, it's just it reminds me of, like, you know, the window opening, and you're just looking into your garden.
What I think, exactly. You've just got that there, and it opens. Yeah.
I'd love my garden to look like that.
That is literally what Laura just said as well. My next door neighbour, they've just had their garden redone, and so they've just had like a sort of walkway like that kind of put down the side. They've had all their back taken out, and the shed and the bushes, and it looks, you know, when you're looking out your window, you're like, yeah, that looks great. And then there's mine still trying to get some flowers to grow in my flower bed. My roof blown off my shed, so I've got tarpaulin over it because Dad said I can't do anything till spring. So I look like I'm like, I don't know, like a murder scene or something. This blue tarpaulin. I'm like, oh, this is awful. And there's their beautiful garden that's all been done. And
We've all kind of aspired to gardens like this for the new year.
I look out my window, just pretend that is mine and not mine.
Oh, bless you.
One day, you never know, do you? So at least we can make it in these cards. cards. And that's £8.99. And then finally, we do have, which I love this as well, another great kind of 3D project that we have, which is the hexagonal box that we've got, which is just, it's super, like it's so clever what you can actually create with this. Comes in all different colours. Of course, we can open this up and look how that then folds away, and suddenly you've got all of these little boxes in there where you could put your little gifts. You know, it could be, you could do a gift a day for like a countdown to something, couldn't you?
When you open it all out as well, there's like a sentiment.
Oh, that's actually under it.
In the middle.
Oh, how cool is that? Look.
So you've got all the...
That's really good. Enjoy every moment. You are so loved. It's just super. It's really clever.
Even though like the topper bit there says happy birthday, you can use that.
Oh, for anything.
You can change the topper. I mean, there are some different ones in the kits, like because there's 4 different cakes to make.
Yeah.
And just so this isn't a digital cutting machine file, this has been cut with a pair of scissors.
Okay, yes, you don't actually have to have your digital cutting machine at all if you don't want to.
No.
Which is brilliant because it opens it up then to everybody, doesn't it?
And this is another one to just dip your toe in. I mean, how would you like to be making one of these? I mean, you don't even have to put the candles on it if you don't want to. That's, you know, just an extra bit. But,
no, exactly. 'Cause it doesn't have to be a cake. It can just be a gift box, can't it,
absolutely.
if you wanted it to be.
And again, like we were saying earlier about the other one, if you take the template from that, draw around it, cut it out in all your other cards, and so you can make that box into any style you want. You haven't just got to follow. No, not at all. It's totally up to you, depending on what you're making it for. Because I look at it and I think, oh yeah, you know, them colours, the pinks and the blues, I think baby showers, you know, or something like that. But then I look and I see, you know, the flowers, and I think, oh, it could be a table favour, you know, it could be a birthday gift, it could be something. Imagine giving that away at the end of a child's birthday and it's just got a few sweets in or something. You know, there's just so much you could do with it. That's a really cool idea, because, you know, like, I mean, everybody tries to outdo the next mom, don't they? Like, you know what I mean? It's all, but could you imagine, like, every child walking away with a birthday cake box with some little sweets in, maybe a little toy, like, you know, the little toy things that you can get, rather than just a plastic bag. I know. You know, like, and they'd be going, look at this one. Yeah, because it's so special, isn't it? It really is when you get something different like that, and you can create this for £8.99 with all of those different colours that we can see as well. And just to say, it took me about an hour and a half to make. Oh, really? Yeah. Wow. I mean, you have to print it all out, obviously, so that takes up the time with the printing. But just sitting there, cutting it out, an hour and a half, and then I just used a metal ruler and a score tool, so I didn't have no fancy scoreboard or anything to do with, because I wanted to show. Yeah. And you can spend your time then, can't you, as well, enjoying actually doing it? Yeah, but I wanted to show more so that if you're beginning, you can still do this. You can buy this today, print it off on your household printer. You could then cut it out with a pair of scissors, use a butter knife, back of like tweezers, as the people have said. And anything that will help you score. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a metal ruler. It's just I like metal on metal because it gives. I feel like it gives me a clean score. Yeah, definitely. But what a fantastic. Yeah, exactly. It's super. It's a great project. Now, we do, of course, and that is all the instructions. Yeah, and that's like I said earlier, didn't I? Everything that we do 3D comes with a full set of instructions. And like, as I said, visual learners. Exactly. And people who like to read the instructions. And sort of images as well, depending on how you like to learn. Now, we do have, though, don't forget that we have brand new to us today and exclusive to us. You can't even get this on the Crafty Witches website. We have the December mini medley that we've got here. This is 6 completely different files, completely different projects that are jam-packed in this. So you are going to be getting your Bake It, you are getting your Dragonfly Flight, you're also getting your Flowers All Year, you get Sugar Blooms, Sweet Bouquet, and your Bewitching Season. So all of those projects are coming to you, and we're talking 72 different sheets that are jam-packed with the likes of sentiments. You get inserts in this, you get so many different styles of papers as well, from your solids to those beautiful decorative sheets to your kind of essentials as well. You do, of course, get lots of toppers also that comes with this. So it's really there, ready for you to create the most incredible cards. And I will just show you through a few more samples that we have as well, because there's just so many gorgeous ones that, of course, have been created with this. And today, we're talking a better than half price deal, because we are down to £9.99 for you to be able to get all of those brilliant files. And look at that as well. Like with, I mean, I think these some of the rods, but the one previous, I think they said. Can you see they've used the essential paper and just a topper. So, and you can see they just really mix and match.
Definitely,
and
don't
harmonise perfectly. That's what our Linda likes to say. But you can see that when they've picked the colours, everything goes together. So we've taken all that hard work out for you. And you haven't got to look anywhere. It's all in the kit.
And I feel like the kits could kind of cross over with each other as well, because, you know, you move to the bewitching season. If you wanted some darker papers, for example, you could pop those with the bake kit. It wouldn't matter, would it? And that's what's so lovely, to have such a selection, I think, at home.
Oh, well, and that's why I love my, like, what I call my Els calls it a terrapin, but it's a hard drive. I've got all of my kits on there. I can sit there with a cup of tea, perusing what I want to make for somebody. And I can make a different card, and because there's so many toppers and stuff, I can make the same style, you know, design, if you like, but have a different topper on every card all the time.
How lovely is that, to actually be able to do that? And you can see kind of the inserts. And I think that is what's brilliant. It kind of gives you that creative power, because suddenly you're looking and thinking, oh yeah, I'll do that. Oh, I'll do this, you know. And you're inspired then, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. Do you know, I mean, I have to thank the girls.
No, they're so good, all these samples, aren't they?
Because without them, like, we wouldn't have these like beautiful displays that we have. But they inspire not just everybody on our Creative Friends page, but they inspire me every time I get the boxes come through the post, 100%. Because they're so beautiful. Like
aren't they?
Because the hardest thing as a crafter is thinking of what will you do next.
Yes,
so
definitely.
You can see there's quite a few samples that you've gone through. They're on our pages so that you can follow and see. You can copy those if you like. It's there to give you inspiration to do stuff with.
Did you want to squeeze another demo in?
Yeah.
Lovely. Okie dokie.
So this one, I've picked the bake kit.
Okay, fabulous.
And what I've done is, again, I am quite, I don't want to say obsessed by Roz, but Roz's cards always give me a little bit, I just like the cleanness.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Of them. So I looked and I think there's one in there where I saw where she's just used the dark colour and then a bit of white copy paper.
Yeah, which is nice.
So what I've done is I've already put my gems on just to save time, but just using a bit of, and I think this is a 120 GSM piece, just to give us a bit of a different background onto some of the dark paper out of the bake it set. And again, that's why I like my all-purpose glue, so I've got time to wiggle it around. That gives me my base. Bit on the back, and again, this is an A5 card. I quite like doing these at the moment for some reason. It's.
I suppose you go through different stages, don't you, with different sizes that you have as a favourite.
Well, do you know, I've always felt it really difficult to fold the card. You know, just fold an A4 piece card and get a really nice crease. But I've got an Ultimate Pro, so,
so you can do it now. It's fine.
I can do it. It's no problem.
Brilliant.
And then all I've done is I've done some of the decorative paper. And I've just made this into a banner myself. There's no particular size. I mean, I've just cut it. It's 2.5 by whatever I've got to at the end, so I can cut it at an angle. Yeah. And then I've just done the same. Just gone down 1/4 inch with the middle bit. And all I'm going to do with those is I'm just going to pop it, but give it a little tiny gap from the edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I've done a smaller one just with the blue, and then just bringing that down slightly towards the bottom, just so there's the points.
Yeah.
And then what I've done is I've taken one of the toppers, the one with the mixing bowl on, and I've just put a bit of the blue that deep round. Yeah. And I'll just take.
Yeah, nice to get that height, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, just to give it a bit of depth. I think the temperature in here has started to help the papers together to stick a bit. And then just covering it up slightly, not too much.
Yeah.
And then you've got the sentiments. It's all on the top of page that I've used with the for you, with love.
Super.
And that's
beautiful. That's lovely, isn't it? Really, really lovely. And that was so quick. I know that you'd already kind of, obviously cut them out and done them into your banner shapes, but that took seconds. Once you've actually had these elements printed out, you can just create until your heart's desire, really.
And I mean, the fun part is thinking about what to do, isn't it? And using what you've got. But I think what I do is I always print out the decorative papers.
Okay. Yeah.
because there's always a favourite, and I always want to use that. And then I just start to think, what am I doing? And I start messing around on the craft desk. But then once you've got your bits done, you could just like that.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
so quick.
It's just an amazing deal that you've got here today. So the code for it is FP6312. We are talking 6 completely different collections today for under £10. So, you know, that's making it £1.66 a collection. Think about the fact that in each of those collections, you have got toppers, you have got sentiments, you've got your amazing decorative papers, you've got your solid papers, you've got your essential papers. There is so much in each of these ready for you to go and make as many cards as you want, and of course you can make it and sell if you would like to as well, which is absolutely super. So just to recap, there is Bake It, there is Dragonfly Flight, there is Flowers All Year, Sugar Blooms, Sweet Bouquet and Bewitching Season. So something, I'm literally sitting here and I'm thinking, right, you've got Mother's Day covered, you've got birthdays covered, you've got Valentine's covered, you know, you've got your weddings covered, you've got the likes of new babies in here that you could cover. Everything I can think of would be covered across the year within these 6 collections.
Well, I'm just looking at this paper, Sharon. I'm thinking, you're thinking of your boxes. You could buy the box, build your box, use the papers to decorate it or print it on. You could be putting your cookies and cakes into that
put
box.
Your brownies in there. Absolutely. And I think that's the thing, and that's where, again, you can really move across your collections and make them all work together as well, which is just so lovely.
Drawing everything into one, really.
Definitely.
I think that's what, over the last 12 months, that's what I found has been so great about the Crafty Witches. We've grown with various different things and brought various different activities, like the iris folding today.
Exactly.
We've had journaling. We've had everything is so exciting. The world is going to be digital. Let's face it.
I mean, it's where it's going, isn't it? And that's the thing. There's a lot of people who have gone digital. There's a lot of people who do it alongside their paper, which is great. But also, I think what is so good with digital crafting is you don't need the storage. You know, we don't need the space. It's there. And if you have a favourite, you don't run out of it. You just go and print more and more and more.
Well, that's I make cards to sell. That's what. People will go on my Facebook page and they'll go, can I have that one? If I was making that with some of the... I mean, I have done over the years, and they've gone, can I have that one? I've had to go, oh, I'm really sorry, I haven't got that paper anymore because I used the 3 pages up that was in my collection. I can't make it. Whereas now, most of the stuff that's on there is the Crafty Witches. So they go, can I have one of those? And I go, no problem. Go into my set, print it, job's the good one.
Yeah, which is super. So do ensure that you are checking out if you want to get this £9.99 today for all 6 of those amazing collections. And when we sum that up, £1.66 a collection, you can't get nothing for £1.66 now, let alone to be able to get this quality of crafting that we can see here. It's absolutely superb. So a massive, massive well done to all of you who have already got it. Do remember, of course, there are all of those other projects as well that we've brought to you today. So do make sure you look back at the website, the calendar, just to give you a quick reminder on that, because that has been very, very popular as well. 2025, it's fast approaching. It's not far away, of course, at all. But it's the fact that with this, you can make your desktop calendars. You can make your calendars to obviously pop onto your wall. It can be that you want to do your cube calendars, which can sit on your desk. Or you might be going for your dodecahedron calendars that we've got there as well in those really, really fancy shapes. And you know, when we look at your board, you can just see the difference of designs that we can actually create in this.
And you know what? There's something for everybody, isn't there?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Whether you're a child, and with that, even the gents with this lovely scenery one night. Do you know what I mean? If you're going to put, you might worry like going around the office and giving. You know, like the L's or that to gents in the office, but you never know. They might like these lovely scenes. They might be thinking about going skiing or...
I know, I keep seeing on my socials, you know, the people that go skiing, like, for Christmas, and you're just like, wow, it does look stunning, absolutely. I mean, I'm quite happy with the warm weather here at the moment.
I was just about to say, I'd rather be in the
warm.
But
I'm happy for them.
It looks nice.
I think I'd be in, you know, by the fire, kind of looking out the window watching it. I'm not sure how long I'd be out. Bit of a wait on the phone lines for this one. You will be answered shortly. £6.99, of course, to be able to get the calendar. So another fantastic project for you to be able to get involved with. Well, thank you so much, Ian. It's been absolutely lovely to see you as always. And a happy Christmas and New Year. If I don't see you before, do you know when you're back?
middle of January.
Oh,
I
right,
think.
so it is a Happy New Year to you as well, then.
And I'd just like to say, like to customers past, present and future, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from us at the Crafty Witches.
Yeah, definitely. I will be back on the 30th. Yes, so I know, isn't that nice? Yeah, I know, it's lovely. So yeah, Nigel is coming in for me tomorrow, which is very thankful for. And then I will be back, of course, on the 30th and the 31st as well. So yeah, a very Merry Christmas, of course, to you all as well, whatever you may be doing. I will be in the snow tomorrow after I said that, because I'm actually going snow dome. So
right.
yeah, I'm taking Bowie to see Santa there tomorrow, which will be absolutely lovely. So we will be getting wrapped up for that. But yeah, I hope whatever you're doing, you have a lovely time. Now we have got a lot more on. Remember, we are finishing an hour early today, so we are here until 8 o'clock. We have got a very exciting show next. I know so many of you are waiting for this to be popped, of course, on pre-order and available, because Cut by Hand is coming up next with Carla and with Dave. All of the brand new bits that are there for you to be able to get. And just a quick look for you as well at the Christmas hours that are coming up. So today we've got 1 until 8. Tomorrow is 1 until 7. Then on Christmas Day, we're starting slightly earlier, 12 o'clock till 4. 26, 1 till 8. And then we're 27th, 28th the same. And then back to normal from there. So yes, just not that much of a difference apart from Christmas Day, but just to let you know exactly how it is. Now, do not go anywhere, because as we say, Cut by Hand is coming up next. Carla is there and ready, and it looks absolutely gorgeous what you're going to be getting to see. Have a very Merry Christmas, and I'll see you back on the 30th. Take care.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, it's Laura here from Carnation Crafts. I hope you're all having a lovely Christmas. You're celebrating with your loved ones and you've had lots of crafty goodies that you can play with in the new year. From everybody here at Carnation Crafts, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a really happy New Year.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Merry Christmas everyone from me, Sharon, and all of the team at Sizzix. 2024 has been a lovely year for us. It was our first year on Hobbymaker and we have had such a fantastic time. I can't wait for 2025. We've got some really cool things coming up next year for you. Lots of inspiration, some new designers, all sorts of amazing stuff. So I can't wait for that. But in the meantime, I wish you a really happy Christmas and I hope you have a lovely relaxing break and I'll see you in the new year.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It's Christmas time. Merry Christmas, Hobbymaker. Oh my gosh, what a year it's been. How much fun have we had? Maybe a little bit too much fun, what do you think? But yeah, hey, so much creativeness we've had within the team and you guys watching as well. What can I say other than Merry Christmas, guys? Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you, Sherilyn. Happy Christmas to you and your family. She's back on the 30th, and welcome to a slightly shorter evening this evening. We're live until 8 o'clock tonight, so lots to look forward to, lots of great shows to look forward to. The first one being so eagerly awaited. I've not had so many messages from people saying, when's the next one, when's the next one? I was very fortunate to do Carla's very first cut by hand show, and what happened that day was nothing short of incredible, for very good reason. It sold out. Everything in the show completely sold out. So what you're seeing today is the next step in the process, because this is going to be like a learning curve with Carla, how to do quilling. So she started with the first kit a month or 6 weeks ago now, and then we're moving on to the next shape, and she'll show you how to actually make those shapes in the next few minutes. Let me show you though what is on the way between now and 8 o'clock tonight. We've got, of course, cut by hand with the lovely Carla, brand new collection at 5. 6 o'clock, We Are Makers Jewellery Press is back with me and Carla with her other hat on. And then Ciao Bella Paper, the ethereal collection from Personal Impressions, that's with me and Sharon Curtis at 7 o'clock. Can I just though, first of all tell you, everything on this show, bearing in mind the first show completely sold out, everything on the show is on our website now on pre-order. So if you just want to jump ahead, so many of you messaged us to say that you missed out first time, missed the show, watched the show on repeat and everything had sold out. Get in now on pre-order. You can get your kits, you can get your extra tools, you can get your larger bottle of glue if you want to as well. You can get your quilling strips that we've got a big bundle of as well. Let me show you though, the project in this kit today. They are both stunning. This is what quilling's all about. It's all about shaping the paper, twirling the paper, curling the paper, shaping the paper to make amazing ornaments. We've got a choice between the Eternal Heart in pinks and the Eternal Heart in vibrance. You get in the collection everything you need to make this amazing work of art. The pinks one is the one down the bottom on the right-hand side. That's slightly lighter, obviously. There's the pinks. Now, it should be $39.99. You're getting it today for £34.99, a £5 saving, JO8328. And what you get in the kit, if I show you quickly, I'll do all the housekeeping, then it's straight over to Carla. You've basically got 200 quilling strips in 4 different colorways. And you've got the stamp, which gives you the template to put your quilling strips onto. You've got amazing verses in there as well, in a lovely font. You've also got your glue card, which will explain how to use that a bit later on. And you get your 3 tools. You've got your tweezers, you've got your quilling tool, and you've got your needle tool. How to use them, what do you do with them, all will be explained. You might even get a little tube of love hearts from Carla as well to say thank you.
That's not part of the kit. That's just a little thank you.
$34.99. That is if you want the pink version. The pink version will make this that you can see just here. Over 20% of the stock of this has gone already in the pinks. Told you, Carla. Told you. And then if you want the other one, which is the vibrant, same design, but of course it's got more vibrant colours. So you've got your red, you've got your orange, you've got your yellow, and you've got your white, and 20% of the stock of this has gone already as well in 3 minutes. You've only just seen the kit. This will make the heart that's in the middle of this frame. So you can see, if you see both of them, you can see the difference between the two. So the pinks is on the right, the vibrance is the one in the centre just there. But they are both gorgeous, Carla. Again, congratulations, amazing.
Thank you.
Honestly, if you could see the state Carla gets into before these shows, you get so nervous you've got no reason to be, because it's gorgeous stuff.
It's when you're doing it for yourself. It's a very different thing than standing here and selling for somebody else. So let's get that out of the way first. I'm very nervous. I'm going to make mistakes and say the wrong words and then get hyperactive. So we'll all just wait for that to implode on itself and you can watch the car crash from home. What I want to do with quilling is, and I talked about this in the first show and I'm going to talk about it again as we go forward. My whole ethos with doing cut by hand from the very beginning is actually nothing to do with quilling, ironically, though we stand here with quilling kits. It's about, if I could teach anything in craft, it's about teaching the fundamentals of paper and adhesive, actually both of those things. Mainly because they are, especially with what we do majority-wise on Hobby Maker, they are the foundations of what we do. Paper is everything. I live it, I breathe it, and I work with it all the time, and I sculpt with it. What that means is when it comes to me making a card, I know what I'm doing because I know the fundamentals of paper. When it comes to colour theory, I know what I'm doing because I know the fundamentals of paper. And when I'm doing paper sculpture, I know what I'm doing because I know the fundamentals of paper. When we learn to quill, we take the most foundational part of paper itself and we take it down to its core and we work with it in its most simple form. We take it down to an 80 GSM, so we're working with very thin paper, a very fine weave, and we manipulate it into becoming something glorious and fun and lovely and passionate and joyous. But it is just paper. And the more you know about how to manipulate paper, the more you'll know how to make your cards, how to work with the different GSMs, what the different GSMs mean in terms of sculpture. How do we make something look heavy? You're looking at the cassette tape that we see here. You've got quills behind it, but the actual foundation of the cassette tape is a paper sculpture. And we're using actually AC cardstock for that. So you're starting to learn the different techniques as far as weight is concerned, all of those things. If I can teach you anything, it's the fundamentals of paper, and we start with quilling.
Carla, can I just let everyone know that the whole process of this is that step by step by step, kit by kit, Carla will teach you various different shapes, various different techniques that will eventually allow you to make something like that cassette tape that we showed you a few minutes ago. Can we just see the cassette tape again, guys? Can we just see the cassette tape again? Yeah, here it comes. So the cassette tape, if you look at that, that's what we're heading towards.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So we'll be making, so probably the roller boot and the tape cassette are things that we'll get towards. We'll be working towards those things. The kit itself, Liam was just saying, apparently on the phone, how many can we make? How many love hearts can we make with this? You use so little paper. You're really not using a great deal. I would say minimum 5. If you can, you could probably get 10 out of it. Your white's going to be the thing that takes you there. But if you're willing to do the outline in a different colour, and that can look absolutely glorious, you probably get 5, 10 hearts out of there because you're not using much paper and you're getting 50 strips of each. So you're getting 200 strips of quilling paper, 200 of them in your kit. So you can just keep making and making and making. The idea is that what I want you to be able to do is make the heart, yes. I want you to go further. I want you to practice coiling. I want you to practice gluing. These sound like such simple, such stupid things, but man alive, are they important for what we do. And you can be artists. You don't, if there's one thing that when they bury me or burn me, it doesn't matter either way. When they do that, I want to be able to know that at some point I left something in the world that said glue is sticky, that you don't need much of it, that I said this is paper, and that somebody somewhere took a leap of faith and stopped calling themselves a hobby crafter and started calling themselves an artist, because it's what you all are.
Can I just let everybody know, at this stage, 8 minutes into the show, half the stock, if not more, has gone of both kits. They're both equally as popular as each other. Now, at this stage, we will get to demo very, very quickly, but I just want to point out that we do have a few extra items in the show that you might want to buy before these sell out as well. These are the extra quilling papers. Last time we had had these, they sold out. We've got actually 2,000 strips of quilling paper in these colourways. You've heard Carla say that with the kit you're buying today, you can probably do at least 5 of those love hearts. So you'll have plenty of papers left over. But if you want to stock up on all of these beautiful colours, this is available and it should be £70.
Yeah.
You've cut these yourself.
Well, yeah, I've glued them, I've cut them, I've bagged them, I've stickered them. I did 3,500 bags of. This is where I've been. If anyone's wondering why I've been quiet, I've been bagging quilling strips. So I did all of those. You get 100 sheets in each one of those bags. Now in the kit you get 50 because you don't need quite so many, but if you want to get hold of the big bundles of paper, you would be quilling for years with these. There are literally, if you buy these, 2,000 paper strips in there.
Now, we have more of these this time than we had of the quilling strips on their own last time, okay? So bearing that in mind, will we have enough to last the show? £70 is what they should be, but that is not going to be the price today. It's QY8347. Let's get the price down. If you want all 2,000 of these in these beautiful colourways, £50 is the price today. QY347, sorry, QY8347 is the product code. It is on split pay as well. So if you want this today and you want to pay for it over 2 payments, one today and then one in 4 weeks' time, £25 now, plus your P&P of £4.95 for the whole day, and then £25 in 4 weeks' time. But I just wanted to give you a chance to get those as well if you wanted to go in for those. And loads of you are coming in for those as well right now.
They're so pretty as well. Get yourself some bulldog clips. And pinch the end of your strips. Now your strips are going to have, this one will show you a better idea. It'll have like a wee bend in it where it's been in the bag. That drops out eventually. So if you want to hang them straight, you absolutely can. Little bulldog clips hung on hung on clips and like a hook. You can do it on a paper clip and they'll hang and eventually they will straighten completely out. So you won't have that curve. It doesn't make any difference to the quilling whether it does or it doesn't anyway, but they need to be bagged obviously somehow, so they just get bagged into their thirds that way. Just hang them with a bulldog clip, that'll straighten out. They look so pretty when they're all laid out next to each other. It means you can quickly grab them. What you can do is if you've got a bulldog clip, you can just tear each strip as you need at the top because you don't need the full strip for pretty much anything unless you're doing really tight coils, which we are not doing in this. We are going to come to tight coils. We'll probably be doing those in the next quilling kit. We're going to start to get into the fundamentals of different techniques, but in this one we're taking you, we had the loops last time, the multi-loops last time. This time we take you to coils and multi-coils.
So if people missed out on the first one, and lots of people did,
we've still got loops in this one.
You can come into this one, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got loops in this one. And listen, I'm way behind on everything. I'm going to be totally honest with you all. I was supposed to have a YouTube video out, and so far I didn't finish all of this until 11 o'clock last night, and I have been working solidly. I apologise. It just got very busy. I'm doing everything I can. We will have those videos. Luckily, I'm a little bit more organised this time than I was last time, Dave. We'll sort it.
Now, I know, obviously, the demo is important. I don't want to interrupt Carla during the demo, so we're going to put some of your messages you're sending in on the TV. Whether I've got time to read them out or not is another thing. I'll do the first one. Tess in Hampshire, or Sharon in Nottinghamshire says, Carla, this kit is gorgeous and you explain things in a way we can all understand. Thank you. All the other messages, they'll come up on the screen, so take a little note to read those.
I appreciate you all so much. Honestly, I feel a little bit tearful. It might happen because I'm feeling a little bit on the overwhelm, but we'll be fine. Right, so we've got 2 different colourways this time. We've got the vibrant because it's a love heart and we wanted that kind of Valentine's thing. And we've also got the pastel because it's an eternal heart, meaning it's got that infinity symbol in the centre of it. I wanted it to be something for friendships as well as love because, you know, Valentine's great, but some of us don't have a partner and we have friends that we love dearly in our lives. And I might want to make a card for somebody that I love that's a quilled heart. Or I might want to make a piece of artwork and I might want to flog it on Etsy. Thank you very much, chuck it in a frame. We talked about this last time. If you're just going to put something on a card base, it doesn't matter. I'm not just talking about quilling. If you're just going to put it on a card base, it's a card and you can only charge so much for that. Get it in a frame and flog it for 3 times the price. It's about your perception of you. Are you an artist? And if your answer to that is, no, but I like doing craft, change your thinking. Yes, I'm an artist. Absolutely, I'm an artist, and that's what I do. And the minute you change that thought, that's when paper becomes glorious. And that's when you become exactly what you think that you are. And so that's why you change your way of thinking. Let's work out how we're doing this. Right, the first thing I did in this kit, the thing that we're doing, where's the roller boot? If you look at the roller boot, you'll see, obviously we're not making the roller boot today. We'll get on to doing things like this. So this is where we're heading to, okay? We're just starting with the small. If you look at that, you'll notice that we've got loops, we've got multi-loops, and we've got coils. Okay? So you're already halfway there. Mm. This is what we're learning. We're learning to get further and further with paper as a technique. You did your multi-loops last time, and we're doing them again today. We're going to work on repeat. And then you've got your coils, your multi-coils. So actually, you're quilling in the same way that I'm quilling. We're doing this. This is what you're doing. We're just starting at something a little more simple. So I'm trying to break it down for you so you can... bite-sized pieces, right? Let's start where we can chew. And then once we've got that, we can go a little bit further. I don't like being overwhelmed when I'm trying to learn something. So the designs that I'll do as I go through cut by hand, we're going to do things other than quilling as well. It won't just be quilling. I do want to get on to doing leather work at some point too. So we're going to start doing some stuff with leather. And I want to teach paper sculpture in its truest form as well, so we'll be doing some of that. While we focus on quilling, we're going to focus on the idea of manipulation, paper manipulation. Now, we need certain tools to do that. I said last time, and I'll say it again, wherever I can source, not just more expensive tools, but solid tools, I will. I don't want you to be using a lot of plastic tools. First of all, you don't get the rich experience. Second of all, there's a good chance you're going to lose that tool halfway through, as in it's going to break. And that's frustrating. I would rather you had stainless steel, and I'd rather you had it for life. So the three main tools that you'll get, your needle tool, which we're going to use for a lot of quilling, okay? So you've got that strong pointed needle here. And then on top of that, you've got your slotted tool. Now this time, you didn't get this in the kit last time. It was bought separately, your slotted tool. This time, you get it in the kit, okay? So you've got your slotted tool, your needle tool, and some very specific tweezers that have got a straight edge. Why do they have a straight edge? Because I need you to turn your papers. And if they're pointy, you're going to get an angled bend on your papers, and I don't like it. So we're avoiding it. We've given you a straight edge so that, I say we, it's me, so that you can just straight. What I will say to all of you, in the interest of being totally honest, I engraved all the tools myself. Are they all straight? No, most of them are wonky. But that means they're one of a kind. Each one of you's got a very unique set of tools. Some of them, it looks like I was drunk. I was not. It was a heavy machinery. So that did not happen. Right, on top of that, with your stamp, I wanted to, this time I thought the sentiments through, because last time it was a bit of a mismatch, but this time I thought them through. I wanted to do sentiments that you can use in your card making, regardless of quilling, going forward forevermore, be them for Valentine's or for friends. So the ones that I chose were Be Mine, question mark, great for Valentine's, obviously. But then I kind of left that on its own. Then we have Always. Now, that has got so many connotations for different people, okay? Always. It can be friendship, it can be love, it can be so many things, it can be family. Then I just really love you.
Oh.
I think I've said that to you before, Dave. I just really love you. There's certain people we just really love. I really love you. And then you're my person.
That's nice.
You know, that's friendship, that can be your lover, it can be, you know, whichever. That is just those terms, isn't it? And finally, you're my best adventure. Again, those friendship terms, those love terms, it can be anything, but these can be on any cards that we make in the fall. So I did finally think these through. I did admit to you last time that I had no clue what I was doing. Now I've got a little bit more of an idea, vaguely.
But you know what, Carla, I'm just thinking, with Valentine's Day in mind, or maybe a wedding anniversary coming up, a heart is special to the person it's given to. But if that heart's been handcrafted and hand quilled by you for that person, for whatever reason, that's going to make it even more special.
Yeah, I wanted to do the eternal heart. I didn't want to do just a love heart. We could have done a love heart and filled it. And I did think about it. And actually, it started out as a love heart that I filled. And I've got that sitting on my desk at home. And then I thought, no, I want it to have, how can I phrase it?
It's got a Celtic feel to me.
It has, but I wanted you to have lines to work within. It's easy for me to say, just fill a love heart with some coils. It can be really, really daunting to do those things, where if you've got lines to fill, you've got a path to follow, you can do it. That's the difference, right? You can go, okay, well, I can follow this. Whereas if I dump a load of coils, it's harder to follow. My aim is for you to become a master of paper, not for me to confuse you with it, because that's just going to put you off the journey straight away, right? So we've got all of these tools. Now, the last thing that we've got is super concentrate PVA. This is a really thick PVA. It's got very low water concentrate in it. So it's a concentrate PVA. It's in a black bottle. Why? Because I don't want any light interfering with the actual adhesive. That means when we get to summer and you've got brighter lights in your room, I don't want it turning yellow. I don't want it going off colour. I want it to stay in its truest form, and I want it to keep mixed with the actual water and the PVA itself, because if you get too much light to it, they can separate, and I don't want that separation. So we have it, and we have the finest tip this side of Manchesterford, which we need to do what we're doing. And we did this last time. It means I can actually write my name, because it is the finest tip in the world, okay? We're trying to get those fine points. Why is that important? I don't want a splodge of glue. I don't want a sea glue. Glue's shiny, and because all of our papers are on their edge, everything's going to be glued here. It's going to sit upright, right? Now, that is hair thin when you think about it. We're only on 80 GSM, so I need for that glue to not splodge. I need it to have as much control as I can get.
Carla, before we get into the demo, can I just urge everyone to please purchase before the demo, because the Vibrant, we're approaching full allocation, which basically means I think about 75% of people have checked out, and there's 25% in baskets. That's going to sell out first, the Vibrant. The pinks we have a few more of, but they're going very much in the same way. $34.99, just as many in baskets for the pinks as well. So during the demo, or certainly within this show, it is likely to sell out. And also we have got the toolkit available on its own if you want it. So if you want to be quilling with someone else, you've got your tools in the kit, but if you want an extra set, $21.99, you'll get another of the needle tools, you'll get the quilling tool, and you'll get the tweezers, another set, and that's going to be $14.99, so only a fiver per tool.
With wonky engraving, Dave.
With wonky engraving, which makes it even nicer, makes it even better. TS8362 if you want a spare set of tools, either for yourself or to quill with a friend.
Absolutely. At least it'll give you something to laugh about when you get home, right? And you'll be like, what was she doing? And I'll be like, I don't know. Right. When we're doing outlining, the fundamental of quilling, it's the base of everything. We are always using outlining. You don't have to, you can do very effective quilling without it, but when we're learning, we need to work within lines, okay? We need to learn how to outline. Your tweezers are gonna be your biggest friend here, okay? This is gonna be the tool you need, and that needle tip. So, I need my glasses on to do this. If I take it, let's do this loop just sitting here. Now this is going to come, if you see this, it comes here and it goes all the way around to the bottom and back up, and it stops here. Now I'm going to show you that with the glue ink pen. So as I come around.
Does it matter what ink you use on the stamp?
No, not at all. You're better off with a lighter one. I stole this from Sharon's trolley. So you go for what you want. She's used to me. She won't be bothered. Well, she might be, but what's she going to do? Shout at me while I'm on air?
She may.
And I'm just going to follow this line. Now, glue is at its stickiest point 40 seconds after you have put it down.
I never knew that.
So it means you've got time. Don't rush gluing. So I've got that there. Now, a lot of people at this stage would go into panic mode and they try and do little inch by inch. I've got to get my paper on top of it before it dries. Actually, it's not going to be your best friend to put it straight down. It ain't going to stick. It's going to keep moving away. Now, often when we're working with cards, so for instance, if we're making a card, we've got longer time periods in which we wait, or bigger surface areas, is what I mean. If I'm doing a mat and layer and I've put glue on it and I seat that down, it's a bigger surface area. So even if it slips and slides, ain't going to be such a problem. Little piece like this, it's going to be a problem. Let it dry a little bit. Be your own best friend. So allow glue to have its drying point and use as little as you can. That's in card making or anything else, because, guys, glue is sticky. Right, what we're going to do, I'm going to use my tweezers and I'm going to hold the piece of paper. And all I'm going to do, remember to rotate your paper. Don't try and, get yourself into a pickle. The first thing I'm going to do is place it at the first point I glued, and then I'm going to hold it. As dull can be, I'm going to hold it. I want that adhesion to take place. After that, I'm okay, but I need that first sticking point. It's going to be the most annoying. So just wait until it's holding and then it'll stand on its own, okay? That's the point that you need to hold the most, because once that's stuck, you can then allow that to hold in place so that we can now start tracing. We're drawing with paper.
Wow.
So I'm using my tweezers, I'm pulling this round.
First time I saw this, I was amazed that paper would stand up on its edge like that in the first place.
Glue is sticky. You know how I always go on about it? This is why. The reason why I go on about glue being sticky is because if you can just give it that breathing space, it's space to just dry a little bit before you start putting paper on it. If you can do that, you're just literally giving yourself so much room to breathe. Now, the reason we've got the tweezers that we've got are those flat edges. I need to turn a corner here where this heart is. Can you see that if I just bend a little bit?
Yep.
Now I'm going to have to straighten them again, otherwise I'm going to have an angle. But when I've got them straight, I can use my little finger and I can just push against my tweezers. And I'm going to have a beautiful turning point. Okay, and that's how we start to glue. This is how we do our outlines. So from then I can pull round.
More people want the vibrant than we've actually got stock. Please check out your baskets.
And I can stop and I can turn again, okay? Now that is that bit of my outline complete. Now I've got to get rid of my tail. I don't want it. Now I can, listen guys, what you can do here, and I'm going to tell you not to, but you can. Listen, there's no crafting police, you do you. What I could do is glue the rest of this top bit and go round, okay? But actually you're better off working on your inside than your outside. So any little bits that you've got on the inside, I would work on those first because they're annoying to get into. And if you've got this in your way, it's going to cause you problems. Take your scissors. I cannot recommend cutter bees more. And I will not provide you with scissors until I can find you a pair that's better than them. And I don't think they exist. So I'm going to come in with my cutter bees. I'm going to point them right down. And I'm just going to snip, and then I'm just going to pull away the excess. My outline is already started. All right, so it's as easy as that. Now, my next point of my outline, as far as I can see, is this inside section, okay? So just this loop that comes round. So this is where we go next. I'm also not going to lie, that gets right on my nerves. My advice is take an elastic band and hold it. And it will just stop getting on your nerves. Or take it off. It's annoying, and use a pin to seal your bottle. But it does need to be there to make sure it doesn't spill on its way to you. But let's be absolute, it's pain. Right, if this dries up and you're having trouble getting a needle in it, just soak it in boiling water or hot water and it will free itself up. Remember, glue is water soluble.
Christina in Northamptonshire said, she goes, yay, I managed to get the kits this time. I missed out last time, can't wait to get them. You're fantastic, can't wait for more.
Thank you. Please don't make me cry though, because I do need to do this and I'm on the verge. So I'm just going to put that there. And then I'm just going to come round. So your paper, right, let me just do this. Sorry guys. Your paper full of fibres, and those fibres need to be broken, and we can control those fibres really well. So if I take this and I pull it just through my fingers, I'll get a little natural curve on it. What I've done is broken those fibres. Excuse me. It makes my papers malleable. You see how that's looping? I want to kind of emulate that a little bit just to give myself some ease in my journey of getting that paper to curve. And see how I'm not in a rush because I want my glue to dry a little bit when I give myself that breathing space. Get a cup of tea. Get a cup of tea when you're quilling, okay? Let's come in and let's go round.
Okay, we've got more people wanting a vibrant than we have stock, and 3/4 of the stock of pinks has gone. So if you want the pinks, there's a few more of those available. J08328 for pinks.
I did more stock this time,
I know you
Dave.
did. I know you did.
I did as much as I could afford. I'm sorry, guys. I'm only limited on the funds I've got, and the children like to eat. And when I don't feed them, Abraham gets very cross.
The only thing that we've got that I haven't mentioned yet is due to popular demand, Carla has actually supplied you with a 50ml bottle of the concentrate PVA. So you're going to get a 30ml bottle with the kit. If you want an extra glue, and you are going to get more quill strips than you need to make one picture, you can make about 4 or 5 from the kit you're buying today. Maybe you want more glue, $3.99. £29.99. That's the only thing we've not shown you yet, and that's been selected and sourced by Carla with that fine fine nozzle or nib. That's a combination of the two things. £3.99.
Everybody needs a fine nizzle.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not going to obviously do the whole outline because we'll be here for the whole of it, and I want to teach you those coils. We want to move on from multi-loops onto coil. What I'm going to do is do a multi-loop, so those of you who missed last month's can see a multi-loop in action. Like I say, I will take to Facebook and do a whole thing after Christmas at some point, and we will sit and do it. Well, I'm actually hoping to start in the new year doing regular Facebooks as much as I can. My brain does not do the things very well, but I am going to try and consistently do them every other day, something like that. It won't always be quilling, but to give you guys a bit more of a hand on the journey, because it helps, right? So let's do a multi-loop. So first of all, we did multi-loops last time. The colours that you've got here, you've got a really vibrant pink, a really like beautiful, really vibrant pink. Now you're not going to get the full, it almost looks neon. And then a muted pink that sits next to it. Let me just seat it, because together you can see the difference when you put them on their sides. Now remember, when we're quilling, it's the sides of the paper that you're seeing. You're not seeing this big span. Can you just, you won't be able to see the difference on camera very easily, but you'll see it when you get it home. The reason that I'm using the 1 centimetre, and I talked about this again last time, and I will tell you again, I'll never go lower than a 1 centimetre strip. Never. You'll never find me selling 3mm strips. Now, I would make a lot more money if I sold 3mm strips. And I would make a lot more money if I sold 5mm strips, because I can get way more paper out of, when I'm cutting the strips. I can make loads more money. I won't do it. And the reason I won't do it is depth of colour is really important. The reason I can see that love heart with all that white space around it is because I've got depth of colour. If that had been done in a 5mm or a 3mm, it would look really naked. It would just not look pretty. Yeah. I need the depth of colour. So it's better, you're going to get a better result, which means you're going to want to quill more if I use the right tools and I give you the right tools. If I give you a 3mm, first of all, you're going to hunt me down and try and throw it at me because they're annoying. And second of all, it's not going to give you the results that you're after. So let's not do it, right? Multi-loop, and then we're going to do some multi-coils, and we'll start filling in some space. And it's very exciting and very frightening. And thank you very much for being nice to me.
We're down to the last, single figure stock of Vibrant. So the next 9 of you to check out will get Vibrant. We've got a few more of the pinks, and that's what we're working with at the moment, the pinks. So there aren't that many of them left either. And that's going to give you the tools, it's going to give you the strips, it's going to give you the stamp, it's going to give you the 30mm of the glue, and of course, everything you need to do this fantastic hobby. Anyone can do this. GI 8308 is your item number. If you want the pink, that's the Vibrant one. And approaching half the stock of the glue is gone as well.
Half the stock of the glue. I did say in the Facebook Live this morning, if any of you watched it, the glue that actually comes in your kit, I admit fully to doing wonky engraving. The labels on your kits, if they're wonky, that's Dawn Wheeler's fault. She did them. So, Dawn Wheeler may have put wonky labels on. I don't think she did, and she'll be at home right now going, rude, I'm going to kill her.
That's what friends are for.
But I'm totally out in her. Dawn Wheeler did your little bottles. She put the labels on them. Right, I've stuck 3 of these together, okay? I've just stuck it at the top. So that's literally just 3 strips glued together at the top, right? Nothing fancy, we can all do that. A multi-loop, this is what we're starting with. This is what we did in the last one, but they're in this kit as well. So I'm going to take the 3 of them and I'm going to roll them. I'll do a really big one so you can see what I'm doing, okay? I'm going to take it. If I do it on the overhead, you might be able to see better, okay? Now, I've got my paper strips here. I know my white is my outside one. I know my pink is my inside one. If I pull on the pink one, it's going to start pulling down. And then as I pull on the cream one, that will come down. And now I've got my 3 little layers. So I've got this gorgeous bonnet effect. Now I can do that with 20 papers and make a really full loop. The ones that we're doing in the kit are obviously much smaller than this. So how do you work out how big to make your loops? Well, the way that I do it when I'm using this, and because obviously I had to requill, so I did the one in the pastels, the pinks, that was the first prototype, and the second one that's framed was the one that I did from the stamp. And so, you know, I did it from there. So I've got to resize everything. And in fact, the prototype's a bit battered. I'm not going to lie to you. Barry Manilow got hold of it and kicked it round my kitchen. So the back of it's filthy. The actual pop star, Barry Manilow. But here's the thing. Everybody who's bought something today, let's give away the prototype.
Okay.
So it's battered and it's black on the back of it because Barry Manilow has kicked it round my kitchen, but you can glue it onto a card and send it to somebody. But we'll send that to somebody who's bought today, right?
Okay, so anyone that's buying in this show, one of you at random will find that in your packet, yeah?
Yes, we'll do that. Listen, it's battered. I'm not going to lie to you, and it's filthy. If you see the back of it, you'll be like, ooh, Dave.
It's got a story.
That's not good.
That's what's nice.
Right. Let's have a look. How do we measure up a loop? How do we do that? So there's the bit that I glued, all right? The 3 edges that I glued. I'm going to look for the image on my stamp. I'm going to start off with a loop. And then I'm just going to work out, is it too big or is it too small? Mine's a bit big, so I'm going to take the edge and I'm going to pull it down a bit to make it a bit smaller. And then I'm going to check again. That's about right. I'm not looking for perfection. From here, I'm just going to pull my little pink through, and I'm going to pull my cream, and I'm just going to use my scissors, cut my edges, just thither, hold it, pull down, out. Have I got all 3 of them there? There you go, 1, 2, and 3. Take your glue. Can you all see now why I say glue is sticky? Because you don't need to work with a lot.
Don't need much at all. Yeah, very fine nizzle.
A very fine
end of the day.
Nizzle for your schnizzles. When you're feeling schnizzly, you can always use your little nizzly. It's all good. I've got no idea what we're saying, Dave. I feel like I'm going mad. Right, how do you get the glue? Onto the coil or onto the paper? And you can do either. But I tell you straight, trying to get in here and outline that with glue is going to cause me to want to, you know, hurt Dave Bradford, and nobody wants to do that. So instead, I'm going to take my tweezers, I'm going to hold my coil, I'm going to squeeze very small little dots just around enough.
Now, you do actually get a glue card in the kit as well. Would you use that, or could you use that?
You can use that. I'll show you the glue card in a minute. And we're going to use that for the coils. So the coils are where I would massively use my glue card, and I'm just going to place that in and hold. Remember, we're always holding glue sticky after 40 seconds, and that's where we're looking for. We're looking for that sweet spot. If I let go too early, the coil's going to come away, and again, it's going to get incredibly frustrating. We don't want to get to that frustration level with anything. Now, your glue, we're going to do a coil now, so let's use the glue mat. Again, possibly some of them wonky. There were no, you know, drinks had during the making of this. I just, you know. So I'm just going to stick my... Can I tell you what's really exciting about glue mats?
Go on.
So I'll show you one day when I do a Facebook Live. I've got a glue mat at home that I've been using 10 years. And it's got a little mountain of PVA on it that's solid. And it's my journey. So when I was paper crafting, I've got a jar that's got all my scalpel blades in it. It's huge and it's absolutely full of scalpel blades. And it showed the journey. And so my glue pad is the journey of quilling that I went on. It's everything I've ever quilled and every piece of glue that I've put on top. So it's years worth, and it's this gorgeous little mountain. So I never pick it off, I just leave it, and it's a little mountain, and and it's a really lovely thing to have. It's a testament to what we do, right? Because sometimes we want those memories. Let's go for a multi-coil, okay? So how do we do a multi-coil? I'm going to do it with 2 colours, and I've done most of them in this with 2 colours. You can do them with 3 and you can do them with 4. That's fine too. But we're going to start just with 2 or 3 because I want to start easy. You see what I mean about not using hardly any paper? We barely use any, you know, it's very, very quick.
And you can get 200 strips in the kit.
In the kits, you get 50 of each colour. It may, when you get it home, you'll be like, they're tiny. They're not. Don't be foiled. They are going to take you for an awful long time. Keep them safe. Look after your quilling strips and they'll look after you. So on this, let me just make sure that I've still got that lid on because I'm going to shake this and put PV over it. So I'm just going to add these together.
Melissa in Dorset says, huzzah, Carla. She'll know what I mean, laugh out loud. Finally managed to bag one of your kits. Happy Christmas to you, lovely.
Oh, thank you, lovely. So I'm putting these together, okay? So I've got this. I haven't spoken to Melissa for a long time. Melissa is one of the, I run a craft group for 100 ladies, and we go away, a craft retreat, and one mum who sadly has passed away. So a massive hug to any of you that are watching, and I hope you're all okay. And we did it for years and years and years, and Melissa is one of those beautiful humans that came on a crafting retreat with me for some years and has seen me very, very drunk on vodka. Right, I've got my needle tool, and so I've got my pen. Your needle tool, right? Now you can use the slotted tool. Do I love it? No. Do I love slotted tools for quilling? No. Some people find it so much easier, and that's why I've put it in the kit. Will you see me using them very often? Not really. I'm not a lover of them. I think there's better ways, but
it works for some people.
And some people find it, because some people find the coiling hard, okay? Now, use your thumb. The coil, place that, okay? I'm gonna try and stay on camera with this. Take your finger, roll it, and then swap. So I'm gonna get my other thumb, and then I'm just gonna roll. Okay, now it's going to go off kilter, right? It's going to end up high. You're going to get frustrated. It's fine. Don't get frustrated. Now I can push that top bit into the bottom, and I can then take it. Can you see now I've got hold of it?
Yep.
Manipulate it. Use your finger and your thumb, and just roll it. And then that bit that poked up at the top ain't going to be poking up at the top anymore because we are rolling it. Okay, so you've got control. Now the joyous bit. Let go. Okay, it will unroll just a smidge. Do we leave it like that? No. We want perfect coils. Uncoil it. Counterproductive? Yes. Let's do everything in beautiful terms. I've manipulated the paper. I've now got a natural curl. So as I recoil with my finger and my thumb, now the magic happens. Okay? So now I have this stunning coil. It's like custard and cream. Now the joy of using two colours and doing a multi-coil. And I love this. If I start to pull the lower one, I don't want it pulling that too much. It will start to look like a rose. So as I take this and I cut and I pull and I just place that little daub of glue, just a small amount, okay? And I piece. They're so blooming gorgeous.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Now we're manipulating paper to the nth degree here, and that's what we want to do. Take your tweezers, work out which direction your coils are going on your stamp. My tail is coming this way, so I need to turn mine around. Dab it into your little glue mountain on your glue pad, and then dab and dab and dab. Get rid of any excess because glue is sticky, okay? And then we're going to pull this in, and I'm going to place it. I didn't measure. I can do it just by doing this because I can extend the coil or I can reduce the coil. Hold it and keep your hand held. Don't rush quilling.
Look at that.
Take it away. Everything holds, okay? Everything is beautiful. Paper has a nature of its own, and it's something that as we work with it and we start to realize how paper loves to distribute itself, and it does like to distribute itself because we're asking a lot of it to stand on its end, and we're asking a lot of it in terms of we've coiled it, we've manipulated it, we've done all this stuff with it. What happens is sensory. Paper is sensory. So as I stand with this and I start to manipulate it, you'll always see me with a strip of paper doing this with it. I love paper. But it's about the sense of it, okay? Never think, how do I phrase it? You know when we put mats and layers on a card and we use foam tape and we play with the shadows, right? We start to build up that shadow play. And the reason we do that is because visually we're looking for a crunch. We're looking for something else that gives us a little pop. Right? We're always looking for that visual crunch. You're doing the same when you're working with paper, but you're looking for it in touch. So we're looking for that feel. You can feel it. If I take a brand new piece of paper, do this at home now. If you've got some scraps of paper, use really small amounts and just take a little scrap of paper, okay, when it hasn't had anything done to it, and get it between your thumb and your forefinger and just start just gently putting it through your fingers, and you'll start to feel it soften. It's almost like butter. You'll start to feel it get softer and softer and softer because we're ruining the fibres inside the paper. Now, what that means is, you know, when you do the ribbon thing at home where you coil it with a pair of scissors, the more you do that first with your hand, the easier it's going to be to make coils. So one of the things that we'll go on to learn to do is to actually do that technique when we're working with these to create really beautiful natural curvatures. And we'll do it with tails and various different pieces. And it's really easy to do. Now, one of the other things, and I do want to show you this before we get to the end of the show, because it's the one thing I don't want you to be left with on your own at the end where you're like, she didn't show us this and I'm stuck. Remember, Hobby Maker put all of their shows on YouTube. You can come back at any time and watch them. When you go onto YouTube, type in Hobby Maker TV and you'll see the YouTube channel there. Remember, today's date is the 23rd of December. We're the day before Christmas Eve. So you can come back and watch the show at any time. And that'll be even in 2 years' time, you can watch it then. That's fine. We can keep going with those tips. Those workshops are always there. And you've got to think of them as workshops. But when you're on there, hit subscribe and hit the notification bell so you know they're going live. The subscription will help you. It also helps the channel grow, which is lovely. But the great thing about it is you've got this resource that's at your fingertips you can use all the time, right? And that's a really nice thing to have. But it also means that during that time when you're rewatching these, you can do it in slow motion, and it means you can come back and learn these things. I'm going to use those same colour ways, okay? So that pink, and we're going to use the cream again just so I can show you the vibrancy of this. I love this technique. It's one of my favourites, and it's a great big thing. One of the things I will be teaching you as we go along, and I love doing it. It's a bit more of a complex technique, so it'll be further down the line. It's something called the honeycomb technique, and I love it. That's when we start to really get into the kind of heebie-jeebie of doing it all. It's just glorious. I love manipulating paper. I find art incredible. I find your work incredible. I've seen some other stuff that you've posted where you've done the last quill. It's incredible. Also, can I just give a really big shout out to B, who's having a really hard time at the minute. B, massive hug to you. I know today is very hard. I hope you're okay, and to everybody else, but obviously just a quick shout out to B there. So I've put those two together, okay? Now, we did a coil earlier. We're going to do the same sort of thing. But I'm going to take this, and I'm going to do it a little bit tighter. So I'm not going to coil it quite as much. So I'm just going to take it. I'm not rolling it much, just a little smidge. Okay, nice little coil seated there. Then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to fold it about there. Now you can measure yours, but I'm just going to fold mine about there. I need to have the same amount coiled at the other side, roughly. You can eyeball it. There's no need to get hung up into whether it's exact or not. I'm not gluing this side, and I'm going to cause a little bit of it'll bump out, but I'm not worried about that either. I'm going to take the other side, and I'm going to coil it inwards towards the other one. Essentially, what we're making here is a pair of ovaries. I'd like to say it's something far more flowery.
Pair of what?
Ovaries. Ladies, you know what I mean.
I thought that's what you said.
So I'm going to take this, bend it round, just so I get that loop. And we're creating little coiled love hearts. Yeah, you can bend your ovaries, ladies, it's fine. So we've got that there, and then I can roll these to as small or as large as I need them. If one's bigger than the other, you can cut some away. It's not a problem. Don't get hung up on the minutiae, though. It really is important that you allow yourself to free form when you're doing any form of artwork. I'm going to use my little glue mat here, dab off any excess, just make sure I've got plenty on. I can see I have, not a problem, it's all good. Rotate your paper, bring this in, and that little point at the centre is your ovaries. Wow. And you're going to hold it.
How brilliant is that?
And just let it settle. Now, I've got too much glue on mine, so you can all shout at the telly, Carla, too much glue, it's sticky, it's fine. And once that's in with its outline, you'll have this glorious little love heart in the centre. All of the loops that you've got in this are two loops together that form little love hearts that go round. So we're repeating the idea of the heart as it forms and it goes round because it's pretty and repetitive. Formation is really important when you're learning how to quill. By the time you've finished quilling this stamp, you'll know exactly how to do your coils, you'll know exactly how to do your loops, you'll have had that learning curve, and you'll be great at it. If you can learn to do your loops and your coils you've cracked modern quilling. After that, what we're doing are more techniques and, you know, just to expand your horizons. But if you want to go and quill a flower, quill a flower. And here's the thing, if you've got, say like you've got a scan and cut, I can't talk for the other ones because I don't know how they work. You guys will know. Scan and cut, I do know. If you stamp this out in dark black ink, okay, so use a good ink and give it a good stamp. This fits on an A5 stamping platform, no problem. Use that, stamp it, scan it into your scan and cut, and do like so where it says the button on the scan, do that and press direct cut. Take it in, and basically it will show you an image of the stamp on your screen of your scan and cut. Now, first of all, you can save that. You've now got a digital file, okay? You can't sell it, but what you can do is enlarge it. So you can make a great big one of these, all right? And I absolutely give you permission to do that. Do what you want with it. It's yours. Angel policy, please don't sell my files. That's all I'm asking you. Other than that, do what you want with it. This is about your freedom. I'm not bothered about angel policies. The more you can get it out there, the better. Have fun with it. Let's breathe art and love and passion, and let's make those things. Don't feel boxed in.
Carla, you mentioned Bea a few minutes ago. We've had a message from Bea, and she says, "Hi, Carla, thank you so much for your kind words. Love you, honey," from Bea. There we go.
I hope you're okay, lovely. I have been thinking about you all day. I know today is tough.
Now, can I just quickly give you an update where we are with the stock of this? We've got 2 kits to choose from. This is only the second time Carla's brought cut by hand to us at Hobbymaker. This side, we've got the Vibrants. The other side, we've got the Pinks, okay? Now, the Vibrants is single figure stock. So many of these have checked out. We've got literally a handful left at $34.99. We've got 7 left, actually, and 25 in baskets. So the next 7 of you to check those baskets out will be lucky. You get the stamp, you get the sentiments, you get the 4 packs of the quilling strips, 50 in each pack, plus you get the glue card that we talked about, and importantly, the 3 tools down there, you get those as well. So that is the Vibrant option. The pink option is the next one along. So here you're going to get 2 shades of pink, one very, very vibrant fuchsia pink, one paler pink, the cream, and also the yellow and the white. Then also you get the stamp, you get the glue, you get a little tube of love hearts in there as well. It's a gift from Carla. You get the toolkit, and of course you get the glue card as well. All of that for $34.99, and we've got more in baskets than we actually have stock for this. So again, it's down to who checks out first. JO8328 for your pinks. Don't forget, if you do want to stock up on your quilling strips, you will have enough to do at least 4, maybe even 5 of these projects with the strips that Carla's giving you. Over 1/3 of the stock of these quilling strips have gone, though. You've got incredibly 2,000 strips you've got here in all these different colorways. They are like sweets, absolutely, but look at the colors you've got. 2,000 strips, and they're £50 down from £70, and they're on 2 split pays as well.
Some of them have got more than 100 strips in. They won't have less than 100 strips. Did I count them? No. I've got a paper caliper that counts to a certain amount, so it's that. But sometimes if I'm at the end and there's still a few like sheets left, I just add those in as well. So some of them will seem thicker, and that's because you got more papers, because I wasn't separating those last bits out. You just got the extras. That'll be on every single colour, so all of you have got a chance of that happening, and it's the last sort of pieces of the paper, so those are bigger, bulker ones.
So if you want to stock up on those, all those wonderful colours that aren't in the main kits we've got today, QY8347 will get you 2,000. Now, if you want another toolkit, if you want to craft along with a friend or a member of the family or whatever, you're going to get the same 3 tools that you get in the kit. So you'll get the tweezers, you're going to get the needle tool, and you're going to get your slotted tool as well. All of that included for just £14.99, okay? So you get all 3 for $14.99 if there's more than one of you that wants to do this hobby, and I'm sure there will be a whole family of quillers sat doing it together. Why not?
Yeah, I hope so. I said this last time, I say it again. When you're learning to play an instrument as a kid, they tend to put you on the piano because it's the one that takes you across. That if you can learn to play the piano, you'll find all other instruments easier to learn because you've got that foundation knowledge. And that's the same for me as far as quilling is concerned. I strongly believe that if you learn to quill, because here's the thing, you try quilling with some 350 GSM, you'll soon realise you won't play in that game because it will bend, it won't roll. It'll bend, it'll crisp, it's not nice to quill with. And so you learn very quickly how to work with paper, how to manipulate that. I will say all the papers that I choose are FSC certified, so trees get planted for all the paper that we're using here as well, which is very important to me. Again, I don't like using plastic, so I use stainless steel tools. I've chosen tools that you can use amongst all your craft journey. So your tweezers, for instance, are just excellent tweezers. They're really good, you know, stainless steel ones. The needle tool is brilliant as a pokey tool, so you can use it for that as well. Your slotted tool you can use over all quilling projects.
All engraved by Carla and a laser
Wonkily. Don't expect perfection when you're getting these, because I actually sat and I was like, well, I'm not throwing these away. And they're just wonky. And you know what? If that sums me up perfectly.
Now, the glue will come in your kit. You'll get a 30ml bottle. If you want a bigger 50ml bottle of the same concentrated PVA, over half the stock of this is gone. It's only £3.99. So the 30ml should last you a while, but if you want 50ml, that's $3.99 HW8394.
If you want your PVA to last longer at home, remember PVA has got a high concentrate of water in it. Now, this is a concentrated one, so it's got less. You could dilute it if you wanted to. That's not really the point of getting a concentrate. The idea is that we use less water, and so it's easier to stick and quicker to stick. If you want any PVA you get, regardless of whether it's mine or somebody else's, most of them will have higher water content in than this. If you're getting a PVA, keep them cool. If you allow them to get any kind of warmth to them, water starts to evaporate. If the water starts to evaporate, it gets real tacky and nasty to work with, and you don't want that to happen. Keep your PVA room temperature or cooler. Don't let it get warm, and try and avoid direct sunlight. This is why we've got the black bottle, because I do not want sunlight. I don't want UV light hitting your glue. It's to keep it safe and to keep it protected, so it's always at its best point. However, it is thicker. You need to use a pen in that little thing, or keep the plastic top on it. I don't like them. They get right on my nerves. I'm the first to admit it. They're annoying. However, it does stop it from, you know, doing the wadgum. But also, if you do that, you can then pick off these bits, and it's really exciting.
Now, Carla, the next 3 people to go for the Vibrant will be lucky. That's all we have left. The next 3 people to check out the Vibrant baskets will be lucky. That's the one in the middle of the picture frame. That's the Vibrant. If you want the pink, then do remember that is what we're going to give away to one of you. One of you will find that the pink one will be added into your order at random. We don't know who that's going to be.
Battered and black. Don't be calling me names when you get it home and be like, oh, look at her, isn't she mucky? I'm telling you in advance that Dave Bradford did not get a hold of it. Barry Manilow got hold of it. It's probably got his teeth mark in it. It's got his feet mark in it.
It just makes it more special, I think.
Yeah.
So the pinks is $34.99. How many have got left of the pinks? Very many? We've got more people wanting the pinks than we have actually stocked. So again, those of you with it in your basket, it's not yours until you check out. There's about 30 chances, but there's more people than that with it in their basket. So the next 30 of you, check out your basket. Good luck, $34.99, and start your journey or continue your journey with Carla and Cut by Hand. I'm really excited about this for you. It's so popular.
Excited about doing lots of things. This is just opinion. It is just my opinion. And I'm always in trouble for my opinion, so I'm not going to be shy about saying it. We don't explore enough different crafts, and I think there's a world, and we're looking in this tiny chink in the door of a room that's enormous, and I want us to explore together. There's ones that I want to have a go at that I've never had a go at. There's loads of really stunningly beautiful foreign crafts that just haven't hit the market over here. I want us to play with those. But the things like the leather work, all of the ones that I give you, I want you to have a reason for doing it. So leather work, you can make a handbag, for instance, and then you're going to use that for life, right? So it's not about just learning the skill, it's about learning skills for life. And I think that's really important. And, you know, I love all crafts. I think card making is just as important as leather work as anything else. But let's get into the fundamentals of craft, art, skills, the ones that are going to then allow us to do other skills in different crafts. I think that's really important.
Personally, though, I've been a good friend of yours for a number of years, coming to your home regularly to do shows for Carnation and that sort of thing. And I've been coming into your kitchen and admiring these pictures, the cassette, the fantastic roller boot. And I've been thinking, wow, I'd love to be able to do that.
Anyone can quill.
Yeah, I'm now able to start thinking about maybe I can do that in the future. This is advanced, obviously, but this is what Carla's leading you up to.
They're not advanced. Listen, that's another thing where I get frustrated. The idea of, not with you, Dave, I love you, but this idea in the industry of there's beginners, intermediates and advanced, right? that some things are really complex and so you shouldn't be doing that. You should just be doing beginners. I hate that.
No, I agree with you.
Why? Why can't I, who've never crocheted something, sit down and have a go at crocheting something really complex? Because here's the thing, if I learn how to do each stitch, I've got as much chance as anybody else. So have you.
Totally, yeah.
You can do anything if you believe you can do it. Start calling yourself an artist, live and breathe it. Learn colour theory, understand how it works. Understand that you manipulating some paper is actually you learning such a massive skill, and that's why quilling is so important.
But this kit today and the one that we did before when it launched a few weeks ago is teaching you these skills that will eventually lead on to something like this.
Yes.
So that's what this is all about, and that's why I'm excited about it, because I want to do something like that.
Yeah.
And that's what this is all about, trying something new. Everyone can do it. $34.99 is the price of the kit, and I know how much time and effort, blood, sweat and tears Carla's put into this, and the passion behind it, which really, really comes across. We're in the teens now if you want the pinks. So the next few of you to check out your baskets. This on repeat, I don't think there'll be any stock. So if you are watching this a bit later, or maybe watching it in the early hours of Christmas Eve morning, I don't think there'll be any other kits left. There may be a few of the quilling strip bundles left, but remember, you're going to get much more quilling strips in the kit that you need to make one heart. You can make about 5 of these hearts from what Carla's giving you for $34.99. Just terrific.
Incredible, right?
Yeah.
I love quilling. I love you guys at home. Your support has just been unwavering, and genuinely feeling a bit emotional. I've got to do another show, so I need to pull it together. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
You're brilliant, Carla. Congratulations. Now, I've got to say a massive thank you for all of your messages. Hopefully we've shown most of them, if not all of them. We just had so many. And of course, the next adventure with this will be, what, in another 4 or 5 weeks?
I'm back on the 17th of January, but I think I'm going to do something a little bit different on the 17th of January. I don't think it'll be quilling. I think the next quilling will be February.
Okay.
I think we're going to have a go at something a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
You got them, girl. Congratulations. Carla's here with me, though, for a fantastic We Are Makers show, and it's actually all about jewellery making and personalisation as well. It's a brilliant collection, brilliant kit at a great price. We'll see you can save a couple of £100 actually by buying something that's in the next show. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
It's Christmas time. Merry Christmas, Hobby Maker. Oh my gosh, what a year it's been. How much fun have we had? Maybe a little bit too much fun, what do you think? But yeah, hey, so much creativeness we've had within the team, and you guys watching as well. What can I say other than Merry Christmas, guys? Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app. Head over to the App Store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone.
everyone, Sheena here, just dropping in to say have a fabulous Christmas. I hope it's all wonderful in a wonderful crafty way, a little bit of controlled crafty chaos as well. And hoping that the holidays are as gorgeous and colourful as your creations. And I'll see you in the new year.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
On the 12th day of Christmas,
Hobby Maker gave to me 12 crafters crafting, 11 painters painting, 10 Andys cleaning, 9 ladies die cutting, 8 friends embossing, 7 stampers stamping, 6 quillers quilling, 5 guild ribbons, 4 card toppers, 3 fussy cutters, 2 tanglers tangling, and a Liam and a Christmas tree.
We are on air at Hobby Maker on Christmas Day from 12 until 4 p.m. So tune in for a very Merry Christmas.
Hi everyone, welcome back. What a busy show that was. Thank you ever so much to Carla. She's back in this show as well because she's got a different hat on now. She's got a We Are Makers hat on, American Crafts. And what we're talking about is personalisation and jewellery making, okay? Now we've actually got 2 bundles in the show for you. I'll let you know that the overall value of this machine that will basically emboss letters and numbers into metal, into hardboard or chipboard, into leather. The whole combined value of everything you're going to get here is over £349. Okay, that's what you should be paying for everything we're about to show you. But we do have 2 smaller bundles. First of all, if you just want the actual machine itself with the green box of these are actually alphabet dies that will impress into metal, into chipboard, into leather, faux leather, letters and numbers, okay? So you can probably get the idea. The handled machine gives you the pressure to leave the embossed indentation and to make personalised tags, maybe dog tags and things like that. Now, this is £129.99, just that on its own, okay? Just the machine and those fantastic letter stamps, okay? Or dies. But don't buy this, RS4652, because if you buy the next one we're about to show you, which is a different item number, this is DIXC86, you'll get the machine, you'll get the fantastic letters and numbers as well, but you'll also get everything else you can see here. So you've got leather bracelets that you can emboss and personalise. You've got markers down there. You've got the tags as well that you can see as well, which are made out of chipboard. You've also got your alignment stickers, which allow you to get the letters in exactly the right place on whatever it is that you're personalising. All of that you can get for the same price as just the machine and the letters, okay? So that is going to go to £129.99 for everything. So don't buy the last item we showed you. It's this one. It's DIXC86 and it is on split pay as well. So that is on, would that be 3-way? 4-way split pay, I think. Okay. £32.49 is your first split payment of 4. 1 payment today plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it, of course. And then the next payment in 4 weeks, 8 weeks, final payment in 12 weeks.
Get everything for free?
Yeah.
Well, then
don't buy the other one.
Don't buy the other one.
Buy this one. Because you get all those extra
incredible
accessories.
saving.
Isn't that good?
How much is that? £220 off.
£220 off.
Well, we like them apples.
£349.
Also, can we just say that you spelt bracelets wrong and it's getting right on my nerves?
Oh yeah, it is wrong.
That's
4-way split pay. We'll change it. Yeah, we'll get in and adjust that. So it's basically personalised jewellery, isn't it? This?
Yeah, it's not just jewellery. Listen, yes, it's called the jewellery press. Should it be called the jewellery press? I would say it should have been called the alphabet press because we've all used most of us have got those stamps that look exactly like this that we use a hammer and smash out with at home. We use them for all sorts, right? We use them in clay, we use them in modelling, we use them for all different things. No different here. You can use them for all sorts. But yes, when we're working with things like metals and those sort of things, they're easy. Shall I tell you what I found out today that you could also emboss into? Wood.
Oh, wow.
So they were doing on the We Are, I think it was on their Instagram today, you know, the wee little like wood slices, the log slices, the little thin ones. They were doing them on here with those as well. So you can do all sorts with it. It's a really clever piece of kit. It's one of those things where you're like, why have I not had this before? When we're doing it with the stamp and we're doing it with a hammer, there's a problem in that we can't align it properly. And so you get this kind of wonky line. So you can't make it professional, which it's not the worst thing in the world. We're hand makers, right? But if you can do that, wouldn't you? And the machine itself, if any of you have got the button press, you'll know what a beast this is. It's just one of those full-on machines that we've got. Really clever as well. And then you've got this. And also, it's really sexy. Can I just show you? Look.
It reminds me of the old-fashioned newsprint.
Because you've got this sliding drawer, so they all come out. Now, they've thought it through because, I don't know if you'll be able to see really well on camera, but you can see where the letters have been debossed into the plastic at the top, so you're not getting them muddled up, because that can be frustrating. I love that you're saying, can I show this to camera too, so that they're all going to fall out. Hey up, Dave, you lift that.
All right.
You lift me doobies and I'll hold it.
You go up a little bit. Go up a little bit.
There.
Yeah, see, you can see the embossed letters. There we are, look. And also the actual letters are embossed on the
yeah,
actual...
onto those as well.
Yeah. What, have they got a name, those? Are they called dies or...?
Metal letter sticks.
Metal letter
That's
metal
only
letter
the professional amongst us are actually allowed to call it that. You'll have to think of a better name. They're metal letter sticks that you do things with that do the embossing. I don't know what they're called. They're called metal sticks. Metal letter sticks. Oh,
really
my
well
brain
made,
went.
though.
So, they're really, really easy to use. You're going to get your adhesive labels, and that's what we use to align it. The machine itself, let's just have a little walk around the machine. When it comes, your handle, I think, I'm not going to unscrew this because if I ruin it for air, yours might be unscrewed. You might have to screw it on. I know with the button press, that's what you have to do. It obviously sits lower down, and so that's obviously where we're pressing it down for you. You'll notice I've got a dial here, and you'll see on it, it says I've got thick and thin. That depends on the material that I'm using. If we were using one of those wood, those logs, we're going to want to have that on its thickest. If you're going to use it on a thin piece of metal, you're going to want it on its thinnest. If you're making cards with, for instance, grey board, we can start to do letters, and they look really cool as sentiments, so you can do all these different things. And the stuff you're getting in the kit, you've got loads to go out, like you get a load of stuff. But also things like this, where you've got those leather bracelets, and you can buy these quite reasonably priced, so you can emboss into them. You can see I started with a C here, and we will go through them. It is real leather, you can see it there. Now, you can start to make your embossing, your engraving much darker, and we're going to use some pens to show you those. Do you have the pens?
Yeah.
So we've got these pens, and it's just basically you go over them, wipe it off, go over it again, and it gets sort of ingrained into where you've embossed into the metal or into the other things. Like and so it makes it deeper and darker. So you can get these much darker, there you go. So you can make things much deeper and much darker. Now for jewellery, this is where it really comes in, because this bad boy will go right into metal, no problem. And you can just, with a very light touch, be able to do that, which is super useful for us. Down the bottom here, you've got some little holes there, and it says even spacing, odd spacing. So for instance, if I was to do the name Dave, I'm going to be wanting to have it up here in my even spacing. If I do Carla, I'm going to want to have it down here in my odd spacing, because you're talking about the amount of letters that you've got. So obviously Carla is going to have, you know, an odd number of letters. Now it works. You can see here where it says the P, I've got a number 1 above it. Okay, that's my center point. If I'm going to do the word craft, let's go for that. So let's pull out a, so we're going to do my C, and then I'm going to find my R, which is going to be an O-P-Q-R.
Yep.
Look at me doing the things. Then my A. A up, Dave. then that's going to go into my 1 because it's my middle letter, right?
Okay, yeah.
So it's going to go into there. I'm not putting it in any specific way at this point. My F and then my T, which is going to be here. And so I've got them sitting here. You can almost read the word craft backwards there, okay? And that just seats them. Why do we put it in there? If I'm not going to use that, if I'm not doing that to press anything onto, why do I have them in there? Well, it's because I've got letters and numbers that correspond. So I can see that my midpoint is number 1, and that's going to be for here.
Yeah.
Now, the way then I'm going to use the machine is I've got a midpoint with a number 1 in black. So my A is going to go there.
Right.
If I was to do Dave, for instance, and I was going to have D-A-V-E, I know that I'm going to have 2 middle points, right? I'm going to have my 2 and my 2. And so I'm going to have to use those here, 2 and 2. So I'm going to have the first, I'm going to have my A there and my V here. So it's just working it out.
Okay.
And the way
that's basically even and odd.
Even and odd. So
Yeah.
it matches what's down here. So your hand's held all the way through it, guys. It really is. Now, the thing that you're going to have to get used to is how hard do you press. Now, you're going to get a load of these adhesive labels. Can you reuse them? No, you have to buy more. Do I reuse them? All the time. So don't do what you're supposed to do. I just reuse. So you're just going to mark it up. You've got a crosshair that's debossed into the plastic here. I'm going to use that crosshair just to line this up with.
And you get a pack of 25 included with the machine, by the way. I've got to let you know, what was the update on the stock on this? A third in baskets. Third of the entire stock in baskets.
Right, I'm going to put that there. If I wore my glasses, I would actually be able to see things.
I'd offer you mine, but there'd be no use to you.
They're on my head. I just don't like wearing them. I find them very frustrating. Right, now that I've got that there, I'm going to go in with my CRAFT. So I'm just going to pop this onto there. Are you better sticking that down somehow? Possibly. Do you need to? No, not at all. We're just going to keep it midpoint. Now, if I'm going to work out where I want my writing to be on here, for instance, if I wanted it to be at the bottom rather than on the top, I know that that crosshair is going to incorporate my midline. So I would just raise that up slightly just to be able to do it. And I've got the graph here so I can make sure it's even. I'm going to go for that central point. So I'm just going to roughly lay it there. Is it going to be absolute? I don't know. Would I sit and measure it if I was doing it at home? 100%. But let's get that into that middle space. Now, I don't think you're going to be able to see this very well. So what I'm going to do is remove this. I'm going to use the overhead. And I'm just going to tip this. Now, while I've got it shaded, I've got an arrow that sits at the bottom and an arrow that sits at the top. That's to help you with your even spacing. This is to help you with your odd spacing. If I want to use the number 1 for my A, and that's where I'm going to start, I need to know that it's lining up with my arrow at the bottom here, okay? So that's going to guide me. If I'm going to use my letter, for instance, C, I know that that is the number 5. So when I do the C, I'm going to move that over to my number 5, and my letter will be inside there, and I'll press it down. And that way, all of my letters will be aligned, and they'll all be perfect, and the world will be a very happy singing little place.
So I'm just thinking the sort of things you can use it on. We've talked about leather, we've talked about hardboard, because you get a big selection of the hardboard tags. But also we've got a copper rounded rectangular strip in the show, so you can make dog tags, all that sort of thing.
You can make loads of stuff. You can do it on the thicker pieces of jewellery. I don't have all the stuff here, mainly because I've used it all. So I don't have them all with me. What have I got here? Let's have a look and see if I've got some little... We'll do some metal in a minute, because I have got some little metal tags here, so we'll go through those. Okay. Let's just do the chipboard so we can see where we're going. Now, if I was to use all of my mighty power, I'm going to go straight through the... Exactly. I'm going to go straight through that piece of chipboard, right? I don't want to be pressing too hard. However, if I'm doing metal, I'm going to want to press that little bit harder, right? It's also going to work out, am I doing a thicker material and am I doing a thinner material, which is going to be on here. Is that the greatest performer? Not really, because if I use a thin piece of paper compared to a thin piece of metal, I'm going to want different pressures, right? So you're going to have to play with it a little bit and just work out how hard you need to press it. What I am going to do is try and do it wrong for you. I'm going to press it too hard so you can see what happens when you do that. So you know to try maybe not to do that when you get at home, because let's not, you know, over egg the pudding.
Okay.
Now I've got my letter here and it says on here jewellery press, so I can see it, and that jewellery press is only on one side. It's embossed into there, and so I'm going to hope that that is correct, and I'm going to have that facing my body. I've got a little magnet inside here, and all I'm going to do is find that, lift it and let go. Now I'm ready. So then all I'm going to do is push this down and I'm going to emboss, okay? Now hold it, lift it, and you'll see the letter beautifully embossed into it. Do you want me to lift it? This is going to mess up my alignment, just so you know.
There we go. Hey, perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
now mine's not going to be even now because the boys are mean. But you smell nice, Dave.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Don't I normally?
No.
Oh.
So I know that my R is in the space for 3, so I need to move this. I need to make sure that's in straight, okay? So I've got that there. Is mine going to be even? No, because of the boys. So I'm just going to pull this down, push, okay? That'll lift, and I've got that beautiful debossing there. So that is my A.
And not wonky, the right level.
Yeah, but it is going to be a bit wonky and not right level because, you know, boys. And then I'm going to put this in, which is my C.
And the enamel marker, do you put the enamel marker on the letter?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it on a piece of chipboard, but certainly on metal I would.
Right.
So now that I've got that sitting in there, I know that that is number 5, so I'm going to move my arrow to the neck. You can see how easy it is. Anyone can use this, right? It's not difficult. Press this down, deboss into there, okay?
Yeah.
There's my C. Now we need to shift it to the other side because I need my F and my T. I know that my F is sitting in my number 3, so I'm going to whiz this over to this number 3 now, pull this out, and then I can put my other F in, or I can put my F in, which is up there. Oh, Dave, don't do that. And then I've got my thingy here. I've got that little hole there. You can just pop that in. Make sure it's standing straight, because if it's on the wonk, it's going to be on the wonk when it presses. Obviously, like I say, I am not even on here as I was, but we'll go for it and just hope for the best. Push. Don't you be giving me a hard time.
Me. Looks all right.
That's because I eyeballed it, Dave, and because I'm ever a professional.
Total professional.
One day I will be when I'm grown up, Dave. I'm aiming for it. Now, my T, I know that I need that to be in the number 5. So I can put that there, bring that down, push, and then look how sweet that is.
There you go. There's the word craft embossed onto your chipboard tags.
That does say Dave if you squint real hard. So you've got this gorgeous piece, right? Now, I could have done that at the top, I could have done it at the bottom, I could have done it on metal, I could have done it on wood, I could have done it on leather, we could have done it on all kinds of things, and it works the same way. The only thing I'll say to you, and I think I'm supposed to tell you, well, I'll just put it on thick or thin, it'd be perfect when you get it home. I ain't going to do that. You need to work with your pressures, and so just work out what's what, because if I sit here and say that, I'm going to be lying to you. Now, what I mean by that is, I've got this round wodgum here, and I'm just going to use one of the letters that's in it. Now, I've already done Liam. Actually, I didn't. Liam did Liam on that one, okay? So I'm just going to use the other side, and I'm going to try and go through this. I'm not going to try and go through the whole metal, but I want to show you what happens when I press too hard. Now, I'm going to have this on thin just so, because I really want to show you as best I can, you know, the way it's going. Now, what happens when it's on thinner? It's going to lower slightly because it's going to a thinner material. But I'm going to bring it towards me, and I'm just going to ruin your vision because I want to put as much pressure on as I can. I will say that the desk I'm on is very high, so I can't put too much pressure on. But I want to kind of ruin this, okay? Because if I go in and I start pressing and pushing and putting too much weight on it, look, it hasn't done anything at all, actually. That's interesting. Why hasn't it done anything, Dave?
I'm not sure.
It's because it's on thin. Let's just turn it and see if we do it on the thick. Let's see.
Yeah, so if it's on thin, it doesn't apply as much pressure.
It doesn't apply as much pressure.
Right, got you.
and it was on its thinnest. So that would have worked on chipboard, I think. Let's go for thick, see if this works this way. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can see it pressing.
So now I've ruined it. I've ruined it. It's ruined.
Yeah, it's buckled it, hasn't it?
Because we're putting too much pressure on it, okay? So you can see it's buckled the metal. It might look okay. You look at the back, it's ruined, all right? So this is because I'm using the wrong pressure. I'm pressing too hard, and I'm also using the wrong thickness here. So you do have to play with it. I don't want to sit here and go, you'll get it out of the box, you'll be away. You will be away, absolutely. But there are going to be times when you go, oh, I put a bit too much pressure on there. And it's frustrating when people tell you it's so easy, and you get it home and you're like, well, it's not that easy. And I don't want to do that. So
it's a learning curve. Every machine, you know, you get used to be like.
It's not hard.
Every car is different, so every machine will be different as well. Every embossing machine and die cutting machine is slightly different too. So this deal today, you can either go for the deal that just gives you the machine and also the letters, the bar letters, and you have got numbers in there as well as the uppercase letters for 129.99, which was a different item number. Or you can go for the one that's on the screen now, which is DIXC86. That will give you your letters and numbers. It will give you your machine. You're also going to get, though, your alignment stickers. You can make sure you're in exactly the right place for the letters, right in the middle of the height and also the width. Also, you're going to get those fantastic identity tags you can see down there. There's 24 of those, different shapes.
Dave.
It is, yeah. 24 of those in there. You've got round ones and you've got the kind of tag ones as well. As well as that, you've also got your fantastic markers, the enamel markers. So if you're going into metal and you want to get that black indentation, that will give it to you as well. Yeah, and you get the leather bracelets up there too, 3 of those. All of that, you're not paying any more money for. It's exactly the same price of $129.99, and it's DIXC86. And we do have more alignment stickers if you want them, and we've got the copper tags as well.
The alignment stickers are really useful to have, and especially because we have them cheaper, I think, than most places, and they're just useful. Keep them, just keep a stock of them, but don't only use them once. It's ridiculous.
You are going to get a pack in with your machine, but if you want another pack, or maybe you bought the machine already and you want to get another pack, you're running out of them. $5.99 should be the price, but not today. 25 alignment stickers to put on your platform.
Such a good price.
$3.99.
It's such a good price. Listen, 25, and then if you reuse them, let's just say that you're going to use that twice. That's 50 of those for $3.99, and they're going to see you all the way through. They're brilliant, and they are worth it, yes. And I would be the first to say to you, you don't really need them, but actually you do need them to align. The more you've got, the better off you are. Well, we've got them so cheap. Yeah, of course, this is the time to get it. If you've had the jewellery press previously, get your alignment stickers, stock up on the things that we need, those consumables that we use, they're the things to stock up on. When you're getting any of the metal jewellery, you will notice that for the majority of them, they've got cellophane on both the back and the front. You do need to take it off because if you deboss onto that with that, you'll get loads of the bits. Hey up, get it off.
Is it static?
Sticking to me. I don't like it. You'll get the little bits stuck inside the letter that you've debossed, which you don't want, to make sure you take it off first, otherwise it'll be frustrating. It'll come off, but it's annoying. I don't think we've got them, but one of the things that you do get, and we did used to have them, so they might be on the website if you search real hard, are sounding blocks. They're really useful. So when you're doing these, they might still be on the website, but they're just easy to use. And obviously when we're doing things like jewelry, those sort of things, even with the wood, you're just going to want to smooth it over, and it's just a little simple step of just going through. So you're just going to remove any ridges as it says on it, and that's just going to smooth it out, make it look really pretty, and then we can start to use those pens in order to deboss and make that marker, which we'll do in a second. In fact, I've got one here that I did in a demonstration before where I did the same thing where I tried to ruin it. You can see my seat is way too far pushed, so we purposefully did that. Now, what are the enamel markers for? I think you've got a fat one and a thin one. If memory serves, they might just both be thick. It doesn't matter. Now, what I'm going to do, you can see it's got a chiseled edge on this. I'm going to use the pointy part of the chiseled edge. It doesn't matter. You can just cover over it and just colour the whole thing. That one's going to be a real pain because I did it too far and too dark. But if I just go over this, can you...
Oh, so you don't put it on the actual sticks with the letters. You go into where you've indented it.
No, you just go where you've indented it.
Ah, right.
And you do it a few times. The darker you want it, if you want it to be really dark letters, just go over it. I don't know, 4 or 5 times. Now you're going to use a really good cloth at home. And you're going to get rid of that. So that's going to just come through.
Have you just ruined your cardigan?
Well, probably not. It's got all sorts of chum on it. God knows what's in there. There's probably a remote control from 1980s somewhere stuck in the wall. If I do that, and then I'm going to keep doing it, honestly, this is used for all kinds of ridiculousness.
So it just kind of makes the indentation stand out, makes
So
the whole
now
word
it
stand
looks
out.
so much darker as you go, and it's really pretty. It's a really important part of the process when you're working on metal, just to make those stand out. Now you need to spend more time, you need to buff them. If I've done that and I can still see little bits, I can go over with a slightly damper cloth and do that. You don't need to. The more you buff it, the better it'll be. I could also go in and use my little sanding blocks if I wanted, just to make that a bit easier. But man alive, they're pretty. Think of the keyrings you could sell here.
Now, can I just check with Alex, our producer? I've actually got some circle charms and heart charms.
They're
and square
mine.
Charms. They're yours. So I don't think we've got those in the show, but We Are Makers do actually make them. So
we did
you can have a little look. Yeah.
And there's a likelihood that we'll get them back because the jewellery press is obviously very popular for good reason. It's one of those tools we all need, right? And so they'll bring them back eventually. It's just at the minute I think they sold out because they often do.
But also, I mean, if we haven't got them in stock, you could always search online. So, you know, circular tags, dog tags.
Of course, there's
available.
ways and means. What I want to show you as well is this, because I think it's a really important thing. Actually, we might have a go at doing these and embossing it. Look how thin these are. So we can go onto really small surfaces
like
here.
ingots, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really, really beautiful. Now, these are obviously gorgeous as little necklaces. I'm not being funny. I'm going to get into trouble again. I love it. Listen, it's Christmas. They'll have all forgotten because they'll have all, you know, done the Christmas things by the time they see me again. You can buy stuff like this on the Zon for really cheap.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Can
you do the letters up and down as well as east to west?
Yeah, of course
you can.
Yeah.
So if we wanted, like
You'd have
Carla
to.
going down Carla.
You're hurting my brain, Dave. Yeah, because...
Can you turn that around and do
Can I
it?
turn it around that way? I'm not doing Carla because, you know, we'll just shove a letter in randomly. If that's facing my body, well, an X isn't going to help me, is it? It's the worst letter I could have picked. Let's go for an F because it's very specifically one way. And if I want that to be... Oh, it's going to hurt my brain, is this, Dave? If I want that to be that way, can it go in? Where's that wadgum that I had here?
Yeah, so the F will be indented now, like 1/4 So yeah, it would go up and down, but left to right. You know what I mean?
No, Dave. I never know what you mean. We've been married for years. I still don't understand a word he says. How long's it been now, Dave? 8 years?
A long time.
Too long. Too long. We could have been divorced by now, Dave, if you'd have just signed the papers like I asked. Right, let's just have a go with this. So if I put that there, am I going to hit it? I want to make sure I get...
I do like a little ingot like this, as a pendant maybe.
You're good with your jewels, aren't you, Dave? Yeah. I think that's just going to be slightly too... Let's take it to there. Is that better for you? Let's see. I could put... see how that's moving? I do need to be in that midpoint.
Just to let everyone know, 1/3 of our stock of this has already checked out and gone.
Sorry, guys. I hope you all get it if you want it, because it is really awesome. There we go. Right. I don't know if I've set my measurements correctly on here, so I don't know if it's going to work anyway. So let's just do what we can do. Lift. Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful.
So yes, you can do up and down. So it can go east to west, or it could be Francis. So you could do the R underneath it. So you're just basically turning the letter a 1/4 turn in the machine, so you can then do them
If the FBI are watching, don't be stealing my fingerprints. God only knows what they'd find.
So you can do up and down.
You can do, sorry Dave, I was just having a panic about you. You can do up and down, you can do across, you can do either, which makes it really brilliant, doesn't it? Because we can do all kinds of things. I love the fact that if you've got a piece of jewellery already and you'd quite like to add a little message to it, if you buy for a friend, or, you know, for a partner or something like that, and you want to just add something to it, you can, and you can do it yourself. And here's the thing, engraving's expensive when you send it off to somebody else. You never know what you're getting back, and you could spend, you know, £200 on something and then go, oh, I'm going to pay to have it engraved. You don't know what's coming.
I'm just wondering, you know, how many of you have maybe ordered something, maybe off Etsy or some other internet website, for personalised gifts at Christmas, and they've come back and you pay a premium for that. You can do that service now yourself for yourself and your family and your best friends, or maybe you could actually charge a personalisation service as well. So we've done metal, we've done
Should we ever go on some leather?
chipboard. Yep.
Should we do Dave on leather?
Why not?
Leather.
Dave on leather, that sounds wrong.
Sounds a lot like the tassel discussion of 2024, Dave, to me. Right, let me put my...
Oh, by the way, if you have got the need for a sheet of copper, we have got that in the show, ironically. It's $8.99, down from $14.99, and it's a rectangular bangle blank, they call it, copper. A bangle blank. How cool is that?
That's got to be, that's a thick bangle, that.
Isn't it? The sort of bangle you wear.
It is the sort of bangle I'd wear, Dave.
Excuse
I do
my
like my
fingerprints on there.
chinky.
But again, you can actually emboss this with this machine as well and personalise this if you wanted to too. And so that whole sheet, and it's not sharp, it's been professionally cut, $8.99 if you want that sheet of copper, down from £14.99. And maybe if you've got some form of machine that will cut out tags, you can make copper tags, dog tags for animals, pets, that sort of thing too.
So, what can you see and what can't you see, or can you see nothing? Not at all. Dave is 4 letters and thus has to be on my even spacing. If I pull my tray out, it means that my D, which was my number 4 here, needs to match my number 4 there. I've got the little arrow at the top, so I can take that to there, and then I've got it. Now, I will just say, because I'm cheap, this has already got a C stamped in it. I'm still going to give it to Dave for Christmas, because, you know, that's love. But it'll have to say Dave. And that's our married name, so that works out well, Dave, eh?
Okay, I'll
you
take,
know,
I'll take anything.
Like we're them celebrities. Do you know what I mean? Like Darla, only we're Dave because there's a C in this already. So I think it's going to say Davek, which you know.
I answer to anything, Carla, you know that.
Oh, I know, Dave. Let's just go here. Let's lift. Look at that. D-Boss is beautiful, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the D. I can chuck that back. My A. So now I want to be lining up to the number 2.
And you do get numbers, remember, in the box as well, not just letters.
And we've got different fonts for you, which we should be able to come up to.
Yeah, we've got 2 different fonts,
second.
actually, which I'll give you details of in a minute.
I'm going to just move that a little widge. And the reason being is I like a little bit more space.
Half the stock of our brilliant jewellery press machine has gone.
Look how beautiful this is. I love leather so much. We're going to make some leather stuff, Dave. I'm going to do it. Really, it is. Honestly, I love stitching it. I love making stuff from it.
You made your own satchel.
I did. I did make you a wallet, Alex. Do you still have it? Do you? I love that. He uses it every day. I made him a wallet and he uses it. How nice is that? Do you condition the leather? That's more than I do with my handbag, Dave. But, Dave, but well done. Right, we need the E. Where did I take that out of, Dave? 4.
We might have Leathercraft coming here soon.
I'll be doing it with you guys, I hope. And we'll get some faux leather in as well, some vegan stuff, so that we've got all elements to work with. I'm just going to shuffle that, you know, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just, a millimetre. And we've got Dave. We've got it all embossed in the leather. Now, if any of you have ever tried to emboss on leather, it's really hard. Now, the great thing about that is I could foil it. I could do all sorts. Now, I have used the wrong setting, so you can see the circles on it. You just need to change the setting to a thinner material. I've got it on 10 at the minute, and it should have been on probably a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do another letter so you can see the difference. So that's on 10 with very little pressure.
And
Let's
remember,
do 5.
you are going to get 3 leather bracelets in the pack as well, which you're not actually paying for.
Different colours too, so you get 3
you've got a
different
black,
colours.
you've got a sand, and what's the other one? Dark brown.
Yeah, they're really lovely. They're a nice thing to have. So that, Dave, was done on the number 10, so it's that thick, so it really, we can see the little circles on it. So let's go in on a number 5, see the difference, then we'll go in on a number 1 and see the difference on there. So let me just pull this in here. So that's a 5. So there, if it's the E, not the C. Can I show this to the front camera? So can you see the E?
Yeah.
So that's the difference between your 10, your 5, and then let's do a number 1. My feeling on this is that 1 won't make much of a mark at all.
Can you go between 5 and 10? Can you do like a 7 or something? Or
Yeah, for sure. We'll play with the settings. I think the more you can see, the better off. So let's go in on a 1. I don't think this is going to make much of a mark at all.
No.
It's made nothing. Okay. So let's go in between a 5 and a 7 to try 5 and a 7. A 5.
I reckon a 7 will be spot on.
That's really amused me. I'll be chuckling about that on the way home from work. Let's go for a 7. And press.
Yeah.
And that's about.
That's the one.
So if I can show you that.
Yeah. So now you know setting number 7 is probably the perfect setting for leather.
I would say 6 actually, because I don't like that circle around the edge.
Okay.
But about a 6 is fine. When you see that, you can go much thicker. I'm just messing with your cameras. Sorry, what was that? That sounded like a demon laughing.
Don't know. I heard that.
Did you hear it?
Did you hear that, Bobby?
Has Beelzebub let loose in the studio?
How strange.
And Sharon's in the studio. That should maybe tell you something.
We're hearing voices again.
And just saying. It just happened that way. So if you do the 10, it's too hard on leather, so you get that mark there. I actually quite like it. It's a different style of doing things. I actually probably would go for that because I really love it. But if you want to be a professional, then we're going to be looking at doing a 6 or a 7. So those differences that we've got. I'm really mad that I only found out that it had wood when I was here. Is there anything in the studio that I can stamp? Also, Sharon, if you're missing a stamp, it's because I stole it off you. It was a nice one, thanks.
I'll tell you what, while you're looking for something, let me just show you the different fonts we've got. Because you can get, obviously, the uppercase in the green box with the numbers. But we've got these two. Now, we've got an uppercase, and we've also got the lowercase. So we're going to do the uppercase first of all in this. It's a different style of font, basically, is what you've got here.
They're pretty.
Alphabet stamps, they call them. There we go. And you've got numbers, and you've got the uppercase. If you like that font, TI4690, $29.99. That is not the price. We're going to take £5 off. There you go. You can have that set, and these are so weighty and well made.
Yeah, they're really weighty. They're proper tools.
Yeah, professional tools.
That one, it has obviously got your numbers on it, and your lowercase has got symbols on it. So you might want to. That might make a difference in which you purchase. Honestly, got to tell you, they're the same font, so they work together. So that's probably the best bet. But you know, if you're only going to one, work out which one. Do you want symbols?
4690 is that one. $24.99 with uppercase and numbers. If you want lowercase and symbols, that will be another $24.99.
Love it.
There you go.
Barbara Ann, whereabouts in East Yorkshire are you, lovely? Are you from my hometown?
Where were you?
Do you think Beverly's missing me?
Yes, massively.
It's not, is it?
Are you missing it?
Yeah, I love Beverly. I love East Yorkshire. I love all of East Yorkshire. I miss Chip Spice.
Oh, you got me into that.
I got you into Chip Spice.
Chip Spice, best thing. DB4627. Look at that, DB. 4627, $24.99 for the lowercase and the symbols. There you go.
For Dave Bradford? Yeah. I was trying to think in my head, I was like, what does DB stand for? And all sorts came into my head, Dave, but it wasn't Dave Bradford.
Yes, I can imagine what came into your head. OK, so there we go. Those two, if you want them both together, that'd be just under £50, 1 P&P, remember. If you've already got this press, then treat yourself.
Do you want to see the font on the other ones? Which ones do you want? Uppercase or lowercase, Dave?
Let's do one of each. Can we do one of each?
Oh, I tell you. Right, let's do a capital
have you got
and
one now?
lowercase.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's do this and this. That's my low. Look, they're so beautiful. And then when these pull out, and then when you seat them all next to it, look how beautiful that is. It's like a feast for your eyes, isn't it?
It is like the old-fashioned way of making newspaper print.
It's a proper letterpress, isn't it, at the end of the day? Right, let's go in with one of these Wadjums and let's do a quick word. One. If you've got repeat letters, by the way, so here's the thing. If, for instance, I was to do Carla, there's 2 A's in it. So I can't use them at the same time, obviously. you just, if I was to use the A and I've got them lined up here, when I use my first one, I just whip it over to where it needs to be. If I wanted to say Carla's, because I wanted to make sure that Dave doesn't steal my things, I would leave a space between the L and the S, and then I can whip the A into that. Once I've used it the first time, I can just whip it across into the other, and that's going to give me all the spacing that I need to make sure I've got it right every time, so don't forget that. Let's do, which one's my upper and which one's my lower? Uppercase, that's how we know it's mine, Dave, I wrote on it. I don't know. Let's do the word B, as in a buzzy fuzzy busy bee. B.
B and 2 E's.
And I'm just, actually I'll go for my lowercase e. There. Right, so B has got 3 letters, so obviously I want my E to be in the middle, and that's going to be there on my number 1, and my number 3 is going to be the B, which is where I'm going to start. I'm going to match that up here. So you've got a choice. You can either start, once you've got your wadgum on here, you can start by the first letter, so I can just move this over to there and work that way, or I can work from the middle letter and work outwards either way. It doesn't matter, it's whichever's easiest. So I'll do it from the first one because we did it from the middle last time. So let's start here. Let's find that. What have I got in here? What's that? It's an imposter. It's an imposter, Dave. Can I give you that?
That was the F, wasn't it?
Do that. Now I'm on number 7 here, reckoning that's going to be way too thick. Let's go for a 6. Is that an 8? Do you know? Right, let's go for a 6. And do this. Is that gone in?
Yeah.
Oh, did I have it on the wonk? What do you mean, how did that happen? It
Can
was
you
me
stick those down
demonstrating
if you want to?
Yeah.
You can.
Use a bit of washi tape. Right, make sure the jewellery press bit is facing your body, because that means your letter will be the right way around. And I know that this is number 1, so I've got to move this arrow to the number 1, and that would have kept that straight had I not moved it. Honestly, this cough, has anybody at home got this cough that just will not go away? It is driving me insane. Keeps waking me up on a night time. You know I don't like that, Dave. So I'm going to go in here. I think I've got this too high. I'm going to turn it down. Let's go for a 4. Because it's that soft chipboard. That's not enough.
Maybe a 5.
Let's go there. No, I don't like it. Let's go. I'm going to end up on an 8 here, Dave. See how you play with it and just work it out? Yeah. That's probably going to be about right for me. Now I need to move this tray. Now I'm using the same letter, so I don't need to replace that, but I need to get that to the 3 so that I can then go in. Now obviously I moved mine as always. You're not going to be moving yours at home. So I've got the word B just embossed into there. I'll raise it to you that way so you can see it. Now, my settings aren't right, so it's debossed a little bit too far on those E's, but I'm okay. Look how sweet that is. I personally will tell you, I love the little circles around it. I think they look really cute. Now, you're going to have to make a choice whether you want that to be part of the design. If you don't, you really need to play with those settings. If you're using something like chipboard, it's essentially going to be a little bit like grey board, which you can get for really cheap. So my idea would be to get some really cheap bits that will emulate the thing that you want to actually use, and then you can practice on those and then go on to the thing that you actually want to use.
Or another thing, if you just take one of these 24 and just use that as your practice one, you can practice all the different settings, because they'll all be the same depth and density. So just use one to practice on, and then you've got 23 others that you can use when you
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go around all of them, and it's just an easier way of doing things. It's always about making your life the easiest it can possibly be, right?
Absolutely.
And once you've practiced it, like I say, it's my job as the brand ambassador to stand here and say, it's really easy, you'll get it right every time. I'm not willing to do that because I don't like it when people do it to me. You're going to have to play with settings. It's as simple as that. So Do not tell me what to do.
Can I just remind you of the two deals? The first deal we had, which is good, very, very good, was the machine with just the letter stamps with the numbers, okay? And that was 129.99. And then we said, don't buy that, buy this item number, which is XC86, because you then get the machine, you then get the set of letters and numbers stamps, of course, as well, all the letters of the alphabet and the numbers. But then you get, as extras, you get the positioning stickers, which are there. So they allow you to make sure that you've got what you're wanting to press and emboss in exactly the right place. You've got it in the center, you've got it not too high, not too low. Get a pack of 25 of those. You get 2 of your enamel markers. So that's what you go over if you've embossed into metal, and then you can just buff it off, and it basically makes what you've embossed black, which is rather good. As well as that, you've then also got the bracelets, the leather bracelets that are up here, a pack of 25 of those chipboard tags as well, and that's all included at no extra charge. And the whole bundle should be £349. That's what it would be if you paid the full price for everything here. But we've got an American Crafts friendship like no other. And We Are Makers is part of American Crafts. They give us deals because they want us to be a successful channel, and they love us, we love them, and we pass the deals on to you. So today, £129, or split pay means you only have to give us £32.49. You'll get basically nearly £350 worth of jewellery press. But remember, it's not just jewellery. It's things like dog tags, it's things like leather bracelets. We haven't actually got any of the jewellery press tags in at the moment, but if you look online, if you look on the Zon, if you look on Etsy or whatever, I'm sure you'll find people selling those at really, really affordable prices. So
well, you can sell them yourself. Excuse me. If you go onto the Zon and buy a load of cheap blanks, so go onto Amazon and just type in jewellery blanks, right? And it'll come with loads of different things, keyring blanks. And if you do them for embossing and stuff, and you'll get loads of them. You know, you're talking about getting 50 of them for like a £5, and then you can sell them on Etsy once you've embossed them and with all sorts. You can do all, and if you canny with it, you could potentially do it sort of in a circle if you sat and really thought it through. So if you wanted to do like a circle one here, you could start with your letters, one letter here, next one here. You could kind of go in around. Which would be super cute. I wanted to show you one of the symbols, if that's all right, from this kit. They're tiny, so I'm going to do the little love heart, which I think is really sweet. And I'm going to try and aim to get it roughly in the center. Now, obviously, I'm going in with that stainless steel, so it's a fairly solid piece, but it's quite thin. So what I would suggest to you in terms of working out your materials, start off low and work up high. So my advice here would be, when I've ever got something like this, especially if I'm just doing it in the middle, I would place it, I'd center it where I want the symbol to be or anything else, and I'd just put a bit of washi tape there. That way it doesn't matter how many times I go back into it, because it's always going to be in the same place. So while I'm working out my settings, I can keep going back in the same spot. Just a little bit of washi either side. It's not going to damage anything, but it is going to hold it in place for you, okay? So that would be me. Make sure the word jewellery press is facing your body whenever you use the wadgems, and find the little magnet at the top. It just seats. Like I say, make sure it's not on the wonk, because it will sit to a wonk if you're not careful. So just make sure it's sitting down. Well, that's where I made the last mistake. Now, I'm currently on let's do a guessing game. Come on, Sharon, give me a number between 1 and 10. 7. Oh, we were nearly enough there. Right, we're good. So now we can blame Sharon for this going horribly wrong. And we're just going to come into here. It's not quite where I would want it to be. Because I've got the little hole at the top, I just want to make sure it's centered a little bit lower down. So I'm going to go about here, and I'm going to just press and lift. Look at this tiny, it's the cutest little love heart. Just there. Sharon's never writes fine. Just there. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
How beautiful is that? So if you're doing wee sentiments for cards, you can put like a name and then pop a little love heart next to it. You've got all different symbols inside here as well to make loads of lovely things. Well done, Sharon, for getting it correct.
What about if you've got like rooms with numbers? Maybe you've got a Airbnb, or you've got a guest house.
Glasses. Can you imagine going to an Airbnb and that's your number?
Well, no. But certainly the numbers are bigger. The uppercase numbers are bigger. So you could have your room numbers on those keys.
I won't be able to see that, Dave. I can't see my children in the morning these days, trying to find that in an Airbnb. It's not happening. It's not happening, that's all I'm saying.
But honestly, this is a press that will press into so many different things. We've done leather. You can do copper. You can do any type of metal disc, like cat discs, and you could have phone numbers and that sort of thing on them if they go walkabout.
You know what? I've got this ring that I'm wearing here that you'll always see on my hand, right? And I've got it here. And it's got little holes on the inside of it. And it's supposed to have a metal rod that goes through them. I lost it years ago. You can't really see it on this ring, but on every single one of those, there you go. Can you see those little columns here?
Yep.
You can just see them. Every single one of them's got a number on it, right? That has been debossed into it. Now it's been well worn. I've had it for years, so they've kind of rubbed away. And the idea being that you put a date or a number that's significant, and then you use the little rod that goes inside to lock those numbers in place.
Oh, I like that idea.
And so it was obviously for the birthday of my firstborn, and obviously since then it can't be locked anymore, but you'll always see it, and it's symbolic because it was always for my son. So it's 4 different rings. I can change it up depending on how many things it is. Now, the reason I'm showing you that is not just to be a little weirdo on television, but to actually say those things are so meaningful. To be able to make those things for other people just by using a tool like this. And when you start to go, oh, well, hang on, because the ideas are now endless. I can do loads of stuff. Would I be able to do something as deep as the ring? Probably not, because my base won't be far enough away from this. Do I personally think that I would be inclined to start messing about, unscrewing the bottom, getting that drawer out, working out? Yeah, because I'm an idiot. So I don't advise you to do it, but I would be inclined to do that so that I could put a piece of jewellery on there that's maybe a ring, so I could try and get that in that way.
Do you know what? The idea,
things.
when you first get this machine, because it's got its own characteristics, just find some scrap metal or scrap leather and play. Some chipboard and just play with it. Try all the different settings, and then when you find the right one, just make a little note of it. That way you can then go and do the real thing properly without throwing anything away and wasting anything. A 5-star review from FIFO says affordable price for a quality product makes life a little easier, takes the strain off wrists and hands.
Yeah.
Thanks from JM.
100%, so much easier than hammering them out. The fact that you can just have this, pull it down and make that connection and not really put any pressure on it at all. The fact then that I've got the wheel that allows me to put even less pressure on it actually makes my life a ton easier. And for somebody who has, unfortunately, a little bit of arthritis in the morning, so I'm not quite as bendy as I used to be, it means that I can do things with greater ease. So these things really help me and maybe some of you at home as well.
But also, if you're used to maybe hammering these sort of, dies in the past or stamps in the past, you've got the element of error. You could miss and hit yourself, but also the noise. The noise that you're making.
Don't you start hammering things?
No, not me. Never. You know what?
He once fell over a suitcase. No, what was it? A box?
No, it was my suitcase. It was my briefcase.
He literally fell over his own briefcase in my house, like flat out on the floor. And I came in the kitchen. I was like, "What are you doing, Dave?" And he was like, "I fell over." He was still on the floor. He was like, "I fell over." I was like, "Right." I just stepped over him. Carried on doing
I got my foot caught in the strap of my case. That's what it was.
It's just lying out on my kitchen floor. I was like, "What are you doing, Dave?" I fell over. I was like,
thanks for the concern. Yeah.
I'm
So
good like that.
$129.99 then gets you the fantastic jewellery press from We Are Makers and American Crafts. You've got the uppercase, and you've also got those fantastic numbers in there as well. And they really are quite a good size, actually. You can obviously personalise jewellery, you can personalise pendants. We've worked out that you can go left to right, but also you can go down
Leather, wood,
like an ingot. Yep.
All the wadgems.
These are the chipboard tags that you've got in there. You've got, I think, 40 of those in there.
They're really lovely, those chipboard tags. Great for presents, aren't they? And also great for cards, for sentiments.
24 chipboard tags, and you've got 25 of the repositionable sticky labels that make you get the letters in exactly the right place.
If you do some of the, you know the stuff, what's it called? It's like straw that you use.
Sizewell? Sizzle?
No. It's like a straw, but you use it for crafting. Anyway, if you've got some of that, you can put it through on those once you've put a name on and add it to a present or a card as part of a sentiment. We're really beautiful as well.
Cool, brilliant. Well, it's a brilliant deal today. Remember, there are 2 options on the website. You'll see both of them. One of them has got all the extras in. One of them hasn't. So don't order that one. Order this one. This has got all the extras. DIXC86 is your item number. And on 4 split pays. So if you know you're getting maybe money in a couple of days' time, you're thinking, oh, I fancy that, bit of personalisation.
Because Father Christmas is coming soon.
Absolutely. this could be a bit of a on-the-side business, couldn't it? Personalisation.
Is Father Christmas coming to your house?
I hope so. We told him not to bother to come to me.
He rang me. He's like, I'm not going there. I was like, I don't blame
He falls
you.
over his bag. Not going there.
I avoid him at all costs as well, Santa. It's fine.
Okay, one more live show to come. We're only live tonight until 8 o'clock. We're going off an hour earlier, but we have got Ciao Bella with the lovely Sharon coming up, and some storage solutions as well. Some amazing rice papers and all sorts coming up from Ciao Bella. Congratulations, lovely lady, on your earlier show.
Oh, thank you so much at home, guys. Honestly.
Check the website. There might be a few cut-by-hand items still in stock.
Don't message
going
me
very,
tonight
very
because I
quickly.
think I'm going to have a drink of Bailey's, and there'll be no sense. Less than usual.
We've got less than 10 of the cut-by-hand kits available from the earlier show. So if you missed that, you can go on the website and see what's still available. The website will only let you order it if it's in stock. So if it says, sorry, it's gone, sorry. So yeah, our last show of the day then, our Christmas Eve schedule continues with Ciao Bella after a short break. Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you all. Merry Christmas, I forgot.
See you in a minute.
Happy Christmas.
Hi everybody, here at Beyond Stamping we want to wish the whole Hobbymaker family a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy Christmas! Happy Christmas!
Hi there everyone, Nigel here, wishing you the happiest of Christmases. I hope you have a great festive season, whatever you are up to, whether you're spending it with friends, family, or maybe on your own. Whatever you do, have a fabulous one, and make sure you get a little bit of craft in here and there, of course. And I will see you here on Ho 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 Hobby Maker.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
Hi, it's Nat from Hunky Dory. Just wanted to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Can't wait to be back in 2025 for more amazing shows. See you then.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's our last live show today because we're going off air at 8 o'clock just for a little bit of Christmas cheer.
Yes.
They're giving us an hour off, which is very nice.
Be like Carla and
Yeah.
get going on the Baileys.
So so we're with you until 8 o'clock, and thank you for all your lovely messages, messaging, wishing us a Merry Christmas, and thank you to you for all your lovely cards as well. I know, who was it? We had a card today from Fran.
Oh, lovely.
And Margot as well. We had a card from Margot today, so thank you ever so much. Margot in Fife, so that was really lovely. Thank you for that. That's in our dressing room. So that's
nice,
yeah, lovely. Now this hour is all about Ciao Bella, which I know is a really, really popular designer brand when it comes to papers, yeah?
It is. It's an Italian company, as the name would suggest.
Yep.
And the papers are printed, all made in Italy.
Okay.
And they are acid and lignin free, which is very important if you are going to want to use them for sort of projects you're going to keep, like scrapbooking or journals, that kind of thing.
Now,
So
the thing is, we've got a big bundle available of everything we're going to show you. This is called the Ethereal Collection, and you're going to get everything I'm about to show you here. Now, this is almost like a roundup of some of the best of 2024. There's only a few available in some instances.
it is, yeah. So if you might have seen these earlier on in the year, you might have used up your papers now and want to restock. But we don't have huge quantities, so if you do want any of it, don't hang about.
No, these colourways are gorgeous. Look at this
They're
golden fuchsia.
So vibrant, aren't they? They're
Beautiful.
just beautiful. That marbling, and although obviously they're not metallic, but the gold in these, the way it's been printed, it looks gold, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Which is quite hard to do unless you've actually got metallic card.
Now,
But
these 12 by 12s, if you wanted this on its own, it is available for you. Dispatched the 6th of January, so it will be with you shortly after that, so not long to wait at all. Some of the individuals haven't been or have sold out, but I think, is this one available individually? This is sold out. Okay, this is sold out individually. It's only available in the bigger collection. So you'll get that. You'll then also get the next 12 by 12.
then there's another 12 by 12 paper pad.
And don't forget, always use the packaging, because it's just as beautiful on the front.
It's just as beautiful, and you've basically got some toppers there. And yeah, these are all double-sided. So, and you'll notice as we go through the collections, the designs occur throughout the different sizes. So it means you get them in different scales. And of course, because they're double-sided, because you've got repetition of some of it, you can pick and choose your favourites without sort of sacrificing the other side.
Love it.
Beautiful,
Again,
aren't they?
I mean, the first collection goes well with this collection and will go well with everything else that's coming up in this bundle. $53.20, that is the recommended retail price. It will not be that price. We've got a special deal on it today. Let's drop it, shall we? Let's show you. £44.99, and it is on split pay because it should be over 50, but we've dropped it to under 45. So you have that on split pay if you'd like it. That's on two-way split pay, I believe. Yeah. £22.49 today is your first split payment, and £22.49 this time next month. Oh, look at this Pegasus.
Isn't it just, really beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you do with these papers? Do you use them whole, or do you cut into them? Do you cut elements out?
Well, for me, you know me, Dave, I'm more of a card maker than anything else.
Yeah.
I do tend to use the 12 by 12 sheets, though, with my Eileen Hull journals.
Right.
Because a lot of the Eileen Hull journals, you need 12 by 12 because they're the big, long dies.
Sure.
That are longer.
Yeah.
So I tend to use my 12 by 12s for journals. But obviously, if you're a scrapbooker, they're perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course you can cut them down for cards if you want to.
So that is a total of 12 double-sided papers in that one, 190 GSM. That's not all. You're still going to get your A4.
And the A4 is a great size, I think, scale-wise for a lot of things, because obviously it's scaled down a little bit from the 12 by 12. So you've got toppers in here. You've got some of the pattern papers again, but then they give you lots of tags and labels and sentiments. Look at that. It's so rich.
I love it. And all of these elements here could easily be cut out. You've got tags with some sentiments on, some that you can actually add your own sentiments to, like up here, for example.
Yes, you really can play around with these. They're just, there's just so many elements, and I like this. And this applies to all of the Ciao Bella kits, not just this one specifically. They're always crammed full with so many elements that you are going to be able to make countless projects with them.
So you've actually got here, there's a lot of A4, all double-sided, all absolutely beautiful. The only difficulty you've got is deciding what side you want to use. I mean, look at all these tags you've got there as well.
All the tags. And that's why I love the fact that they repeat them through, so you don't have to kind of choose. You know, if you like what's on the back of the tags as well, you'll find it somewhere else in the kit.
So, yeah, you get one each of 9 double-sided papers. So you've basically got 18 designs, but on 9 sheets in there. Is that sold out individually, or is it still... We do have that, okay, so the A4 is £10.49 if you just want that, okay, so just over £1 a sheet, which is really good. We can put those details up maybe after we've gone through the bundle. They are on the website if you want, I think we're putting them up now actually. So if you just want the A4, if you love those colourways, it's coming up. Okay, there it comes. £10.49 if you want that on its own, but it is in the bigger bundle, which of course we've still yet to go through completely.
And then we've got
8x8.
8x8.
There's 12 8x8s in here.
Again, it's about the scale, because depending on what you're doing with them, you might want the scaled down version. You know, if you're only using a portion of this, on a card front, say, the 12 by 12, if you cut a small piece off, you kind of lose the design of it. So,
totally, yeah.
The vibrancy of these is just beautiful. I like the theme of this. It's a bit different as well, isn't it? The colourway's lovely. Something a bit different.
So specialty paper. I love the fact it's all loose as well. You don't tear them out.
No, yeah, I do. It's just there, and yeah, you can rummage through it and choose which one you want.
And again, you've got lots and lots of elements here. You've got your butterfly, you've got characters and keys, Pegasus the horse.
Yes,
very myth and magic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very magical. Great for cards for sort of teenagers, that kind of thing. That's very Art Deco, isn't it, that one?
Absolutely. There's
Love
12
the
double-sided
flourishes.
papers in this, the 8x8. Aren't they lovely?
I love this one with the sort of marbling.
Well, this is basically the last of the quantity that we have for 2024. Your last chance maybe to get the ethereal, because Ciao Bella always, you know, come up with new designs and then they retire them. And then, so if this has been a firm favourite of yours and you want to get another one before it basically is no longer available, now's your chance.
Yes.
That one is your 8x8.
And
then
then
the last
finally,
thing in the bundle.
6x6, and this one's mostly, it has got pattern paper as well, but it's your fussy cut elements. You get 3 sheets of each design. Again, so if you've got favourites in here, you've got multiples of each one.
So it's 8, 16, 24 double-sided sheets is what you've got here.
Yes, and all your fussy cut elements, you've got pattern cardstock on the back, so if you particularly want to use one of those, you've still got 2 more sheets, so you're not going to sacrifice your fussy cut elements if you do want to use the patterns.
Boy, I can see why Ciao Bella is so popular.
Aren't they beautiful?
They're really different. There's a kind of element and a little bit of a nod to steampunk.
There is,
isn't
isn't there, with some of the cogs and things. The clock faces are beautiful. And then you've got gems as well. And top tip, with those little gems, get your circle dies out.
Yeah.
I've got my carnation set with me, because the circle set from carnation goes down to a really small one.
Right.
Which is perfect for all those little elements.
Okay, so you've basically got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packs. 2 12 by 12s, 1 A4, 1 8x8, and 1 6x6, all for a great, great price. The deal for all of it should be $53.20. Today you can have that collection, if you love the fuchsia and gold, for $44.99 for the lot.
Whoa.
Which is lovely, isn't it?
Price, isn't it, for all of that?
Really good price, and it isn't, or shouldn't be on split pay, but it is, because it should have been over 50, so split pay was applied. Just $22.49 is your first payment of 2 today, plus your P&P unless you've already paid it today, and it will be on its way to you. But look at the sort of thing you can do, whether it's books that you're making, journals you're making, whether you're covering MDF with the papers, it's entirely up to you, but they are really going to stop traffic. I mean, they stand out, they're beautiful, they really catch the eye.
Do. And because you've got so many different elements, you've got whatever you need, because if you think about it, some of these designs are quite bold and striking. In contrast, if you're using the fussy cut elements, sometimes you need something a little bit calmer. So you have got some more subtle designs mixed in with the beautiful, stunning ones. So you've got a good mix of your sort of everyday backgrounds and your showstoppers.
Absolutely. Now, we have got some deluxe papers in the show.
Yes.
Now, these are standalone. They're completely different to what we've just shown you from the ethereal collection. So we've got our wonderful vellums here, 6 sheets, 90 GSM, but these are your vellums from Ciao Bella.
They're
I'll just hold them up.
Again, lovely rich colours. And of course, being vellum, they're translucent, so you can put, these look great if you want to put them in a frame and put a light behind it. They're also great for just, if you're creating pockets and things in journals, sometimes it's quite nice to use vellum because you can kind of see what's in the pocket.
Wow, look at that one.
Isn't it beautiful?
And remember, this will be dispatched to you from the 6th of January, so the warehouse at Ciao Bella won't be open until then, so it'll be with you shortly after the 6th, okay? So there's your, wow, look at that.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The really bright yellows. I like the colourways of this because they're a bit different. Yeah, yellows and purples and that lovely magenta pink.
And you get a plain.
And you get a plain as well, which is always handy.
Okay, so these are real designer papers. If you want that set of vellum, 6 sheets in total, what's the price? £7.98, but we're going to take a little bit off for you. It's going to be £7.49 for all 6 of those. There you go. All 6 of those fantastic vellums from Ciao Bella. And Ciao Bella is such a lovely brand and such a collected brand by lots and lots of you.
Yeah, it is.
So that's the vellum paper. We've then got, now these really caught my eye earlier on.
These are so stunning. They're so opulent and rich.
The gold
colours,
sheets.
They feel textured as well. They've got a lovely sheen to them, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely. Now, whenever we've done anything like this before, particularly with the gold, they've always absolutely flown. And you're going to get 5 gold sheets here. So you get 5 beautiful gold sheets. Look at that.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? So rich. And of course, these are A4 sheets. And because these are so sort of rich and bold and striking, you're probably cutting into a sheet with these and just using a little piece of it.
I mean, to be fair, I would save these for things like maybe book covers.
Yes, I would save them for
things
things you're going to keep. I wouldn't use these on a card front. I'm too tight
No.
to use something that beautiful
Never
on
let
a card
it be said.
front. I'd be putting them on journals or things I'm going to keep.
The things that are going to be out on show as well, so you can appreciate it and just enjoy it. So this is really £15.49 should be, and really should be the price, FEPQ 62. That is your price today for all 5 of these. They're absolute luxury, true designer papers from Ciao Bella. Wow. That really is eye-catching, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
For your special
Just really
high-end
stunning
projects.
Yeah, absolutely. High-end is the word, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got more vellums as well. I think we've got, we've got deluxe paper and vellum. So this is for those of you that are more flower fans.
Yeah, this is the Flower Shop collection, which we will have a look at in full in a bit. But again, you've got your vellums, A4 sheets, so great for creating pockets, cutting little strips from, and you've got a sort of floral theme to these. They're quite very feminine, really pretty.
Almost kind of makes me think of like vintage France or something like that.
Yes, it does look a bit like that with that lovely little truck, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love this one. I love the damask sort of pattern. It's very classic, isn't it? You've got some beautiful flowers here.
Sorry, that one's upside down.
Aren't they pretty?
And then I love this. I love an old advert.
I really like this one.
So nothing stopping you chopping those adverts out, using them in lots of imaginative ways. Flower market, gardening adverts.
Yeah, I love these. And of course, because it's vellum, if you put a colour behind it, it will show through.
Absolutely.
So you can make that look quite different. And then you've got your plain sheet
And
as
your
well.
plain sheet of the white vellum. So that set is £7.99. That is your price, $7.99, and that gives you 6 sheets of the vellum and 90 GSM, all of those.
Lovely.
One more designer paper that we haven't shown you yet are these. Now, these are the pearl sheets.
Yes, so these are
pearl sheets.
the floral theme again, but these are pearl, and they're really beautiful. It's quite a subtle, but you do feel they're textured, but they've got a lovely, subtle, pearly sheen to them.
Love it.
Really
now,
pretty.
£12.29 is your price for these.
That pearl
That's
is
your
lovely,
damask
isn't it?
again. That goes with the vellum that we showed you a few minutes ago.
Yes.
I think the pearlescent kind of comes across on TV quite well.
Yeah, you can see the colours quite well, can't you? They do look quite accurate on screen. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Trim those into borders. if
Yeah,
you
exactly. You could cut those into border strips. That would look lovely down the side of a journal or something.
And there's a satin version.
There's a satin version of that.
Of that
lovely pearl finish.
sheet of adverts. There we go. So that one is, how many sheets is that? 5 sheets. 5 pearlescent sheets in there. And that is £12.29. Really high end. PTPQ02. Now, I know we've also got some storage. We've got another collection to go through before the end of the show, but we've also got some storage in the show as well, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Should we have a look?
Should we have a look at that now?
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I know one thing that you were really keen on was the portfolio.
One. Yes.
Or the folio, should I say.
The folio.
So this is the folio for your 12 by 12 papers, and this is designed to actually stand upright, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Once you get it home, if you open it up, you will find this piece, and that goes in the bottom.
Right.
So you just push the bottom so it's open, and then this keeps it open. So you just pop that in, and that's great because when you're not using this, you can fold it flat.
Right.
But once you've got it, your 12 by 12s, let's pop those out the way actually. Let's grab a set of 12 by 12s. I'll just grab these. So if I pop these in, first of all, you're going to see quite how many collections you could fit in here. But what I also love, you can see what's in here. And also, it's well clear of the handle. So you're not going to crease your papers when you're holding it. There's a good clearance there. I was saying earlier, when I was prepping for this show, I had all 4 collections in this one, and I was able. It took up no space because normally when I'm prepping for a show, I've got everything around my desk, and I end up working in a space this big because, of course, I'm dipping into each collection. Well, I just put them all in here, and I could just flick through.
And it's going to help keep them in pristine condition. If you normally put them on bookshelves, sometimes they can kind of slip and they can get bent or whatever, get a bit tattered. And of course, it stands upright on its own. So if you normally have your 12 by 12 papers strewn over your craft desk and you can't really find anything, that can be right down by your side. Everything's at your fingertips. It's got reinforced fabric around the outside edge.
And then the handles are also reinforced. So it's very sturdy. This is really thick, frosted acrylic, and you've got, quite some depth there. You will get a lot of collections in this. Obviously, it's great if you want to go out and about, if you're taking it to a workshop or anything. But equally, I think if you're just storing all your papers at home, it's great because you can very easily access them. You're not rummaging around in boxes and things. It's just there.
I love it as well. I mean, maybe you've got American Crafts cardstock and you want to put that in there. It doesn't have to be just your Ciao Bella papers. Any 12 by 12 papers or cardstock or pads can go in there. But it's great for transportation if you're taking them up and down the stairs, going from your craft room maybe down to the lounge, or just keeping them in tip-top condition. And also, they're visible. You can see everything. A third of the stock of this went earlier in a show this afternoon that Sherilyn did. This is only £8.99, but not tonight. We're taking another £1 off.
Wow.
£7.99 for a storage solution like this, and it's really strong,
really
durable.
Sturdy. I'd be multi-buying this, and I think, even if you're just storing in your room, it's great because it's very easy to see what you've got, and you can put whole
a different one for different collections.
Yeah, that's how I store I store the whole collection together in something like this, or some other things we're going to look at in a minute. But yeah, I really like this, and I think for the money, it's incredible.
It is, and it's really well made. It's reinforced. The handles are reinforced as well. The webbing going around the edge is giving it strength too. And it's a really funky colour. It looks cool.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Bright pink.
And I just love the frosted front, the fact that you can see, because if you are putting your collections in, you'll instantly see which collection. Put one of the, as I've done there, that's the front sheet of one of the collections, and you'll straight away know which one it is.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do want to stack these up on a bookshelf or something like that, they'd look fantastic.
You could.
Rather than, if you're stacking these sheets, and they're all up against maybe other books or something, it's so easy for them to kind of just buckle and lose their shape. It does, for them to warp, yeah. This is actually kind of helping keep it nice and straight and protected.
It does, yeah. It's
I like that for the value.
I know, for the value, for the money, it's great because you will get a lot in there.
Now, if you want to go for maybe 2 or you want to go for 4 at this sort of price, feel free. You only pay the P&P once, and I know lots of you were shopping with us this afternoon, so you've already paid your £4.95. But for £7.99, absolutely brilliant price for this. And again, they look great. And if you do kind of go maybe to crafting get-togethers, meet friends at a local cafe or a social club or something like that, and you're moving things around and putting things in the back of the car, this is going to help to protect
It's great. It's also great, just for a project bag almost, not even necessarily for 12 by 12s. If you've got a collection of anything that you're working on, you can throw everything in here and take it with you. Perhaps if you craft in the dining room or you want to take stuff down and do in front of the telly, it keeps it all together.
Loads of you coming through, putting this in your basket now. Carol, hello to you. Maria, Janice, Deborah, Alison, Heather, Catherine, Kat, Sue. Joy in Greater London's gone for 2. Good on you, Kat. So that's less than £16 with just the 1 P&P as well. So that's a really good, stylish storage solution, which I'd not seen until today.
No, I haven't seen it. I don't think we've had it on before. I think it's new. But I'm really impressed with it. I love it.
Yeah, and when you're not using it, you can take the base out and fold it flat.
Yes, you can take the base out and then it'll fold flat. So, if you wanted to get a few of these, even if you don't need them at the moment.
Yeah, and the base is actually made of the same kind of plastic material that the outside's made from.
That folds flat, and then you can store it.
Stands up on its own.
Yeah.
Clever idea.
It's really sturdy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sherilyn was saying earlier she'd use it just as a shopping bag, actually.
Why not? Could do.
Quite handy.
Yeah.
Fold it flat, put it in the back of the car.
Yep, and it doesn't have to be for 12 by 12. It can be for, A4 you can put in there as well, maybe lengthways or something like that. I think probably A4 would fit in there fine.
Yeah, we've got an A4 here, haven't we? Yeah, that fits.
Yeah, that fits inside, from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Just about. So use it for all sorts of things. There we go. £7.99. Take the £1 off. BAPQ32 is your item number if you want that today. And some other storage we've got, another thing that you're a fan of, were the waterproof pouches, I believe.
These, oh Dave, you're going to love these. Again, the quality. So we've all seen the zipper bags. I've got some that I use for my demos, but these are a completely different beast. They are, it feels like a wetsuit.
It does actually, yeah.
They've got a rubbery sort of feel to them. They're very, very heavyweight, very durable, and they're waterproof. So
even the zip.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh,
So
wow.
it zips up.
Yeah.
So you can keep it all snug. Great for projects. So you've got a 12 by 12 and an A4.
Right.
I've got all of my ethereal collection in here. So these are great if you're a little bit tight on space, because if you think I've got a whole Ciao Bella collection in there, and look at how thin that is. If you were putting these on a bookshelf, you'd get a lot of collections, but you're protecting them. Because if you put them straight on a bookshelf, particularly once you start fussy cutting and you end up with all bits, it's all going to stay nice and secure. It's got a zip, but it takes up no room.
And also, if you have a bit of an accident and accidentally knock something over,
you spill your coffee,
the cat knocks something over or anything like that, it's literally a wipe clean, waterproof surface from Personal Impressions. These A4 and a 12 by 12, you get both, and they're just £10.49. YIPQ 51. Now that is not the price actually. We're going to give you a special discounted price right now. So even more coming off these. 12 by 12 and an A4 version, £7.99 for both.
Beautiful, aren't they? Those incredible value. I wish you could feel them, because they are much thicker than the sort of usual zip bags we're used to. They've got a real sort of silicone feel to them, haven't
they have a bit, and they're really flexible, but you can tell they're really durable and really, really strong. But they've got that waterproof aspect to them as well, which is a real bonus. So again, if you're out and about carrying things, maybe to a friend's house to do some crafting or going to a workshop, and you're finding things are getting damaged when you're getting them out of the car, it's raining, snowing, whatever it might be, this is going to protect everything.
It will, yeah. And the other thing is, you know, once you start fussy cutting your elements, you end up with lots of tiny pieces. Because this has got a zip on it, you're not going to lose them.
Love it. Well, loads of you coming through for this. Julie in Conway, Carol in the West Midlands, Bianca in Lanarkshire, Gillian in Merseyside, Susan in Lancashire, Crafter in North Yorkshire. One more storage. Oh, by the way, the pink one we showed you a few minutes ago for the 12 by 12, that's absolutely flying out the door now. Really is. Yeah, this one here. So, yeah, £7.99 for that one, remember? It's getting very, very, very busy for that. So BAPQ32 if you want the pink one for your 12 by 12s. Now, more traditional storage.
Yes, the boxes. Let's start with the 12 by 12, because this is actually my one from home. And I've got 2 lots of Ciao Bella flower shop in here, because I did the shows earlier in the year.
Okay.
So this has actually been sat on my shelf since then, and I've just added in all the extras I've got today. So this has got 2 whole collections in it. And what I use is, you know, the Brother label maker that we sell, the cube one. I've got one of those, and I label them all with the collection. So I've got all my pieces in here. I use those cube storage from IKEA that everyone has. These fit beautifully. So all of my Ciao Bella I've got in one section, and I just stack them up, and I can see straight away from the label which one's which.
Okay.
So that's what you see. You're going to get a 12 by 12.
Yeah.
Then you've got an A4.
Lovely.
Now the A4 one I think is going to be ideal. Obviously it's ideal for A4 paper, but I like to keep all my collections together.
Right.
So my A4 are in here.
Okay.
I would use this. I've got lots of All and Create rub-ons.
Right.
And I think they'd be perfect in here. Because again, once you start snipping into the rub-ons, you get all little bits, and you want to keep them in something with a lid.
Yeah.
So,
but it's also going to stop things from getting dusty. It's going to keep them in tip-top condition, because they'll be lying flat. But if you wanted to kind of store them on the edge on a shelf, you could do that as well. So you get the 12 by 12, you get the A4 and
8 by 8.
8 by 8 as well. All 3 boxes, box bases and box lids.
Yeah. So if you want to put your 8 by 8s, let's grab an 8 by 8.
And all 3 of them are £14.99 for the lots.
It's great, isn't it? So if you want to keep all your 8 by 8s together, do that. And they fit beautifully. And you can see there's a little bit of extra space. So if you have got any papers where, you know, sometimes they put a little extra border on with like the name of the collection or whatever, they're still going to fit. I would use this one, actually. I wouldn't use it for 8 by 8. I'd keep this as a kind of fussy cutting one.
Right.
You know, when you're sitting there fussy cutting, this is a good size, because you can do your trimming and put them straight in here.
Okay. Well, we're going to do the flower shop. Should we do that after a quick demo? Okay, we'll do a demo.
Do a demo with
Is that
the
all right?
ethereal. Yeah.
And then we'll do the other collection from Ciao Bella, the flower shop, after the quick demo.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Right, so let's grab my ethereal bits and bobs.
Now, all the individuals in the ethereal collection that are still available are on the website now. Some things have sold out, but some of them are still there if you want them.
So I've got a card blank. I'm going to make a simple card. I wanted to keep it quite simple because I knew we had a lot on the show, and I knew we had a lot to get through. So I've stuck with cards for this show. So what I've done is I've trimmed down some of the, I think this was from the 8x8 pad. Now I've got this beautiful design on the back, but I'm going to add quite a lot to the top of this. So I've kept it simple. But before I stick this down, I'm going to ink the edges. Now we've got some ink pads on the show, which we haven't even got to yet, but I'll give you a little sneak peek. We've put together some colours that go really nicely with the ethereal. So we've got fresh lemonade, tutti frutti and muted copper. And I'm going to use the tutti frutti because this goes really well with this collection. It's kind of the perfect magenta pink. So I'm going to go around the edges with this just to give that a real pop. So I'm just going directly with the ink pad, just around the edges. And because I'm going onto a white card blank, it just, and this, you know, this background's quite light, it's just going to make that stand out nicely. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pop some double-sided tape on the back of that. And then we can use some of the fussy cut elements. And you'll be pleased to know I've already done the fussy cutting. You haven't got to watch me do all that.
Oh, okay.
Because that's not very interesting to watch, is it really?
Well, the colours in this collection are so opulent, the fuchsia and the gold. I mean,
they are, they really are. Yeah, really stunning. I do really like this collection. So that's going to go, I like this damask pattern as well, it's really elegant. So that's going to go on the front. And then I've fussy cut a few things that I'm going to just layer up. Let's move those out of the way. But before I do that, I really want to add to the kind of opulence.
Yeah.
So I've cut one of the tags and I've cut out this beautiful, she's like a goddess, isn't she? Mm-hmm. And I thought that would look nice like that. And then I'll do a floral, maybe in the corner. And I've also got a butterfly.
Or princess?
Princess, she could be either, couldn't she? Now, if I put those like that, it all just blends into each other. You need to make each element sort of stand out a little bit. Mm-hmm. So let's start with the tag because that's going to be the first thing going on. And I really like the gold richness of this collection. So I want to add in some proper metallic. So what I'm going to do is add some embossing powder to it. So I've got a little cube of First Mark ink.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go around the edge with a little bit of that. I'm going to go all round the edges.
So this is your sticky ink, isn't it?
This is just clear sticky ink, yeah. And then I'm going to bring in, you'll find this on the Personal Impressions brand page. Their embossing powder, this is called Mirror Gold, and it is the best gold that I've ever seen. And as you can imagine, I've been crafting a long time. I have got a whole drawer full of gold embossing powder, but this is the most shiny.
So it looks like the kind of colour of coffee, but when you actually
yes, you'll see it transform in a second.
Yeah.
The richness of this gold, I mean, it's called Mirror Gold, and it really is. It's a very, it's the best embossing powder, and you know, I've got a lot.
So we've got basically a brand page on our website for Personal Impressions, and that will be on the brand page.
Yeah, you'll find. I know I've had them on a show before. So I'm just going to pop that to one side and get this powder back in the pot before I tip it all over the floor or anything, because I'm a bit clumsy. So that's that. And then with embossing, my top tip is make sure your heat gun is hot before it comes anywhere near this, because you're going to end up blowing half the powder off if you come in with a cold heat gun. So put your heat gun on and then just wait a couple of seconds till you know it's had time to get hot. And then we're going to bring that in, and this is where the magic happens, and I never get bored of this. So I'm just going to work my way around the edge, melting that powder, and it is just gorgeous. And you'll notice that I deliberately haven't gone really neatly with this. I didn't want like a real proper line. It's thicker in places than other.
I can see what you mean about how good the gold is, though. That is really...
Isn't it really high shine?
Yeah.
You know, and as I say, I've got a whole drawer full of gold embossing powder, but when I got this one, I thought, oh, that is the best one I've seen. It's the shiniest.
Yeah.
So that's going to make that stand out now from the background, having that around the edge. So we can pop that on, and I think I'm going to put that on some foam tape just to give it a bit of height. And I'm using Sizzix foam tape because this one tears, which makes it so much easier. I don't gunk up my scissors.
Absolutely. All for an easy life.
Yeah, definitely. So just take the backing off that, like so. So that stands out now nicely from the background because it's got that gold. So I'm happy with that. Then my next kind of layer is going to be the goddess or princess. And I want to do something just around the edge. I'm not going to do gold again because it's just a bit samey then.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come in with muted copper we've got in this.
Now, I was going to ask you about these ink pads because I've not seen these until today.
No, they're new.
Chiaroscuro.
Yes.
Ink pads.
Now we looked it up earlier.
We did a bit of research, didn't we?
Because we didn't know what chiaroscuro meant, and it's the contrast between light and dark in like proper artistic paintings like Leonardo da Vinci and...
It's an Italian word.
It's an Italian word. Obviously, Ciao Bella is Italian, so that makes sense. Now, these ink pads are a bit unique, actually. They are water-based, but they're waterproof. So I don't know how they do that.
No.
They're very fast drying. So they've kind of got quite unique properties. They are good for stamping. You'll get really crisp stamping with them. They're great for doing edges, which is obviously what I've been using them for. You'll get a lovely detail with them when you stamp.
Yeah.
You can ink blend with them, but what they are not good for is your sort of backgrounds. They're not good for watercolouring with because they dry too quickly.
Right, okay.
But it does mean you can stamp with these and then they're dry within seconds and you can come in and use a water brush on them and it doesn't move the ink.
How do they do that?
I don't know how they do that because I've stood here and done shows where I've explained to you all about the properties of ink pads and how if you're using water you need an oil-based one.
Yeah.
But I did give them a try at home and they do, once they're dry.
You're impressed with them?
Yeah, I really like them. And the thing I like most about them actually is the colour range.
Right.
Because they're designed by Ciao Bella, so they've designed the colours with the collections in mind.
Okay, now if you want to give these a try, because they are the first time we've had them was today. I've never seen or indeed heard of ink pads, anything like them before. So the colours you get in this one.
This collection that we've put together for the ethereal, you get fresh lemonade, muted copper and tutti frutti.
So those three here, that one, and that one. Okay, if you want those three, not 1944. It's always nice when you get a new ink pad that does something different.
It is.
We're going to drop the price down, QUPQ84. You can have all three of those for £15.99, and it's the first time we've seen them. So that one there, this one here, and Tutti Frutti as well. That's the trio that you could go for if you want them, £15.99. And if you're a Ciao Bella fan, it's exciting when they bring out new ink pads, isn't it? And we've not seen these until today. So.
No, it's lovely. And it's nice to have ink pads that really match perfectly colour-wise with your papers, because you're normally going through the ink pads you've got,
trying to find
what's
something
a good match. So to have it done for you, yeah, it's great. And they are lovely. I'm really impressed with them.
Okay. So if you've gone for the ethereal, they're
the colours that match nicely with it. So I'm going to pop this next element on, just slightly off to one side. And then I've got one of the flowers, and I've got a butterfly, so I think the butterfly is going to go on that top corner. And I think the flower is going to go there. And what I'm going to do is just give it a bit of a shape. You could use a ball tool if you want to, but I'm just going to smooth it with my fingers, and then I'm going to use some glue gel so that I can give it a bit of height, and that's going to pop in that corner.
Perfect.
And then I've got this lovely butterfly. I'm going to do the same thing, but I also want to bling up this butterfly a bit because I've got that lovely gold going on. These papers are just so luxurious that I feel that butterfly is striking, and I want to highlight that. So I've got some stickles, glitter glue. Again, you'll find these on the personal impressions page. We've had them on a few shows. And what I'm going to do is just follow the design and just fill in some of the areas on the... these have a really nice fine nozzle, so you can either follow the lines of some of the sections or colour them in. So I'm just going to colour in a couple.
Or a nizzle, as I called it earlier on.
A nizzle, yes.
Combination of a nib and a nozzle.
A nib and a nozzle. And then I've got a really striking card there. And having that little bit of glitter and the little bit of metallic gold really complements those luxurious papers.
Perfect. There
Really
it is.
pretty, isn't it?
Brilliant. Okay, now what we'll do next is the other collection that we've got for you. Now remember, some of these elements that make up the whole collection are available separately on the website, but the whole collection is available. And this is going to be, I'm sure, very, very popular. This is the flower shop. And this is a look back to some of the highlights of 2020.
Yes, and I did this show in the summer, I think. And I think this is one of my favourites because, you know me, Dave, florals
that was in July.
Was it July? Wow. I absolutely loved it. And this was really popular. And actually the stock today is probably, we haven't got huge amounts because we sold a lot when this was launched.
Look at this.
I mean, look at that. You could just put that in a frame.
Yeah, you feel as if you're there, don't you?
Isn't it just beautiful? This is just so up my street. I love this collection. I love the pretty sort of chintzy patterns you get to go with the big striking designs. This is just beautiful. I would be chopping into
That's
this.
very kind of William Morris inspired,
It is William Morris, isn't it? It's
very
really
much.
that sort of style. Then this one's beautiful with all the elements. You've got your wood grain.
Oh, love it.
I really like this one. It's got a very soft feminine feel to it.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the elements you've got
Isn't
there.
that lovely? Yeah, you can fussy cut out all those elements.
There's 9 elements on that one sheet alone.
I mean, those are just bookmarks done straight away, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. So this is called the flower shop. Is it a flower shop? Yes, I think it is in France. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Like,
the Jardinier,
yeah, French flower
definitely
shop.
a French feel.
Toppers, love the butterflies. You've got butterflies and flowers in this. You've got some, you know, lovely little shop fronts.
Or it
Look
could
at
be
that.
Italian, couldn't it? Because of Ciao Bella.
Yeah, Ciao Bella, yeah, obviously they're Italian, but I do feel this is a little bit French, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
All those little houses. Again, that's a lovely sort of ditzy background.
Okay, so this is the 12 by 12, which I believe 12 by 12 on its own. How many sheets did it say on the front? I didn't actually look at it when I picked it up.
No, I can't remember.
So many elements.
They're beautiful, and all the fussy cut. Now there's that lovely sort of damask design, and that lovely, the vintage sort of advertising.
So this one one's got 12 double-sided papers.
So 24 different designs.
12, I think we maybe got the wrong details up or whatever. This is the 12 double-sided sheets.
Yeah, then we've got the patterns pad next.
Okay.
Have we got them mixed up?
Yeah, 12 double-sided papers. There you go, that's that one. Next one
That's the patterns pad.
This is your 8 double-sided papers and the patterns. To be fair, they look very similar.
They are, because obviously they're the same collection. But this one, you had a lot of toppers and things in the other one. This one is mainly backgrounds.
Ooh, and letters of the
you
alphabet
always
as
get
well.
an alphabet, which I love. You can cut those little tiles out. Look at that.
You could spend a day there, couldn't you?
You could. I mean, the more you look at these designs, you see things you didn't see before because they're really detailed, really pretty. I like the colour scheme of this one because it's not really pastel, like wishy-washy.
No.
It's feminine and sort of subdued, but it's still got some vibrancy.
I mean,
to
that on the wall in like a conservatory or
Yeah,
something would look
isn't it lovely?
Gorgeous.
Yeah, and there's 4 cards instantly.
Totally. But if you don't want them as 4 cards, you've got the lovely background there.
Backgrounds. These are lovely fussy cut elements. I mean, the artwork in this collection is just beautiful.
There's about 20 elements on that one sheet.
Yeah, and if you're a card maker like me, you know, each one of those really is a card front on its own.
Yeah, totally agree.
Tuck in flowers and things, just use one of the pattern papers as background. That's lovely, isn't it, with the borders?
Beautiful borders, again. And then that as a background is wonderful, but again, if you wanted to cut those out as individual
you can cut them out
toppers.
individually if you want to.
Now this one's only £10 and 8 pence on its own, and that gives you 8 double-sided 12 by 12 papers. Isn't that lovely?
That's pretty, isn't it?
Beautiful. So that's just over, what did I say, just over £10? Yeah, just £10 and 8 pence on its own. And then the A4.
The A4, this is going to give you a lot of elements for fussy cutting and toppers.
So there's 9 double-sided pages in here in the A4. Again, on the packaging, all of that is usable.
Yes.
And what's on the back is usable. There we go. Now, if you want them on their own, you can buy them as individuals. So if you just fancy having the A4, again, you've got wood panels one side. £10.49 for the A4 it is.
The clocks are really pretty.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 elements on that one sheet.
Yeah, and you know, all of them could be a card on their own. I love that background.
Yeah. And remember, they will be dispatched by Personal Impressions on or just after the 6th of January, so not long to wait at all before these will be arriving. But this has been one of the most popular Ciao Bella collections of 2024.
It has, yeah.
And there are a few remaining, so if you want to treat yourself, maybe you bought it back in July and you've loved it so much, you want to top up, absolutely.
Yeah. Like I was delighted when I saw this was on the show because I've used up a lot of what I had in July. I thought, oh great, I'll get some more.
Absolutely. Or maybe you missed it in July. Maybe you weren't watching us then in July. Here's your chance to grab it and add it to your Ciao Bella collection. Maybe you want to go for the storage as well to keep all your papers in pristine condition. This show's a great place to do just that. COPQ 91, that's your A4.
Well,
so you get 2 12 by 12 packs, A4 pack. Then we've got the
8 by 8. So many elements in these. You're definitely going to be seeing these again in a couple of weeks because I've got an Eileen Hull Sizik show at the beginning of January, which is all the journals.
Right.
So I'm going to be using this kit for that because this is just so perfect for journals.
Totally.
Look at those, really pretty. So you'll see a lot of the same designs but scaled down, which is important because if you're doing smaller journals or card fronts, 12 by 12 scale is too big, particularly if you've got images like this. So having all the different options size-wise is really important.
And you've got 12 double-sided 8 by 8 sheets there. And again, always use what's on the carrier and the kind of packaging sheet
use
as well.
every little bit of it.
And that's £10.49 if you want that. DKPQ01, it really is Italian designer papers. And the last part of the bundle
is your 6 by 6 fussy cut pad.
And I know loads of you collect these.
I love this.
Maybe you buy one to collect and one to use.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Some people probably do
You
that.
get 3 sheets of each design, which is great because if there is, if you like one of the backgrounds in particular, you don't have to sacrifice your fussy cutting.
Flower Shop 6 by 6 is what we're looking at.
There's so much in here.
It's packed, isn't it?
It's packed full. You're gonna be able to make endless projects with this kit.
I mean, I can see why Ciao Bella is such a well-respected brand and collected by so many of you. This is only available in the bundle. It's not available.
To me, it's like, it's perfection.
Yeah.
All those flowers I can cut out and tuck in and use as little extra elements.
And you do get a few of each of those designs as well. So you've at least got,
you get
3?
3, yeah.
3 of each.
So that's great. And then the little houses. I mean, I can't wait to do some journals with these because I can have one of those little houses on each page.
Beautiful. You get a lot for your money. And the windows as well, windows with shutters.
To create a little scene because you can add in all the other fussy cut elements with the window in the background.
Fantastic. So that is the big bundle, all of that. You've got your 2 12 by 12s, your A4, your 8 by 8 and your 6 by 6 pad. And the price is not 53. It's going to be £44 and 99 pence, okay? It's £44.99. Price will go down to £44.99, OXPQ15. So apologies, we've got to make a quick call, but it will be £44 and 99 pence, okay? So don't worry, if you put it in your basket now, your order doesn't get processed until midnight tonight, and you'll see when you get your email that it says £44 and 99 pence if you want to go for that. And that's on 2 split payments as well. So it'll be £43 divided by 2, basically, £23 or something like that. We do also have the ink pads from Personal Impressions, the Ciao Bella Shiraskulu ink pads in, I think I said it right, in these 3 colours for the Flower Shop. These 3.
We've put together for this that go particularly well colour-wise.
So this is Green Gecko.
Yep, so it's this lovely fresh spring green, which of course goes perfectly with the florals.
Smoked Salmon is that one.
Yep, a lovely peachy pink.
And Sweet Dreams is that beautiful...
That lovely light blue.
Light baby blue there.
So, of course, if you think of all the florals we've just seen in all those lovely flower shops, those 3 colours will tie in perfectly.
And again, they've been developed by Ciao Bella, so you know the quality is going to be fantastic. And the difference between these and other ink pads again?
These are water-based, but they're waterproof.
Right.
I should also mention, actually, they are acid and lignin-free, so if you're using them, in your scrapbooks and things, they're not going to fade. or, you know, deteriorate over time.
Okay, now they're not going to be 1944. That's what they should be. Special price today, £15.99 will get you those. Maybe you went for the first three. There were different colourways. Maybe add these into your order as well. LPQ40, they are different, and I've never seen ink pads like them, but you've loved them.
Yeah, I've really loved them. But they do stamp beautifully for, you know, if you're doing sort of scripts and things in the background. They're really crisp and detailed, and they're fast drying, which is great because if you are doing backgrounds and things, you can carry on.
Perfect. Fancy doing a demo on the flower shop?
Yeah, should we do a flower shop demo?
One of Sharon's favourites. And again,
Yeah,
highlight of 2024 was the flower shop. All of that is there if you want it, but we have limited quantities on all of these, so grab them while we've got them.
So I thought rather than do another card, I'll just do something a little bit different. And Personal Impressions do all these chipboard albums. So I've got one of those. This one's got 3 pages. And I've used one of their stencils. I'll tell you the name of it in case you want to look it up. Bear with me a sec, because it's quite pretty. And I thought it goes really well with the flower shop. It's called Winter Flowers. And all I've done is I've used some, again, you'll find all of this on the Personal Impressions brand page, some of the Tim Holtz Distress texture paste in opaque. So what I've done is I've painted all my pages with some Cadence paint. I've gone with a very neutral colour. I think this is called Antique Bone or something like that. It's just a very nice sort of greyish cream. And then so that it was dry, I've already done my stenciling. So that's given me a perfect background. Now this design obviously would work perfectly well on a card front or anything, but I just wanted to do something a little bit different.
Nice.
So I can do the other pages later. But for now, I've got some fussy cut elements, and I couldn't resist this one because I thought this flower shop with that lovely sort of lavender colour was just really pretty. So that's going to be my centre sort of focal point, and I want to create a scene. So I've fussy cut a few different sort of elements. And the beauty with this collection is when you go through the pads, and you've got the A4 pad, the fussy cut pad, you've got different scale of the images. So you'll always find ones that are the right size. So you've got the houses or the shop fronts in all sorts of different sizes. So when you look at the fussy cut elements, you can find the ones that scale wise. Because, you know, this one is also available, I think, in one of the 12x12s. It's about that big. It would look ridiculous. So it's great that you've got all the scale options you're going to need.
Yeah, because half the time, if you just buy a 12x12 paper bag, half the time you're thinking, oh, if only it was smaller.
If it was smaller, it would fit on a card.
They give you all the options, all the sizes.
Yeah, by having all the sizes in a collection, you've got the right size for your project, which I love. Because, you know, this one, just about fit on a card, but there is a smaller one than this if you want to use it on a smaller card. So, yeah, I love that. Now, I've got my ink pads as well, so I can do some edging, because I think when you do fussy cut, you kind of want to cover up the white edges a little bit, just to make them blend in a little bit with your background. So I kind of need to work out where everything's going before I start sticking anything down. So this is going to be in the centre. And then I've got this lovely little flower stand. Now that could go either behind or in front of that. I think maybe in front like that. And then I've cut out this little watering can, but I don't want to cover too much because it's all beautiful. So what I might do is have this slightly off, and then I could use this to cover the gap between the two. And maybe I'm going to move that up a bit so it's kind of a little bit in the background. Yeah, and that flows nicely. And just having that stenciling in the background just kind of gives me a nice, nice balance.
Lovely.
And then I've also got a sentiment here. So all I'm really going to do is ink the edges of these and then pop them on. So I'm going to use one of these little sponge things, and I think colour-wise, let's go with some of the green gecko to go around the edge. Let's start with the main focal point, and we'll just do a little bit of fresh green around the edge of this. I've still got another colour on here.
And the quality of the papers that they use at Ciao Bella, superb.
They're beautiful. All their papers are printed and made in Italy. They're quite keen on that. And as I say, they're great for your scrapbooks because they are acid and lignin free. So they're going to last beautifully, because there's nothing worse. I've done it before. When I first started crafting, I did some scrapbook pages and I just bought, some really cheap papers, not realising there was a difference. And And
Always.
you go back 10 years later and look at your pages and they're all looking awful, kind of all yellowed and...
Yeah, Ciao Bella is of the finest quality, it really is.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And you can kind of see with the colours, the way that the inks, the inks they use are obviously beautiful because, this collection's got this lovely subdued tone, and then the last collection was really vibrant, and both work really well, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
So just a little bit of ink around the edges. And we'll pop this on here. Oops. And I'm using gel glue so that I can kind of change my mind if I want to, because I was a bit undecided whether I want this in front of or behind, because I don't want to cover too much really. I think actually in front, because it kind of flows nicely. So that can go there. Also, by using the gel glue, I can give it a little bit of dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for this little label, I'm going to go around with the smoked salmon, but I'm going to do it directly.
It's got a real kind of back streets of maybe Provence or something like that sort of feel.
It has, hasn't it?
A little, maybe an unknown French village.
Yes.
Quaint.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's not too pastel. It's just that nice. Because sometimes pastel can be a bit wishy-washy, can't it? If it's too delicate. This is just really nice. So that can go at the bottom there. And this would be the cover, I think, for my book. And then I can go when I get home. I don't know when I'll have time, but at some point I can do the rest of the pages.
Yep.
So we're going to go in, and I'm just kind of giving it all a little bit of a shape before I put the gel on the back. There we go.
Don't forget, we're with you all the way through the Christmas period at Hobby Maker. Slightly different times on each day. Like tomorrow, we're on from 1 until 7 tomorrow. On Christmas Day itself, we're here 12 until 4.
Yep, and I'm here.
You're here Christmas Day?
I am.
Oh, wow. Nigel will be with you.
Sandra.
26th, we're 1 till 8. 27th, we're 1 until 8. And the 28th, we're 1 until 8 as well. So those are the slightly different, they're very similar, but slightly different times. But we are going to be live on Christmas Day. We always are every year, 12 until 4. So if you want to get involved in the shows, you want to message in, we'd love to hear from you. Nigel will be holding the fort. And yeah. Oh, now we've been sent a picture. Who sent? Oh, this is Herbie. You said Bertie. I thought it was Bertie. This is my. This is Herbie from last Christmas. He ate the other half of our turkey while we were having our Christmas lunch. He polished off the rest of it. Of a 12-person turkey, he ate 6 people's portions of turkey, and that was him afterwards. He couldn't sit up. He was so
Look
full.
at him. He looks like he's going to burst.
I know, he is the best. He did regret it later. He couldn't move. He just gave up on life that afternoon. He thought, I'm going to lie here. Yeah. So he's actually going to be not locked away, but the turkey will be locked away this year. Not
well away from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's probably looking forward to Christmas now, isn't he? He's thinking, great, I'm going to get all that turkey.
So if you've got a beagle, please, whatever you do, make sure you keep the turkey under lock and key, because they just eat anything and everything.
They are greedy dogs, aren't they?
We've only got 5 of these left now, I've just been told. So if you want to get it, it's the Flower Shop. It's absolutely flying out the door. One of Sharon's favourites from 2024, and you can see why. So decorating like memory books or journals, fantastic for that. But also using the content inside your books as well, or for card making. I mean, you said you made a really good point that you've got all the different sizes of the scenes of the shops.
You've got the scales, and you will definitely be seeing these back again because, as I say, I was just in the process of prepping for some Eileen Hull journal shows, and these paper collections are perfect for that kind of thing because you've got something to cover your journals with, then you've got all the fussy cut elements to put things in. So, if you like your Eileen Hull journals, you might want to grab these now because you're going to regret it when you see me using them on those shows.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's one of Sharon's favourites, it's certainly going to be, I'm sure, one that you'll love having. And I know some people do say that they collect Ciao Bella. They don't actually use it. Well, they buy 2. They buy 1 to use in projects and make things with, and then just keep 1 collection as a collectible. So it's up to you how you do it. It will be on 2 split pays as well. So it's £26.60 today, plus your P&P. We are going to be dropping that price, though, down to $44.95. So that will be done by midnight tonight, OXPQ15. So you won't be charged $53.20. You'll be charged $44.99, I think it was. That right? $44.99? $44.99 will be the price, but we can't change the price on the screen, but it will be done behind the scenes. And Sharon, you're here all over Christmas, or just?
I am Christmas Day and Boxing Day.
All right, okay.
Yep,
brilliant.
Sizzix, so got some really cool things going on, some bargains.
Fantastic. I'm back on the 27th, so I've got a few days off, but as I say, we are going to be live all day tomorrow until 7, and then on Christmas Day between 12 and 4. So this is the first time I've ever worked for a channel that actually broadcasts live on Christmas Day.
I think it's lovely, because it'll be lovely to be able to chat to people on Christmas Day.
Yeah, because
really
most of the other channels are pre-recorded.
Yes, we
live.
always used to pre-record, didn't we, back in our old life?
Well, whatever you do, please have yourself a fantastic Christmas. Thank you for your support and getting involved in the shows all through this year. I had a blast. I'll be back on the 27th. So enjoy Christmas, have a great time with you and yours, and don't forget to tune in to us right the way through the festive period. Take care.